Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome everyone to MRC Season 6. We're getting ever closer to finding out who makes it into the pro scene. I'm one of your co-casters. I run Chip here with my co-cast Dogman. How are you doing today, brother?
Doing great, Chib. Obviously excited for this weekend because of, like you mentioned, this is going to be the final matches leading into the Ignite series, and we get to see who makes it out of MRC into Ignite to play against the top partnered level teams in this game in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6.
Oh, it's crazy. It is crazy. The competition also has been wild. Ton of fun to watch. Even over in the EMEA region, we just got to look at that a bit. It was an absolute heater series, back and forth for sure. But the bans, me and you had this conversation, right? There's a lot of more nuanced bans. We're seeing teams, getting rid of maybe Tank Pool, or the Vanguard Pool, removing Elsa from the field. There's a lot more of these new heroes coming in that have shooken up the meta and shooken up what they need to take out in these ban phases. And it's really made these teams kind of center around, these new play styles.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Shib. It's, as you mentioned, MRC, Marvel Rivals Championship, always has been the sort of playground for these pro players to finally get to use these new heroes that came out, like you said, with Elsa, recently with Deadpool, with Gambit that we saw in the Love is War patch, right? Like, all of these sort of things have culminated in MRC. Like, we get to see Elsa popping off, Gambit popping off, and right now, I think we get to see so many top-level players playing them, as well as the new Captain America Cursed Captain skin. Shib, you want to tell us about this bad boy?
Of course. When a legend is bound by darkness, this is one of those new skins, was actually not adapted from some sort of comic series, is brought in by the Rivals team. The art team, shout out to them, always just killing it with the designs. Personal big fan of the skin. I don't even play a lot of Cat, man, and I caught this thing just because it looks so cool, man. It was available here on March 5th, 6 p.m. PT, so it was out. It's out now. Make sure you get your hands on it. Cop this thing. Even a cursed hero never stops fighting. And you know what? I just love the look of that shield, bro. I don't know. Do you play any Cap? What are your thoughts on Cap?
Oh, you don't want to hear my thoughts on Cap, Chip. You don't want to hear I know people have fun playing him. Okay, listen, don't get me wrong. The tank players, the Vanguard mains, you are the bane of my existence as a Hela player. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
The patches ago, I've never forgotten. But I'm sure people haven't forgotten about Psylocke either. A few patches ago when this character was absolutely crazy. She still is insane, but obviously the once captive Corsair skin. We get so many cool pirate skins coming out here, Shib, that Psylocke, as one of the most loaded in terms of the skin department characters that we have in the game, she just gets another banger off the rip.
Yeah, she is awesome, dude. I'm a big fan of the space pirate situation they got going on here in this new season. It's just such a cool, unique take. Another one of those skin designs just created on a whim by the team. No real inspiration from a comic line. But yeah, man, break the change, claim the stars. Freedom isn't given, it's taken. This skin was out also on March 5th. In the same bundle. Gotta get your hands on that. Psylocke has always been a strong hero, very annoying to handle, but can be a huge threat in the right hands. Make sure you check out the once captive Corsair skin today. Another one of those heroes, man, that I think is just super nuanced like Cap, where it's just you need to have a lot of time and skill on the hero to get a ton of value. But once you do, you can be a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know that a lot of people realize that, you know, no matter what hero you play, there's always things to improve at, things to learn at. And I'm sure that's why a lot of reviewers are here tuning in now to the twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals stream, or if you're watching on YouTube, because there's so many things you can learn just by watching these games, whether it's in the in-game client or here on the official broadcast, that you could take away, right, Shib? Like, what's for you? I mean, what's like the number one thing that I feel like you've noticed from watching these pro players over the course of the years you've been casting the game, because you've had a ton of experience watching these guys firsthand? What's the biggest thing you've learned as we, you know, come back into the next final rounds of Marvel Rivals Championship round 12 today?
Yeah, I mean, I'll dive into that in one moment. You can see here our final round 12 through 14 going to be on the screen today, and then we head into the lower bracket and then the finals tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. There's skin drops as well, and watch the pros play. But kind of speaking about that, man, I mean, things that I've learned, I think it is crucial as a player to watch how the top of the game plays. Granted, this is MRC. This is just going to be maybe some more homebrewed teams, still incredible talent. A lot of these folks started in the MRC and then made their way over to Ignite Series and became the quote unquote pro players that we're seeing today that are playing lights out on these different heroes, watching their play styles, when they use abilities, how they attack different angles, when they off angle, when they play front to back. That kind of stuff is super important, because when it's played properly at the top level like this, watching how they play is always going to be the most efficient way, or the meta for or how you should be handling that hero. So we got to see things like, you know, even in the beginning of the game where folks thought maybe Cap wasn't so good, and then we saw the animation cancel techniques. We see how strong Groot can be, and even now Tank Pool, who can fit in virtually every single composition, and Vanguard Pool, excuse me, who just is in an insane state right now and using these heroes, you know, to the best of their ability. And the reason being, you want to chase this prize pool, man. 14-5 on the table.
Yep, you're talking about Van Pool. This pool is definitely tanky of money, at least in terms of $14,500. The pool of money involved, that is. And you know, obviously, if you're the champion, the 7K going home, you get that cool little icon in game showing you made top 8, top 4, top even 1 if you win the whole thing, and it's golden shiny background plate. So you know, that's a little bit of a taunt, I would say, when you're, you know, queuing into the game. It'd be like, hey, yo, I just won MRC, by the way, you know, as you queue into a match. But $14,500 is what our players are competing for, and 7K will be finally taken home by a champion tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, the 7K is no joke, especially just for an in-client tournament. But you know what else comes along with it is the invite right here, heading over to the MRI preseason. I mean, I always talk about, I think it's worth bringing up, just when you're younger and you're in these games playing with your friends and you say, you know what, we should make a team. And you know what the game actually does that is Rivals. Rivals gives you the opportunity to sign up for a tournament with any sort of experience and try to make your name known, go all the way, get some cash, but now you can even enter the pro scene. That's the kind of stuff that would drive me crazy. Just it's so awesome. It's such a cool design. Shout out to the Rivals team for making this a reality here in this game. Again, top 2 teams making it over to the preseason for Ignite.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. That's a big deal, right? Coming into Ignite, we have the qualifiers here today, and we're going to watch that. Talk about the ban and lock system. Currently, it is a global ban and protect system. So unlike Ignite, we have, you know, a ban flipping it back and forth sort of situation going on for both squads. And, you know, before each team gets their own individual ban first, and then you get to protect a hero. And then after that, you could ban again in the 5th one, and then you get one more protect. And then the final ban comes through, and you know there's a lot of nuance, like you said, shit between this. But 6 heroes totals are banned for both teams, and then 4 protects means that you can sort of play around those first bans and maybe other maps, because this is a best out of 3 format. So you can, you know, or sorry, best out of 5 format. So you can maybe have some strategy when it comes to banning and protecting based on the previous maps you played.
Oh yeah, beautifully put. And you and I always talk about, I mean, games can be won in this phase, can be won in the ban phase, no doubt. It depends on who you lock. We see, especially in the MRI, it's tricky, right? Because it is universal bans. So although you maybe are confident in a comp, are you as confident as your opposition? Can they do the same thing just a little bit better? And do you have to take that off the field? There's a ton of stats, a ton of thought going into these bans, and it absolutely can win or lose you the game. And it gets even more intense as we head over to Ignite, where it is not universal. But again, I personally love the bans and the lock ideas.
Yeah, and I mean, just like in the song "Rivals to the End," these matches are getting longer and longer. The battles are getting more fierce, like you mentioned. We're entering Celestial Husk. We have a best out of 5 on our hands today between We Lost and Vengeful. This is round 12. This is in the upper bracket, so neither of these teams have lost so far. Shib, they have been both running it up, and we get to finally see these top squads competing against each other. And I mean, we have some very unique compositions that are going to be played today just from We Lost. We've seen these guys before. And then Teams Vengeful, they have some of the best, hit scan players we've seen over the course of the game, and Venom players with Wizard Dread.
Yeah, and I've even seen things like Wada, not only on Daredevil, but also the Spider-Man. So there's just a lot of, Jitward on the opposition doing the same thing. So both of these teams can pull out some unique compositions. We've actually seen, We Lost take home the W in MRC Season 4, if I'm remembering correctly. A little bit of a different composition now in terms of team, but still very much a threat. Looking forward to seeing how this locks in. We see now the removal of Vanguard Pool off the rip and Mantis. The Mantis, not so much a surprise. Vanguard Pool, it's just more so, hey, if you're not confident in it, get rid of it.
Yeah, we talked about both these teams before, by the way. We see that eventual ban of the Van Pool for We Lost. That's very different. Last time they were banning Elsa off the rip in their matches earlier that they won on Celestial Husk. And then the same match was actually played for Vengeful on Celestial Husk. Their first ban was Gambit. So already a difference in terms of what they're doing as the Mantis ban came out first Vanpool, but these are both common bans. We can both agree, Shib, right? Those two. The one that could be maybe a little different for other people is the Venom ban, but as we mentioned, Wizard Dread is a very good Venom player, so it makes sense to get rid of that hero. It's one of his strongest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's funny to me that at this point, Gambit has made it this deep into the ban phase and does not get saved, and we see the removal of Venom, right? Maybe that's a little more targeted, something that they don't feel as comfortable running, but they know the side of Vengeful absolutely can use that successfully. And then we see a lock-in of Elsa this deep. I mean, this is already vastly different than what we've seen in this tournament so far. And that just goes to show you these teams specifically have such unique compositions in terms of what they can run that they're really not as focused as to what we've seen consistently throughout this tournament as the quote-unquote, most meta. And we do see the removal of Invis here at the end. Lock-in of Star-Lord. Star-Lord's one of those duelists that's incredibly strong in single formats as a duelist as well.
Well, that's a weird one to me. To be honest, I don't know if I actually like that for Team Vengeful, because as you can see, I feel like in terms of what we're going to, see these two teams play, we know We Lost love to just surround comp, play like crazy aggressive. And you can see Vengeful protected the thing. We have the Cloak and Dagger band at the very end for We Lost. I believe they always kind of do that towards the very end. But we're going to see, this kind of like surround, annoy, harass, and then eventually dive composition for We Lost. And for Team Vengeful, they also kind of play that, but they play heavily around Rayquaza, which is their hit scan sort of Elsa player, who's been just kind of lighting it up so far in MRC, honestly. And, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, because I would have assumed, maybe the Invisible Woman could help Teams Vengeful towards the end if they want to peel it off, but maybe they're going to play also sort of these surround dive compositions with, Wizard Dread playing that Angela, just set up Rayquaza just through pure aggression. And it's the same thing for We Lost. So this might just be a head-to-head clash as we enter Celestial Husk, our very first map of the day, Shib, and also very first match in the upper bracket in the round 12. We have one more in the upper bracket that we're going to see, and then straight to the loser brackets. But we're going to potentially also see a team get qualified for Ignite later on today if they make it past that upper bracket final, Shib. This is going to be exciting. Celestial Husk, we're going to start out here between We Lost and Teams Vengeful in this best out of 5.
Oh, I'm so hyped for that, man, to see who gets moved forward. We can see some of the composition here. And yes, buddy, you and I back together, our first game of the day. And we see a Spider-Man off the rip here from Wada. I have seen this before. This guy is a demon on Peter Parker. Rayquaza going to be over here on the Elsa. Elsa making it through, but not, not as much as what I would have expected in this tournament. And seeing the amount of times that I've seen Elsa actually get played in this tournament is far more exceeding my expectations. We see Rayquaza owning the low side here. And the setup begins for the front line of Vengeful.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa is just a really strong hero, as you mentioned before. Just one of the best in the games in terms of the ultimates as well. And right now, you can see, I mean, the Hulk it comes out for card level. He loves to play the Hulk. He's already diving heavily pressure onto affecting, but it doesn't matter because Xantho's already gone. Wizard Dread's found one across the map, traded though by Jitward and Dilly.
Yeah, and that's going to be a two-piece as Wizard finds one on Zaytax. Coming right back into the fight. Zaytax going to hold on. We lost. Keeping numbers, but down goes Kendrick from Wada, who finds the back line now. And that's another pick for Wizard Dread, who's on an absolute rampage here. Make it 3 now. Jitward finds one. The trading still continues, and what do you know? The point has not been capped just yet. Vengeful at about 75% and climbing for the moment. The hold begins 3-3 on point. Now Jipward is able to find one. The Lawyer able to take out the Angel. Wizard Dread falls finally after a nice 3.
Yeah, right now, I mean, this is currently going so well for Yeah We Lost. They just kind of keep circling back around Cart Lover. They kind of group back up together as a cohesive unit, right? That's kind of what you want to do. You want to go out aggressive, play back into your strategist, into your Hulk, for example, in this case. And, you know, Dilly looking so good on the Thor. We saw a lot of Thor at EMEA today, and I think for good reason. Thor is just such a strong hero in terms of damage output and the overall health he does, or has. It kind of is like a pseudo tank pool.
Yeah, agreed there fully, as Wada's able to find Kendrick once more. That is a massive early pick. Great target prioritization there as Wizard Dread's able to find one. Wada again. Peter Parker just uncontested back here, being a menace, and almost has that spin available for all pressure. Point still being capped here for the moment, but Wada's trying to change that, looking again towards the back line. The Animal Crossing hold still very much there. Wada's able to find another as Cart Lover takes out Affecting, and that's another backline train. Colin finds one now, but still maintaining pressure on the point. Yeah, we lost 35% in climbing, but that's not enough to make it a guaranteed final fight. Rayquaza finding one on a Cat Lover here. And there goes a huge ultimate. The Gartrox goes out. The spectacular spin finds one as Rayquaza takes out another. Vengeful, though, still does not have point. Yeah, we lost, just trying to stall.
Yep, stalling it out as long as they possibly can. Even using the See You Later, you can see committing pretty much every ult. Dilly actually somehow getting a KO in the middle of the fight is pretty crazy. But then over here, you see an aggressive play by Death, able to take down Kendrick. But regardless, Yeah We Lost are still on the point. I mean, locking it down, the anchor of Dilly, having Cart Lover there. Sure, they might eventually lose it, but somehow they keep almost coming back into it with ultimates. Eventually, Dilly gets removed. In this fight, you know, has been so long, but Vengeful looks like with some good target focus are inevitably going to clean it up.
And Rayquaza able to find one here. Vengeful taking the point, but like we're talking about, buddy, 74% here already for Yeah We Lost puts them in a very good spot. The idea now for the side of Yeah We Lost is they're going to group a few times and try not to commit a ton of ultimates if they don't need to, and instead just try to potentially get the point, or if not, lose it a few times, come back with a big ultimate fight, press Q together, win it, and then force Vengeful into a potential portal play to retake, and at that point puts them down in advantage. That's the idea here as to why you want to cap point early on in domination, why it's always such a battle. And let the games begin. Vengeful holding on with ult advantage heavily. Yeah, we lost. Just gonna try to make something happen here. You can see the movement here by Cart Lover, who does catch an eye of Agamotto to the face. Dilly's able to look towards the back line and does find one onto the Jeff, and that is going to be a potential res back. No, Zatex takes that res back and tries to keep the numbers up, but that's another pick, this time onto Wada from Zatex, excuse me.
Yeah, that living bullet just tracks down the Spider-Man off the map. Does he actually get off the map, though? It didn't look like Rayquaza fully fell off, able to just kind of jump back up due to the movement abilities of that hero in terms of Elsa Bloodstone just dashing back up, but it doesn't end up mattering. You remove a lot of the damage out of the fight eventually, and like you mentioned, Yeah We Lost just kind of surrounded. They didn't actually listen to the strategy of just winning fights over the course of maybe multiple. In this case, they just won that fight straight up. Nice eat there by the Jeff in terms of Xantho, and then the follow-up by the rest of the squad with pretty good ult charge too, Shiv. Look at this. They didn't use like anything to win that fight. Vengeful just got dismantled.
Shout out to Affecting, who's actually on the sticks. Shout out to all the controller players maybe playing on PC. Very much viable, even at the top level here, as you can see. Some of the pros able to do that. Chipward finds one onto Death in the back line, putting up, Yeah We Lost up a number. And here goes a lot of commitment as Kendrick starts up here with the Sia. Dilly's able to find one. Zatex with another, make it two here for Dilly as Wada takes out Xantho in the back to try to trade, but that is not enough. 99% and counting down, trying to stall for as long as possible, but not long enough as Yeah We Lost takes home point one.
Yeah, incredibly clean point from Yeah We Lost towards the end. It's kind of gone all their way, you know, like from what we could tell, just Yeah We Lost set up Jitward. They have a really good dive, you know, with the Angela, with the Hulk, and then, or rather with the Thor. And at the moment, it just seems like Vengeful aren't getting the same setup. Like we see individual plays out of Wada. We'll see some maybe individual plays out of Death, for example, on the Jeff. But besides that, we didn't have any like standout moments for them. I mean, it just felt like they were kind of dismantled. And even for their fight, they did win. I mean, because that took so long, you could tell the target focus is a little bit off. Yeah We Lost are also playing to the win con very well, playing heavily around Cart Lover and Dilly just towards that point. They just sustained for so long to set up these guys in terms of Jitward and Zatex. So great healing out of Kendrick and Xantho as well. And we'll see how Vengeful come back on this next round, because honestly, with how we lost played, sure, you could say they got 70% of the board for Vengeful, but they came back and controlled the point with relative ease.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about, right? Where they were really only playing for one fight, and they did commit after they got up in numbers, but they almost didn't even need to do it just quite yet. They had another fight to build ultimates that they needed, but instead found a way through it early on and did take that right back and took home point one. Yeah, we lost now. Trying to get point early on. There's the takeout of the BRB from Wada, who's doing a great job finding some of these off-angle plays and picking off some equipment. That's going to be a piece there from Dilly and Jitward finding one. Wizard Dread going to trade it back as Cart Lover's able to take out Rayquaza. Affecting brings back Death. And this time Vengeful's trying to hold on, but Cart Lover says, not in my house. It starts clapping here. Trying to find another, and that should be a pick here from Zatex. Well done here by Yeah We Lost to get this point early.
Yeah, earlier, Shib, you talked about how, we lost one Season 4 of MRC, and you could tell in terms of synergy, in terms of coordination, that's why these guys are still on top. This is how they've won it before, just through sheer target focus, cross-map, Dilly there with the snipe onto the Thor, and then also because Jitward's there with the dive. Really good stuff out of them, out of Yeah We Lost.
And they begin again. This time Vengeful's got to make something happen soon here. Ult advantage going to be slightly in their favor, as we will only see a couple available here for Yeah We Lost. Vengeful should have around 4 in this next fight alone. There goes the commitment from the spectacular spin. Zatex able to find Rayquaza though. And once again, Yeah We Lost is going to be up 2 numbers. Even through some of this commitment, only using 1 ult, but that time was going to be the side of Vengeful with the spin. A big ult here from Xantho, able to find 2. But you won't be moving the thing too far here, and that should be Cart Lover finding a potential pick here on Rocket. Down goes Affecting.
Yeah, right now, this is just a dismantling of Vengeful. It's just brutal. Just fight after fight after fight. Yeah We Lost. They're setting up such aggressive dives. And we talked about, I think a lot of these teams in MRC are really good at domination, but Yeah We Lost right now look just to be a step ahead. You know, this squad is firing on all cylinders right now. 60% of the board. Vengeful need to get a fight win, but they need to lock down somebody, either with Wizard Dread or somebody, because running Colin onto the thing means they're a little bit split in terms of target focus, and you know they're going to heavily play around Rayquaza, but Rayquaza just has to chunk through so much HP, and Jitward also has just been living. I mean, eventually Wizard Dread finds him. Good job to pick him off.
Yeah, good call there, buddy. As Cart Lover now is able to find one right back, and that could be another one out of the sky. What a tackle there by Cart Lover. Vengeful Colin able to find one onto Dilly. Wada taking out Kendrick, and it's back and forth here, but this time 90% almost available here for Yeah We Lost after the first fight, and that is the numbers that they're looking for. Zatex able to find another, just popping off here, finds one more onto Colin. Do I see 3 onto Wada, and down goes Wada. Zatex showing up now and showing the power here of how strong Elsa can truly be. The Sia gets launched once more from Vengeful on the retake. The portal is committed as well. The goodbye to the Sia, and another pick comes through from Zatex.
Yeah, I mean, Zatex is just there, just popping off and hitting every shot, really. Just making sure that he's got the follow-up with the squad, and there it is. I mean, everybody's gone. At this point, they portal back in, or they just don't have anything for Vengeful. 95% of the board. Nobody can touch now. Yeah We Lost. Very dominant round. Just stave off Wizard Dread towards the very end. 2-0 on Celestial Husk. Yeah We Lost. They're looking just as strong as they ever have.
Yeah, again, shout out the team that had took home the MRC for Season 4 and are looking to do it once more. Gonna get the first map here and just set the tone of what they can do. Zatex looking incredibly strong there on the Elsa, finding that 4, almost 5 piece at the end. 25-6 is insane, and that is gonna be one best of 5 game down. Remember, first to 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, I mean, huge play out of him, getting 10 final hits in that fight, or in that round. I think this was unfortunate for Rayquaza in that squad. They just couldn't live, right? It was the dives of Jitward, the dives of Cart Lover, just to live forever, and then also just have massive amounts of damage. I mean, this was just a team-wide effort, and you could see that this Yeah We Lost team looked incredibly coordinated on Celestial Husk. You know, we'll see like what the future matchups are, and we'll see with like the ban phase, how that kind of plays out. I know we've seen teams ban up the Daredevil, but then you already know Jitward's probably going to play over the Spider-Man, right? He's going to play something else. Like, can you even target Jitward's hero pool, considering he plays so many of those melee heroes? Like, is he going to play the Iron Fist potentially? That might be a solution. You can see Vengeful try to play that sort of counter dive composition, but honestly, they kind of benefit from playing around Wizard Dread sort of dive setups. And when you don't have like the same sort of skill level on Thor and those heroes, it does feel like you were at a slight disadvantage in terms of that ban phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's worth noting one more follow-up there is if you look at the entirety of the side of Yeah We Lost, 9 finals from Cart Lover, Dilly with 9, 9 from Jitward, and 10 from Zatex. So almost the entire team had a piece of the pie across the board. And then obviously Strategist after that, which had, a considerable amount of healing, enough for them to take home the win. They just kept getting point and dominating it to 70%. And in the game mode of domination, that's pretty much signing a W for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. The Riki tests were also beautiful ship. I mean, you saw it back on the first round. Like they portal through, they touch the point for like 20 to 30%. That's hard to do unless you have the coordination of this team, right? Of, yeah, we lost.
Yeah. And it just kind of forces pressure on the team to maybe put them in a position they're not as comfortable on, right? Where Vengeful scooches forward to try to stay on there because they see that the percentage is already 40% through, and they start panicking, and then down a number they go, and the next thing you know, they've crumbled, they lose the fight, and then the stall begins there. As we head over to our next map shortly. This time it's going to be a Yggdrasil map. Personal favorite of mine, buddy. I think it's up there for you as well. We love watching this map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yggdrasil is a classic at this point in Marvel Rivals, and it kind of makes me miss the other, Yggdrasil maps as well. The domination one that we get that's in the back end. But like you mentioned, this is a top tier map. I mean, it's one of the best in the game. In terms of convoy, I think it's also, probably better than Spider Islands, in my opinion, just because of the fact there's not as much like verticality in terms of the high ground that you could take, except on second point. There's a lot of, I think, variance on this map type. And a lot of times on defense, because defense is so heavily favored, we see teams get held on first point even, right? So there's so much variety in terms of where we could see the cart end up, right?
Yeah, and we haven't seen a ton of it here, at least in the Americas region, MRC, the Marvel Rivals Championship here, of the triple hold. And I think that was super prevalent in Ignite. They were stalling heavy time early on at point 1, and then you use Strange to portal back on the ramp there on your first left turn, and then you guarantee a walk back fight for point 3. And we saw a ton of that in the pro scene. I'm curious if we'll maybe see that in this matchup here, as I know the teams definitely have the talent and the versatility to be able to do stuff like that, but we'll see what they decide to do, as we are going to be heading into round 2 shortly.
Yeah, heading into Yggdrasil Path. Yeah, we lost. Looking to sort of close out on the second round, put themselves on map point, because as we mentioned earlier, it is best out of 5 now. Earlier in the tournament, it was best out of 3 when we were in the, round 9 stages, but now we're in round 12, deep into the tournament, pretty much into that top 16 now, or even further, rather, top 8. So this is really for all the marbles, right? If you could win this match, that puts you one step closer to qualifying into Ignite. And for both squads, that's the end goal, end dream. Like you mentioned, sure, you get $7,500 or $7,000 rather, but you're really competing for that Ignite spot on top of it. So it's a double-edged sword right now for both squads they're trying to compete for. And for Team Vengeful, they go immediately for that Mantis ban again. Yeah, we lost. Totally comfortable getting rid of Vanpool too.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate quickly something, just call myself out. 3 teams going to be moving forward to Ignite, worth mentioning once more to the team here. I got that word from Jarvis after the fact. As we see our first ban once more, no change here, except for the major lock-in from the side of Vengeful. Wizard Dread wants to be on that Venom.
Yep, Wizard Dread going to be on the Venom, and, well, it makes sense, right? You make sure that you get Wizard Dread on Venom, but you're giving up elsewhere, right? The problem is now we're on Convoy where, I mean, I feel like Venom's still good, don't get me wrong, but honestly, I would have preferred to see him playing the Venom on, like, Domination and stuff, right? Like, it does feel like he's missing out on playing it the last map at the very least, and we're going for that Protect now where we're going to potentially be at odds, because now Gambit gets through.
Yeah, I think this is something they're both comfortable running. I've seen Xantho play the Gambit as well, so I don't think they're too worried about that situation currently, but you know how it is with Gambit. It's about now which duels can you pair. We see the removal there of Star-Lord to ensure the Galactic Legend doesn't get that combo of the Royal Flush, which can be a big threat. We've seen things even like the Final Judgment from Punisher be a big combination, as we see Rayquaza floating the Punisher as I'm saying that. There's a lot of option to ensure you get the most value out of that ultimate, and with this composition, when you do have Gambit, that's really what you're looking for. As we can see the game starting here in a moment, the final ban's going to be coming up shortly, and the lock-in of Invis.
Yeah, this is what they should have done in the last round. It's kind of weird they didn't, right? Like, I feel like if we're going to play the counter dive composition, we need the Invis to help peel off, or the Loki, right? The Loki in the last map we could have played. So we banned the Loki now. Make sure you don't want to play against it. It just feels like the compositions they're trying to play at are a little at odds. It makes sense. You want to get rid of the Loki, though, at least with Gambit, because of the copy. You get rid of the thing on the opposite side to help peel, or to make sure there's no counter dive. Focusing entirely on Vanguards. for Team Yeah We Lost, and I'm curious if it's mainly Jitward running it or Kendrick, because Kendrick is the captain of the squad. Jitward used to be a coach for the side of Team Ego Death, right? So he's been around the block, really a player that a lot of people respect, but you do allow the Rogue Gambit team up to go through, right, Shib? You know as many as anybody is how strong Rogue and Gambit are, right?
Yeah, I think that Rogue just moves up an entire tier when she does have that team up. You talk about the pierce damage and the AoE potential. When you're playing with Rogue, Rogue already has some AoE potential with her kicks to attack virtually the whole team, but now all those kicks will individually spread little AoE bursts on every individual affected by the damage. So you just multiply your damage, get your ult ever quicker, and then you can use that ultimate to stop things like her husband Gambit's ultimate with that Royal Flush, using that Heartbreaker to reduce the ult charge, ensuring he cannot ult is going to give your team a massive advantage. I think Rogue is in a really good spot, especially when Gambit is on the field, as we see Vengeful starting up here shortly.
Yeah, Gambit is just absolutely hard to deal with sometimes. Affecting is, by the way, not in the lobby right now. So that's it's not a good sign, right? Like, we've seen this before sometimes. It's a tough look to be down a member, but you got to compete. You got to try, even in this situation. And, if the admin hasn't paused it, there's surely a reason for it, I imagine. So Vengeful going to start out in a 5v6 already for Yeah We Lost. I'm sure they're going to be happy about that, right? You got to take advantage of the situation at hand. For example, with ranked games, if you're down a member before they join and before the first minute mark and the game is an FF at that point, you still got to try your hardest, and you got to take advantage of the situation at hand, and immediately Yeah We Lost removed Wizard Dread to do that.
Yeah, some of the idea then comes into play of, hey, maybe we hold on to ults here, try to get them to force some stuff and wait until we six back up. And that's going to be that play right there from FaZe Dilly, showing the strength of this hero. An absolute demon, finding one there onto Wada, who is now going to be off that Spider-Man and over onto the Lawyer. Psychon live switching right back to Peter Parker after I make that comment.
And right back to Peter Parker, but still down a member of the team, right? So Death goes down fast. No more healers now because, well, guess what? One of your healers is still DC'd. So they're all playing back towards the spawn. A minute has been off the clock. If this was ranked, the game would have been sent back to the main menu. So, for Team Vengeful, when that happens, that's pretty brutal. So we'll kind of see how they can come back in it right now. But it's A-Tech wanting it down on Death again, removing the only healer in the lobby, and then everybody else is here to follow it up. So, I mean, at this rate, they're just being walked on very easily. They're just getting absolutely farmed in the spawn like a crop in Minecraft. It's brutal.
Zaytag's playing clean there with Elsa. You can see some of the combination, the percent-based damage every time pulling out that rifle as Zaytag finds one there onto Wada, and it's just holding them in the door. Does have the Glardrox available here. See if that comes into play in a moment. The team now dropping backwards and just stalling. It looks like Vengeful wants to wait until Affecting's back before they make any commitment. And you know what? They said, let's just send it anyway. Still not going to be in this match just yet. It looks like Xantho, Kendrick, Zaytex, and Jitward all have ults available. Dilly as well. And they are playing a very smart decision making of only countering back and not using ults because they don't need to.
Yeah, and they don't. You're right. They just kind of can do whatever they want. You try to come in with the Gambit ultimate, and usually if you have 6 players, the Gambit ult can result in a fight win, but you're traded in terms of Gambit ults on the opposite angle. And, honestly, even getting a KO there was pretty big, I feel like. The fact they've even taken down Xantho or Kendrick in that fight was huge, right? So we'll kind of see how this goes, but with a minute and 30 seconds left to go, down a member of their team. I mean, what is going on? Like, can we get Affecting back in the lobby, or is his entire internet gone? Did his entire router explode? Like, what happened to this guy?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'll tell you what, Vengeful's got to keep the mental here. We know how much mental just across the board in esports is super impactful, but this is one of those things that is definitely going to test you. Zaytex finds another onto Death, and that's the right target at that moment. No strategist swap here for Vengeful. I do think it's not a bad idea to get that ready, but Hard is able to find a nice pick there onto Rayquaza. And once again, Yeah We Lost doing a great job still holding on to a few ultimates. FaZe Dilly still has Heartbreaker, Zaytex with the Glardrox available. See Rayquaza, Wada, Cullen, and Sue. Actually, no, Death actually committed all in the last fight. So just those 3 holding on to Qs for this next retake.
Yeah, just holding on to him, just able to walk in. Glardrox available whenever he wants it. There's the Groot ultimate, though. Rick was able to get a KO. That's big. Xantho trades it back, though. And with that even fight, after you make it a 5 versus 5, he's just running on the rest of them at this point. Zaytex with the 3-piece there. Affecting is back in the lobby. With 20 seconds left to go, they finally have their 6th membership. This is This would be quite the comeback if they start winning right now, but maybe. Yeah, we lost could be feeling overly confident. Kart Lover's only in Bruce Banner form, so, you know, maybe you could take advantage of the fact that he's transitioning back into Hulk form.
Yeah, I mean, you root for the underdog in these situations now, as Ultimates are going to be heavily committed here on both sides. Vengeful does have a slight advantage. The Gartrox goes out. Does that find value? Both teams going to be juiced out here with the cars moving forward. Nice chase there by Kart Lover to find death. And that's going to remove the ult there for the side of Vengeful completely across the board. Kart Lover now going to just walk down the tree. Goodbye. Chopping the tree down as the entirety and the rest of Vengeful falls one by one. Rayquaza finds a two-piece. Can he clutch up in this moment? It might just be the case. Still holding on to the point is the side of Vengeful, who are still making it look like it's a game, even heavily being down a number throughout this whole round.
Yeah, I mean, they potentially could. You know, Wada coming back towards Kendrick, that's spawn camping. So actually, it's working, right? One by one. Even though they lose death early on, you saw how much commitment that was, but Affecting does fall after getting DC back into the game. Kart Lover, nice job in that Hulk form to take down two members in Monster Hulk, rather, and call in with a Groot ultimate. I mean, they're trying to kind of come back into it, but now they have the magic they're against. Everybody's chained together, too, with that Doctor Strange team up. You do have one ultimate, though, by Rayquaza. No way! That could be huge! 3 in that fight, but they don't touch! Oh, no!
Oh, and that is the brutal aspect of a huge ultimate. Sometimes comms get a little bit cluttered with excitement, and the next thing you know, everybody's scooching off the point to just follow up off the play. But you can't do that in an overtime situation. That is a tough look there. Vengeful coming back with the numbers, starting to show up in that moment, but not able to push it through fully. Affecting coming back with 20 seconds on the clock.
Ooh. I mean, brutal. Yeah, brutal for sure. But I don't even know if they could have. They had like 2 people there. I mean, they were still kind of in it because of Rayquaza's ult for sure. And that was, if they just got on, I mean, we could have seen an entirely different situation. But same thing could be said if Affecting just reconnected back into the lobby before 20 seconds were left. I mean, sometimes things are out of your hands in the online format. As, you know, we've talked about many times before, it's a better example than any. At the current moment, sometimes, you know, things are out of control, you know. Sometimes your ISP goes down or whatever. I'm not going to disparage any specific ISP, but, you know, Comcast. But, you know, regardless, for Team Vengeful, we'll see if they can maybe hold, right? 36 meters is not very far at all, Shib. So, yeah, we lost, have 4 minutes to work with to cap basically half of a point here on Convoy.
Yeah, this is very much going to be something that's going to consistently be in Yeah, we lost his favor after only being able to push that thing, you know, like you said, 36 meters, just not enough. Should be have plenty of time here to build ults and guarantee a fight, but Jitward's going to set the tone and immediately find one, and that is a massive pick, and make it 2 here as Xanthos right behind the whole team playing insanely aggro. We're going to see more commitment as Jitward is still rolling that front line. Zaytek's going to put some damage out, but Vengeful is already in a dangerous spot. 2 more go down. Wada and Wizard Dread as Kendrick now is trying to stop that portal.
Yeah, he has to try to stop it, but it's, you know, quite a while for the Shark to swim. Comes over, blocked with the shield from Invis. Doesn't get it, though. Regardless, in time, because, yeah, we lost, have won the second map, Shib, putting themselves on map point in this best out of 5.
I'll tell you what, it's very much a momentum-based game, and Yeah, we lost has the momentum, the wind in their sails. Vengeful has to snap back and act like nothing has happened. Remove that from your mental. Don't think about that. You know, go ahead and chalk it off to the fact that Affecting could not reconnect into that game. That very much, you know, needs to be something you don't think about, because if it comes into this next game, if it starts affecting mental and comms, the next thing you know, your team's just down. And when you're down on each other and down as a team, you just have such a low chance of bouncing back. And that is exactly what we don't want to see here for the side of Vengeful.
And honestly, it's who you called out there on the opposite side for Yeah, we lost. I think that Jitward was a thorn on their side for Vengeful. You could see Rayquaza taking home that SVP was trying to do as much damage as he possibly can with 5 versus 6. And honestly, valiant effort out of the squad to even, you know, make that somewhat competitive, I would say, or at least to, you know, find KOs sometimes in really unwinnable situations. So really good job out of them, but to even hold on. But for Team Yeah, we lost, Jitward was popping off, honestly, straight up. And same thing with Kart Lover. Kart Lover, low-key, has been underrated throughout every single map so far, having the lowest KO count Obviously, it's easier on Hulk, I think, because, you know, you go back into Bruce Banner form, you get those eye frames, and you can also get back into Hulk form if you farm it up enough with the Bruce Banner farm with those Gamma grenades. So overall, huge job out of Part Lover and Jitward. These guys are kind of being a nuisance on Eventual's backline and making sure they can't really do anything. By the way, we did see dual pool that game. I just want to point that out. It was a little bit of, you know, a tough situation to see dual pool, I suppose, because we didn't really get to see, you know, the potential power of him in a 6 versus 6 situation.
Sure.
But cool to see him regardless come out from Jitward.
Yeah, you love that. I think dual pool is incredibly strong, but he does suffer in that his strength is to be very mobile in his melee form, and it puts him at risk because he doesn't have a lot of self-sustain. But outside of that, I mean, just the movement is wild. So if you can master that movement and evading some of those defensive cooldowns that can CC you, then you will profit. Again, I think we got a shout out here again. The Elsa from Zatex, 9 finals. Most damage in the lobby. Again, just looking dominant. Rayquaza with 11k damage, actually a little more damage there than another Elsa player. This has been very much a back and forth battle. Unfortunate situation there, but the mental needs to be reset. Can they reset and bounce back? We'll find out right after this short break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome back, everyone. And we just witnessed, we lost, take another win, and they are at game, set, match point right here. One more for them to take this home. And I'll tell you what, Vengeful, a tough position to be in that last match, but they've got to remember to shake everything off and act like it's a brand new series. They have the talent. Can they bounce back? What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this squad, like you mentioned, has the talent. Every team at MRC has the talent, even teams eliminated so far. It's a team game shift. This is what you and I both know. All the pro players know more than anybody. Even like a lot of the fans will call out specific players, you know, be like, oh my God, it was such an Elsa gap or whatever. sometimes it's not that, right? It's a team game, it's a team effort, and heading to domination, Hell's Heaven, I think things are a little bit more brawly. When we enter domination, you can clutch up, don't get me wrong, but the same ban phase might happen again for Vengeful, and I would not like that for their odds just because of how things have gone, but I'm not sure how you even would ban versus a team like Yeah We Lost, because they're looking back in form, back in Season 4 form. The only real way I think to counter them is, yeah, you play the hard counter dive, but I think without Vanpool, that hurts you because of the bubble, because of some of the stuff that Vanpool can do for the squad. It's going to be tough for Team Vengeful. Their only win condition, it looks like, is to play that sort of counter dive. But Yeah We Lost, they found the solutions towards that. And Vengeful, they're not 100 Thieves currently. They're just looking more like 100 Thugs.
Yeah, I do think it's been so consistent here for Yeah We Lost to remove that Vanpool. You talk about his strength and just kind of how he fits into every single composition, and I do fully agree with you there. Such a nuisance for the backline as well.
Ooh,
so
wow.
if you can't play it, or you're not as comfortable with it, or you just don't want to deal with it, remove it. The removal there of Elsa is something I didn't necessarily expect, because Rayquaza looks very, very strong on that hero as well, but they could not get the job done, so why not remove it? And the lock-in of the thing makes sense to me, because I do think it does a great job into their more brawly composition.
Yeah, this has to be the first time they've ever banned Elsa in terms of Vengeful. So it's, as you mentioned, Rayquaza was popping off on that hero throughout the whole tournament. So the fact this is their very first time banning it is kind of crazy. But versus Yeah We Lost, it makes sense, I guess, because Zaytech has been playing it. But I don't know, man. I would rather trust the guy that has shown flexibility throughout the tournament, such as Zaytech, I think. But for Vengeful, they can play Phoenix as well, Rayquaza. You've talked about how Phoenix is one of your top heroes of all time, right, Chib?
Yeah, I think Phoenix has just been consistently strong since her design, right? I think that she's one of those heroes that even through some of these nerfs has still maintain a very good presence at the top of the meta. And you and I, even in the green room prior to this, were talking about how Torch, one of those heroes that was so dominant in the meta, but once that was identified, it essentially completely fell off a cliff. And so, in the grand scheme of all of the pro scene, has not been nearly as impactful as something like Phoenix. And even Gambit here, who has been removed once more, this time by the side of Vengeful.
I'm very curious. We haven't also seen much like triple strategists so far today. We Adam Warlock available, some of these other heroes, and I know the composition wise, I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is curious to see like how this progresses with Mantis removed. I know that is a catalyst for a lot of people to see some of that triple strategist, but regardless, Yeah We Lost. They're playing this sort of European style, the EMEA style almost, back in mid-season. I feel like we referenced the China mid-season tournament from Ignite last year a lot, Shib. Like, that was a comp we used to see. Like, the first time we've seen a lot of Jeff, Animal Crossing backline compositions. Sure, they don't have the strongest ultimates in the game, but those characters just don't die, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole point. I mean, if you have a survivable backline, they're not getting KO'd ever, and then you're playing a whole team that has self-peel and self-sustain, then your whole job is to kind of play your own game. Just, play effectively, play smart, find value where you can, and you don't need to front to back if that's the case. So that is what we've been seeing a lot more from these two teams in this tournament than we've seen nearly across the board. So Yeah We Lost and Vengeful, both playing a similar kind of style, a little more front to back for Vengeful, but even so, still more of that kind of unique play style from these two teams, man. It's definitely exciting and fun to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, this Yeah We Lost team has got to be one of the most exciting every time we get to see him, right? It's just what happens when we get to see Jitward and his crew and Cart Lover and playing a ton of this Hulk and Xantho on the Jeff. I mean, he's been phenomenal so far, and then Dilly's just been flexing to Thor and has been kind of underrated so far. So this is a super fun team. For Team Vengeful, we'll see how they can adapt, right? They go for the portal play in terms of Yeah We Lost first, and it immediately capitalized on Vengeful.
Wow.
They just did not read it.
That is insane how quickly that happens, even with that triple backline. Basically going to be on that strat pool, which we haven't seen too much of. Does a great job playing in this triple composition, not as consistent in something like a double strat backline, but again, when you have that Warlock there and you got the Shark, you can play a little more aggro and try to find value with ults more offensively than defensively. Jitward going to start up here and try to build some of that alt charge, already down to about 10% HP, but it doesn't matter as Wada goes down now. Numbers up once more for Yeah We Lost, who have 16% and climbing, making a second as Affecting falls.
This is brutal. I honestly didn't even expect to see the triple strategist coming out. No, not kidding, but like, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's tough, I think, for Phoenix as well against triple because Phoenix's whole kit is based around doing like a ton of damage. But we know when you're against triple strategist, when you're against how much healing from Yaoi Lost is there, all of that damage is going to get healed up. And even if you come out with a Phoenix ultimate, they could be brought back by a Resurrect, or you could try to fight into Strat's ultimate. Speaking of Strat ults, Dilly's starting it off with the Ban Hammer towards that backline of Vengeful, who have tried to surround. Wada's now here, but he's going against so much heal from that Deadpool, Jeff, and Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just the shock factor. Running a different composition, something you haven't faced yet. Out goes the eye, and it does land as Rayquaza goes down. Jitward able to find one to even the odds as down goes Stratpool, both of which going to have 5. Bond gets committed here by Warlock as the whole team drops backward. And we might see the Devil get let out. We do. Backline in danger. The Itch Jeff has potential here for some off-map. I like this location. Very close to an off-map side. Is able to find one. Might have to commit, though, because Invis does have the ability to jump back on map. We'll see how that lands in a moment. Jitward able to find Wada now, and once more, yeah, we lost. Looking so clean in these fights.
I mean, yeah, the Jeff removed the Invisible Woman who had the ultimate. They come back. Zatex has the ult, but he's chased down by Angela. Did he use the cocoon yet, though? It doesn't even matter. He's getting pocketed into the sky, just goes for the ultimate in their face, in Wizard Dread's face, and he can't do anything about it because the Jeff is spurting water on him and nobody else has an angle. Now you have to use Rayquaza's ultimate, but what can this really do? Oh, Jitward goes down after the deflect cooldown, perfectly timed from Rayquaza. Is this their chance to come back? The answer is no. Kendrick shuts it off overtime, removes this squad of Vengeful, just like shutting off Jeff's water like a fire hydrant. Vengeful. Well, they portal. They're still here, Shib, but it's in overtime, and 1-by-1, this could be rough.
Yeah, man, it's a tough look here. I mean, they're just doing such a good job. They look so coordinated. This team is so consistent. Shout out Kendrick, who has been playing so many different heroes here, and well done by Zatex at the end there on the Warlock, finding some value, getting a 2-piece out of the portal. But, I mean, this whole team has been so versatile. I was mentioning Kendrick there for a moment because we've seen him just in this matchup alone on Magic. We've seen him on Rocket. We've seen him on Strange, not in this specific game, but across this series so far. So much versatility in this team. Zatex even on that duelist role now going to Warlock, which is more consistent to what we see a duelist playing in the strat line. But either way, when you have this much in your bag, when you have a hero ocean instead of a hero pool, it is so difficult to line you up as a team.
Yeah, I think this reminds me of somebody who I think lost today in terms of team captain, I think, in EMEA. You know, like Kendrick, a lot of these, I think right now in Rivals, it's kind of weird because I feel like we have so many like duelist mains that are really good at hit scan and stuff. But it does seem like a lot of these melee characters, there's like more to flex onto for the melee heroes, right? Like in terms of the Vanguards, yeah, there's more options. You're right, because Kendrick can play pretty much all of those melee characters. He can go over to really whatever he wants in terms of the Vanguard department, it seems. But it's interesting because him and Jitward have a very similar hero pool. And it's like you mentioned, they're both hero oceans. So it's kind of a different sort of take on it, right? Compared to like TSM, for example, who have like Bedtime Story and Gale, a lot of like traditional hit scan guys. Whereas the opposite for Yeah We Lost, they're like full melee specialists besides Zatex.
And that's kind of the beauty of these scenes. It's just so fun to find a playstyle that you really like and find a team that kind of correlates with that. As we see Kendrick here, when you're playing Strange, speaking of melee, Strange actually kind of profits at being more of a melee hero. If you play in that close range, that's where he excels, using that shield as more of a counter to damage just in a brief moment while you're just constantly weaving between your left click and your melee, and then you're popping that magic on them virtually anytime you see an opportunity to confirm a kill or a KO, excuse me, or anything like that. As Ayabokamoto is now available, we might see that shortly. A lot of HP gets removed there, but the commitment from Dilly, and there's that eye, gets pushed away though, still able to find one on a Wizard Dread, who should go down and does, and Vengeful needs to find some sort of momentum here, 20% down.
Yeah, they have to sort of come back into it, but there's the Born Again by Adam Warlock, and maybe they're going to stagger, or they don't. They just KO the Hulk immediately, but it's into the res with the Phoenix ult, and it's too late to even worry about the overhealth. Buddy weaves it around the corner. They're able to disengage it for now. Nice job to walk all the way back, but Vengeful, they need to find picks and can't even find Jitward on the off angle. It's a 1-versus-1 between Wada and Jitward, and somehow Jitward gets the healing and then wins that 1v1, so turns into a 1.5 versus 1. Wada unfair to win that one, but regardless, great team help, and the awareness of Yeah We Lost, as you mentioned, too good. They take down Colin again, and now we're back to the same situation as earlier where they're just walking on the side of Vengeful. Sure, you get one, but I mean, that is a tough consolation prize as you're traded immediately. Rayquaza with another one. Can you find more? On the back angle, Zatex flies away for now, back into the face of Rayquaza. So they're doing it, Shib. They're working themselves back into it, sort of.
Yeah, and you can see the retake now. Zaytek's able to self-res back. Wada able to find one. Wizard and Rayquaza now going to find a 3. Kendrick trying to find one more ultimate. Doesn't get the front line, gets pushed, but still finds a bit of value. Will the KOs come through affecting? Able to find one in Colin now, and this is the retake that they've been looking for. Try to get the momentum back in their favor here, but it is going to be a tough spot. 84% already for Yeah, we lost. This team looks so dominant in this series.
They do, but you know what? I actually don't hate, yeah, we lost, or sorry, Vengeful's comp versus this. It's just going to be tough. They need to keep their backline alive, make sure Jitward doesn't sit up on these off angles. But theoretically, this route should do a lot with the thing, and also the fact there's no Wolverine in the map. So we come down with that Phoenix ultimate. You have to find the KOs, and they do so. Kendrick goes down.
And Wada's able to start up here with Kendrick. Alcazar let the devil out. Colin finds one. Zaytek's going to res a bunch as the whole team's coming back in. You might as well fall down. Get KO'd now. Come back as a unit as Jitward finds the trade there and gets one. Kendrick on affecting Rayquaza onto Zaytek's, though, to shut that down, but might just be too little too late as Dilly and Kendrick and Jitward are going to just delete the entirety of the team. Kendrick trying to set up an off-map portal here to counter and just waiting for the portal to come through. This is big brain. This could be huge. Do they commit through it? We're gonna have to go through the other side of the portal now. Great idea there as Kendrick goes off map.
He goes off map with it. That was interesting. That was definitely one of the plays of all time. It doesn't end up mattering though because, well, they're just too far ahead at this point to even get close to losing ship. Overtime slowly dwindles. Portal now gone. You're dealing with Jitward on your back line and the rest of, yeah, we lost. This team really wants to qualify for Ignite, and they look like they can do so. As this team, I mean, every map was dominance today by Yeah, we lost. And sure, there was a map against the DC that you could maybe, you know, knock off or against them. But regardless, Yeah, we lost with another 3-0 in this tournament, and they seem to just be sweeping every match they've played.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just so synergistic. They just play off each other so well. They don't panic, and every single time they're in a fight, you can look at every individual player, and they're doing something of value. There's really no complacency. The team just looks so locked in. Another clean domination in a series that looked far more fair, and just in terms of having the numbers there. A 3-0 series here for Yeah, we lost on our first matchup. A team that I think needs to be feared and definitely has the potential to progress forward and make their way into Ignite.
Yeah, they can definitely do it. And meanwhile, for Team Vengeful, this sends them down to the loser brackets, right? Yeah, we lost. All they need to do is win one more game to solidify themselves into that grand final slot for the 7K, but also to get qualified for Ignite. And you could still obviously win it, right? Vengeful still can come back down in the loser brackets. And, you know, the bright spots of this team, you could say that Rayquaza pretty much every map was hitting shots, but that doesn't really end up mattering when you have Yeah, we lost doing what they did, right? Vengeful took them a little bit too long to figure out how to deal with Yeah, we lost. And I don't know if there is really a good way to figure out with Yeah, we lost, because they're just playing such a unique style. And from what we've seen out of them in the past, they could play Mr. Fantastic even, right? So this team just has such a variety of heroes that they could play that you beautifully called that earlier, Ship. And it's going to be a tough matchup to figure out. It's going to be a really hard chess match for any coach or any player playing against them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's just so not traditional, right? It's just you really have to be versatile as a team. I think that is something that not every team has to handle, and I think that's going to put your team in a position where you're going to find out, you know, if you got what it takes, right? You go against a team that has more unique compositions, you find out as an entirety of a team, can we handle this kind of stuff? Are we adaptable? And I think in Rivals as a whole, just with the, you know, the amount of heroes that are coming into the game, the amount of balancing coming into the game, the best teams in this entirety of Marvel Rivals are teams that are versatile, are teams that adapt with metas, that change, that have answers to more unique compositions. And I think a huge test right now is, yeah, we lost.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done, right? Like, not every team has the resources or the brains even, right? Like, for example, like we mentioned with Team Ego Death's former coach with Jitward, the fact that he is on this team and, you know, is a flexible player himself is kind of impressive, right? It's hard to be able to be on both sides because it's two different skill sets, right? Being a player and then being a coach, those are two completely different things. And the fact that this guy does both at a high level is a huge advantage because you're pretty much filling up that coach slot and player slot at the same time. And that's not really something every other team is afforded, right? You don't have players that are necessarily small brained across the board, but sometimes you get players that are too tunnel vision on their role and not as aware elsewhere. You could see this team doesn't have that problem, Shib. I mean, every dive was calculated. Every time they collapsed on Kendrick on Doctor Strange, for example, that was a beautiful fight to call out. Everybody was aware of his positioning and took advantage of it.
Yeah, and I even want to shout out things like the Jeff play, especially on that map from Xantho. I don't think I showed Xantho enough love. I think Jeff, you know, nowadays, I think folks don't think Jeff is as strong just due to the nature of you're not seeing 4-piece ultimates anymore, right? There's a lot of answers to that ultimate, to the It's Jeff. Now you're seeing value from Jeff in the speed boost. And in a composition like this, having speed is a problem for the backline, especially when you're going in there with something like Daredevil. I mean, this team really capitalized on that speed. They capitalized on those LOSs where you're constantly getting Jeff stream just down a line, your team plays in that line. I mean, they just looked so good, and I'm looking forward to seeing what other teams do, just like we lost, but we're gonna have to find out about that after this 5-minute break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 6. And you know what, buddy? We haven't even mentioned this, but it's almost time for us to be getting a new hero here in a moment. I'm stoked for that. Patch notes coming in, all that kind of stuff has got to be coming up on the horizon shortly. I'm stoked for that. But you know what else I'm excited for? Is the championship going on right now and finding out which top 3 teams are going to make it over to Ignite. And yeah, we lost. Might be one of those teams, man, after that series.
Yeah, they could be, right? It's the potential sort of second team to play against the we lost, and I don't know if I would want that if I were either of these crews. But, you know, we have seen them before, right? Heading into this game, we're going to Krakoa on Cafe Rose versus Team Nova, who is Team Lunex, right, in the North American region. So these guys have also been around for quite some time, and you know, Cafe Rose had a bit of a fill-in with Tree, for example. He's been one of the best Elsa players. You know, I know people will talk about Victors, and this is a bit of a potentially controversial topic, but, you know, that's a controversial player. I think that needs to be discussed, right? And they've had to fill in with a bit of a supplementary player with Tree, and he's fitting incredibly well. So this team, you know, Cafe Rose could still run it up, and they obviously really protect Elsa, right? They go for that Elsa protect. If I'm taking a look back at their first bans, the last time they did this, they're a very ban first Gambit type of team, right? Every single time they'll play the game, they've banned out Gambit, except one map on Morocco where they banned out Wolverine first. And, you know, we're on Krakoa, obviously, first we banned out the Gambit, and then immediately into Daredevil afterwards.
Yeah, I know, and it's funny because we're looking at this matchup here, and some of my notes I'm just talking about from last weekend. I wrote some of my favorite duelists in Vanguards that I saw just from how they played Tree was on my duelist to keep an eye on that Elsa, and then Tones as a Vanguard who was very versatile, and I've seen him play virtually everything and show up in the front line. So both of which are going to be going up against each other here. The lock-in of Spider-Man maybe shaking things up a little bit as we see the ban out of the Venom.
Yeah, that's also low-key a ban that, or a player, a character they could have played earlier in the last series. Maybe even like the Namor composition alongside Hello, or even without, just because of how good that hero is. But it is interesting, too, just to point out how Nova always first banned Elsa, at least in their last matchup, the 3-0 over Shikigami. They banned Elsa first every time. And the fact that we let that through is surprising, I feel like, for Team Nova, but maybe they feel confident playing against it regardless. I know a lot of people will talk about how Elsa Bloodstone is like server admin, you know, one of the strongest heroes in the game right now, up there with Gambit and Vanpool, if not the strongest. And while that can be true, there is definitely counters, especially towards duelists, I feel like, considering how, you know, strong Jardas ultimates are and stuff. But regardless, you know, it's very interesting, I think, for Team Nova to play the Elsa Bloodstone, considering it's been banned first time for them a lot of the games. They go for that Vanpool ban immediately.
Yeah, and we're going to see the floating comp right now. I'm wondering if this is actually what they're going to come out on. We'll see Nova running that team up I haven't witnessed in a while, giving Thor a little extra juice and mobility and allowing him to get onto that backline relatively quickly with that throw. It would be interesting to see here. I think Tones and Iffy, they played together for a very long time, and when you do have kind of a bond like that, on the Vanguard front, and you're able to just kind of communicate with just action instead of necessarily always just words, and you get to that point as teammates, which I know you've had experience with, it just elevates the level of play, and that's why Nova is such a strong team. We'll see how it all looks now. Really Sticky going to be on that Spider-Man, one of the young players out here in this tournament who is incredibly strong in that hero, and there's a lot of off-map potential here as we start up on Krakoa.
Yeah, they're playing for the counters, right? This is the traditional ranked counter. Okay, they have Spider-Man. Okay, I play Namor, right? But in the pro scene, it gets a little more complicated for sure. Like, you would be like, okay, focus the Namor squids, you know, deal with them. Don't give them a good Namor whale, right? There's a lot of kind of counterplay towards Namor that I'm sure Sticky is definitely well-versed or well-practiced against. But we get to see, you know, kind of how that matchup goes. You know, do we get to see that Namor hard counter of the Spider-Man coming up?
Oh, what a pick there from Tree off the rip, and that's what we're talking about in terms of just the raw talent here on that hero. Scarlet able to find one onto Sticky, and that's kind of your job here on Invis. Keep your eye out for Peter Parker because he can be a big nuisance, but Invis does a great job countering and playing into that hero specifically, and there goes some more commitment down to like 5% HP. Tones gets taken out there by Lyric, who finds one early on to try to even the numbers. The percentage on point in the slight favor of Nova, but that gets removed immediately as no one has presence on point. Tree again able to find one.
I'm just so curious why they're playing the Luna Snow, for example, and stuff. I know you get the Snowflake, and I know in the neutrals you farm, you know, a ton of healing, a ton of damage output, but it is just very interesting because I don't think we see a lot of the Luna Snow when, you know, for example, Cloak and Dagger is available, right?
Yeah,
like, that's crazy. considering the nerfs that have happened to Luna Snow and stuff, and over the few patches, we'll see how it pans out, though, as they do have even ults on both sides. Cafe Rose are in control of the point.
Yeah, I just think the meta as a whole has kind of shifted away from that more circular stay near me ultimate where everyone's kind of playing their own game. Sticky able to find one there onto Ritas, showing the power of his ability to play Peter Parker. Out goes the Eternal Bond on point there from Pixel, just biding more time on point, 40% and climbing here for Cafe Rose, who's trying to get up a number early on, but Nova has 4 ults available, going to be matched back by soon to be 4 here from Cafe Rose. They've got to commit relatively early. Out goes the dance floor, but they're still able to find one onto Scarlet, and that's kind of what you're talking about. Just not too much power there as Tone starts off here with the Psionic Seduction. One gets moving. Can they get a pick? It doesn't look like they will just yet.
Well, I mean, you're like you just saw, you're missing out on the fate, but Tico takes advantage of it. Wow. Nice job, and somehow Logan lives even with down a strategist. So huge comeback there from Nova, and they took advantage of the cooldowns, right? Like you could see that, you know, immediately after Cloak and Dagger fate, immediately after you use you know, a lot of the cooldowns on Cafe Rose's side, the shield gets down, that whale comes out for free. So well placed, well timed by Tico, good flank timings too. And the fact that Logan lived in the back line, that was a big pickup for this team too, to put alongside Tones and Tico. Is that Logan, you know, formerly known as sort of like a Loki player. Oh my God, Tico! Wow. Shot across the map. This guy's popping off.
Yeah, looking really clean right now. Ritas able to find one there on a tree and say, hey, I can play this hero too. Now walking down the front line, trying to move that shield, and that will be a ton of damage on a Lyric. Wants to drop back quickly. No binds in a dangerous spot here. Can they get that cleanup? They do. Ritas from downtown able to find that pick once more, and now Nova is owning point for a while here.
You gotta look for that Spider-Man 2. Ritas obviously with that Snowflake to make sure you can 1v1 that Spider-Man with the overhealth, and then also the extra health and the healing you get from the Luna Snow whenever she heals somebody else. So the current moment, Nova trying to hold their choke, build up towards that Glartrox, right? If they can connect onto somebody like we've seen before for Tree, that would be huge. But it's a very split sort of composition, I feel like, than the recent ones we've seen now that we're off of the thing.
Oh, and that is the problem of playing Luna into something like Spider-Man. Not a lot of self-heal. That's a 2-piece for Sticky onto the strategist backline of Nova. That is some clean play once more. Why don't we make it 3? And that was a combination for the eyes of the fans as Tree gonna find 2 to clean up the rest.
Yeah, Spider-Man's been disgusting this patch. It just feels like Spider-Man players are getting better and better, and you know, like you mentioned, Logan getting caught out, Scarlet just not a situation to be able to use her ultimate in that case, and you know, we're 74% of the board. This is a tight matchup, right? I feel like back and forth, really no team has control of the point for too long. We'll see what happens. You know, can Sticky get a KO before getting taken out? Or, you know, we get picked again by Team Nova, right? It's just back and forth, 50-50 right now with really Sticky.
Yeah, this is definitely a banger matchup here. Nova going to have 6 available as we see the Psionic Seduction start off. The thighs out, cries out, and do we see some movement? We do. The teams are walking. The whale goes out. That one is going to be damage boosted, but not enough. Rita's going to drop back. Find one onto Tree, make it a second out of respect. And that's going to put Nova back up numbers now, trying to retake point and take this thing home. Cafe Rose, 99% now. Got one more fight to make this happen. Iffy going to clean up the follow-up from Tones. Ritas going to find Lyric, and now Iffy again onto Binds, and we're going to see likely a portal play, if not a touch here coming in from Sticky.
Yeah, nice job by Ritas there, and this is what happens. Cafe Rose came back, really Sticky tried to appeal for the backline, then they try to push back in with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but you know where everybody is, right? Ritas was there with the ultimate, really Sticky trying to find, whoa, Tico's gone! Nice job by really Sticky.
It's all about the touch here now. Ult advantage going to be the side of Cafe Rose. Can they clutch up?
Potentially. I mean, we do have the invisible boundary on that point, potentially really Sticky. He gets taken out by Ritas, though, so you are 1 for 1, and he did find that opening pick, but going down right there is brutal, because now Ritas is free reign, basically, and Tico, because Tico's going to come back from spawn onto the Star-Lord, fast hero, too, to make sure he can come back, and really Sticky also back fight, but no, he walks into the trap! It's invisible, and he couldn't see it, able to back off for now, and meanwhile, the Glartrox gets removed on the opposite side, so Nova's still in advantage, removing Tree's ultimate.
And they're walking him down now. Overtime has started ticking down. Ritas on a Sticky in the sky. Some really clean play there. Now we're going to find potentially another on a Tree. And do we see a third onto the front line? Looking really incredibly strong. Portal Play is going to have to come in here now, but this time for the other side. And will it land? Oh, and OT gets ticked down. And just like that, they take home the W. Nova up 1-0 in this domination.
Wow. I mean, I was critiquing the Luna Snow pick, but it was actually sort of a reason why they won in a different sort of win condition way, right? Like, I feel like they give that Snowflake towards Ritas. He's able to do whatever he wants, sort of play that island style onto that hero, onto Elsa Bloodstone. And with that, you know, Cafe Rose just not able to really deal with him in the 1v1 with Tree. Is able to get the edge because of the constant healing. You know, just able to kind of play as aggressive as he wants. And for really Sticky, he was the only way that Cafe Rose were kind of winning these fights, right? Finding pickoffs and stuff. But when you have that much pressure onto, as you mentioned, a very young player, that can sometimes lead to disaster, right? Some really high-level plays, but, you know, maybe one too many fights where really Sticky's getting hard focused and it was hard for him to get much done. It was a super close game, though, regardless, Shib, and this is going to be exciting moving forward as the first round did go for Nova.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like to call out there, like, lore accurate age there for really Sticky in terms of Peter Parker first getting those powers and making plays in that comic book line. We're going to see Ultimate available here for Sticky, and I do agree. I think Logan right now is running that Luna, but they kind of have a composition where you can really help with the poke. They don't have a ton of range poke damage like Phoenix right now, things that can apply a ton of pressure. I mean, obviously the ulti's not as effective, but your goal now is just to kind of rain on every available target here with Luna and then heal when you need to. Now he's going to drop back as we see the commitment start. Ultimates are flying, and just like that, the spectacular spin gets matched up by Logan with that dance floor. Out goes the Eternal Bond and the God of Thunder, but nobody's getting value with these things. Everybody's pressing Q. Where's the first KO? There it is, as Sticky finds Logan and gets some revenge.
Yeah, I was wondering where that Glortrox is going to be for Regis. It came out, and the follow-up is there, finally. Okay, I thought it was a little bit too late, but they get the KOs before Respect can even throw out the Invisible Boundary. So, no binds, able to find one. I mean, they can still win. They have Vanguards, they have Invisible Woman, and they're doing it, right? Securing, locking down the point. You do have Iffy, you do have that damage from Thor. Really Sticky comes back onto Spider-Man, though, and with that, they're able to kind of clean it up on the point. They didn't lose too many people. Scarlet's ult, yeah, was a little bit too late, but this fight's still not in control of anybody. Logan gets the pick, Regis comes back into it, and with that, somehow Nova held on, came back into it, Regis with another one.
Yeah, good calls there. Ult advantage going to be on the side of Cafe Rose, but the point already being owned here by Nova. 6% and climbing at the moment, walking them down. Just a little bit of that movement technique here, just to kind of own space. Note, and when you pull out that ranged rifle, you do percent-based damage, so it's really good to poke as teams are heading in. Try to get that ult charge quickly, as you're already 85%. A big ultimate opportunity there in a tight quarters like that. Iffy playing a lot of Thor right now, the Brawl champion. And I'm applying a ton of pressure to that back line and forcing them to use cooldowns, allowing your duelists and even strategists to get more value in this KO potential. Here goes the engagement. Out goes the Psyduck Seduction, which gets them walking, and Regis goes down first from the side of Pix.
Yeah, they tried to make a play on the left side, but countered by, like you mentioned, that ultimate from Lyric. And, you know, with that, they're able to walk on forward. It's sort of predictable what they're doing, but it's enabling them, right? Tree able to finally get rid of Tico, and, you know, too much pressure towards that point now after really Sticky's now swapped over to the Phoenix. They want to play full front to back style, right? Into a domination is very unique and interesting. Tony tries to come back into this with a Sonic Seduction, but I mean, do they have the follow-up? They do connect on Regis' ult, but is that enough, right, to find two in that fight and the Invisible Boundary? Your Thor's going to come back in a second. They also give up the point crucially, Shib, right? So they did give up the point temporarily, yet use that Thor ultimate. And if you maybe had control of the point, you could say this fight would be going well for Team Cafe Rose, but the fact, or rather for Nova, but the fact they gave up the point is a little crucial. However, Tone's able to kind of come back with Nova. They come back into it through disengaging, and regardless, Nova wins the fight because they played around the strategist incredibly well.
There's been some high-level Marvel rivals here just across the board. A lot of good swaps here as we see once more Tico going to be playing over here on the Namor, building towards that ultimate. Tree does have ult available. Same with Lyric. That combination can be a big threat if the Psionic gets the team walking. And you follow up with the Glardtrox there with that Apex Predator. I mean, you can get a full team wipe, and they do have advantage on point. Here comes the tight quarters locations. They are going to take the portal into the fight. Cafe Rose just trying to off-angle a little bit and reset where the eyes have to look, giving your strategist a little bit more of an advantage to play off some of that natural cover. Commitment comes through with the internal bond, but they do just retake point like that.
Yeah, I mean, they give it up. This has been something that Nova likes to do, I guess, right? They've done it 2 in a row where they just give up the point temporarily for the fight win. And it's a very unique sort of style, but it's working out for them at the current moment because they need their Luna Snow alive. They need to prioritize keeping their backline safe. They also disengage these ultimates. Tico throws out the whale, and it's to avail. Lyric goes down, and then Regis commits with, or Tree commits with the ultimate. The Glortrox comes in, but gets deleted. Regis actually counters Tree. Regis today on this hero looking great.
Yeah, that was lights out play. That was incredibly clean. And do we see more here from Regis, who is really showcasing the power, saying, hey, I want to be on that list too as one of those duelists that gets talked about. And that's another pick here on the no binds. Reedus really showing up right now for this team. And a great call there on how they're using these strategy assaults and just kind of kiting them and not stressing over them and committing only when they need to. Now Nova wants to retake this point as 70% is becoming a little bit dangerous, and they do just that. Out goes the Psionic. One goes down. Tone's fighting two. Scarlet able to clean up number three, and Nova now at 99% and holding. Can they take this home and get this W? It looks like they just might.
Yeah, that was clean from that squad. Nova, get it done. 2-0 on our first map of the day, or second series of the day, first map between these two teams. And yeah, like you mentioned, Nova looked good. I'm sorry. I was critiquing the Luna Snow gameplay. I think it was only because of the first round. Like once we go on to the second map, once we go into the second round Cradle, like I feel like they just played at extended range. They set up the Luna Snow and the Invis, and unlike the other map, I should say, the Luna was easier to pick off because of the cover you can take as Spider-Man and the angles that Sticky was at, and same thing for Tree. But once we go to this more open ranged map, I don't think we saw Logan or Scarlet go down once. That was beautiful out of this back line, and I could see exactly why they play this comp. Like, look at this. Reedus was 20 final hit ship, 36 and 4. This guy got the hardest pocket of all time with the Snowflake, and it enabled him. It really did. Like, he was able to play carefree, and you're sure Tico was going down a lot, but at the point where Reedus was, the full focus of the squad, it was working for Team Nova. That was a very unique style.
Yeah, I think it's let's make Reedus a raid boss composition. Get Flake, and you get that shield, and you essentially become very difficult to take out, especially in 1v1 situations, and your back line can also pocket each other in those moments. Yeah, I think this is a composition that maybe we'd see in past seasons that's shining right now, especially into the side of Cafe Rose. Nova looking incredibly strong as they're prepping up for map 2.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do moving forward for Cafe Rose. I think, it's weird because Domination should have gone well for them, I would say. Like, in considering the fact that we didn't really see Nova want to play the Elsa before, you can see it's sort of impressive how Reedus is able to play this hero just without showcasing it so far. Now, I know there's a lot of players that are really good at Elsa right now. It's kind of becoming the new main for a lot of people, but still impressive showing from him and the squad. I think that picking up Logan for the squad has been super impressive. Scarlet looked good on Invis too, and there were like moments of weakness, but when they came together at the crucial moments, this squad really came up to another level.
Yeah, I think there was some really smart decision making there from Nova too. I think you and I kind of called out as we saw just some of the non-commitment, right? When they saw ultimates going in the advantage of the opposition of the side of Cafe Rose, they would just drop backwards, or excuse me, so they would just drop backwards, allow them to use those ults to take point, and then once they've gathered themselves as a team, come back in with ult advantage and win it. And that's something that I think a lot of teams struggle with. I think the idea of losing point for any given amount of time is a mental issue, and you got to use that percentage as a resource, kind of like how sometimes it's worth using some of your health as a resource before you use a cooldown. If you do that properly and allow your backline to heal when you're using those cooldowns to then regain your health, it's the more effective way to block damage, right? You want to use that health, you want to use that point percentage as a way to ensure that your team can come out on top.
Yeah, beautifully put, Shib. Next map, we're heading to Hall of the Joya. Back onto Convergence. And, I think for a lot of the squads, we were talking about this earlier, this is sort of maybe an overarching point that I've tried to point out, and maybe it's stressed too much, but I think a lot of these teams are trying to get better at Convergence, at Convoy. And in MRC, I feel like that is not their strength. A lot of these MRC squads, I feel like a lot of them do well on Domination. But maybe when we enter these top 4, top 5, top 6 teams, they excel on Domination and Convergence. So for Cafe Rose and Nova, we'll see how they do moving forward. We saw, we lost Pop Off in the last series. We didn't really get to see a Convoy, really, because of the Yggdrasil situation with, player of their team getting DC'd. But heading to the ban phase, Cafe Rose going for that Gambit ban first again. So this is something they've been focusing on throughout, and Nova changing their strategy from last time, going for that Van Pool into Elsa ban next, whereas that Mantis Protect comes out for Cafe Rose to counter what Nova were doing, but that immediately was met by that Elsa ban into the Namor Protect.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why there is a removal of the Elsa, and I think the idea is the removal of the pocket composition by Cafe Rose saying goodbye to Luna, right? I think that's the idea, because it's tricky because we just saw how strong Reedus could be. on that hero, but instead they're going to remove it and say, you know what, this isn't going to be the perfect comp that we want to run Elsa, or maybe the map. And that's the kind of stuff that you don't know unless you're behind the scenes running these scrims, playing with these teams, looking at the stats. So that's the beauty of these ban phases. They may not make sense after looking at one of these matches, but as a whole, if you're really in the stats, that's the kind of stuff that can take home a W.
I feel like Cafe Rose is in a bit of their own hole, right? Like the fact that they can't play the Gambit or don't want to. I mean, it would enable them, I feel like considering how realistic he likes to play so aggressive, you would assume a team wants to build those ults, wants to go in fast. And then, because we go for that Gambit ban, then you get the Invisible Protect, which you could tell for Team Nova, that's sort of the catalyst, right? And the fact that we don't have to get that Loki ban too. So much focus from Cafe Rose is onto the backline of Nova. And it's tough because that first of all, screws over your backline if you want to play some of those heroes because of the global ban phase. But because of that, and because of how flexible Scarlet and Logan have been, I think Nova at least capitalized on the last map. I'm curious how that pans out, right? Going for that Luna ban second map is very unique. It's a very fast adaptation to, as you mentioned, the style that Nova was playing.
Yeah, I'm with you, but it seems like Nova wasn't afraid of it, right? Them then removing the hero shows that they're like, all right, go ahead. If you're going to make this happen, we have another solution. We can run something else. We see the compositional change here. It is going to be a triple backline for both sides, but Logan is going to be on the Loki. And I will say right now, just looking at these comps, I think the Loki is a very strong pick, but the Mantis combination with Loki, especially with that damage boost, is an issue. We will see the potential res composition, maybe double res. Actually, no, there isn't going to be double res for Cafe Rose. They won't need it, and maybe on defense, but we'll see what they elect to do. Just a little bit of a slice of a different taking comp with a similar idea.
Yeah, this is what we saw, I believe, really Sticky do in the past, too. Like, one of his flex heroes is that Adam Warlock, so they get to play that Mantis triple against Nova, who want to play that, Logan on his pretty much original main with the Loki Mantis and Invisible Woman. So we'll kind of see how it pans out. They want to play it slow. We've seen a lot of these Adam Warlocks take a while to build up ultimates these days, and, that's because of the triple compositions and how fast Invisible Woman and Mantis build up the healing and how much healing they get over him. But, we'll see how this pans out as they disengage pretty well, but they lose tones. However, it's traded, both Venoms removed immediately.
And the fight begins again. Tree holding his height now, still going to maintain pressure onto the backline, showcasing the power of being on that hit scan. Really sticky on the off angles, able to find one with some clean animation cancels there on Adam. And down goes one. Do I see two? I do. Ritas falls, and that should be enough there for them to have to reset.
They go for the copy, though. Logan on the backside. Here's the Aya Bagamoto Invisible Boundary also met. So we're sent into a bit of a diagram here right now as Cafe Rose still have the man advantage. Aya Bagamoto comes through the backside with the Soul Bond, able to find even more. Scarlet goes down. Brutal because they're using ultimates, too. Here's the Venom ult to try to capitalize off of something, but the Mantis ult counters it entirely. And with that, Cafe Rose cleaned it up.
Bine's able to find one onto Tones, and yeah, at that point, just the aggression is just too much to handle. I think this is very much one of those maps where Venom excels. There's a lot of height to take, a lot of setup potential here, and that's what you're looking for when you are running dive. Just in the downtime here, folks, when you're running dive, it's far more effective to set up, get on a point, and call your dives out instead of just individually playing the dive game. The portal comes through here. This is a good counter idea just to stall more time on point, as once again, Nova now switches spawn.
The switch spawns. Oh, Nobine's got stunned out of his ult chip. Brutal. Nice job. Nice peel from the backline there again. And we'll talk about the backline of Nova for a reason, but they flipped the map and then they actually countered the Venom very well.
And here it goes. Out goes. This is just such a really unique and strong decision. Teleport in, flip spawn, and just hold the garage. And they're really doing it as Iffy. Able to find a second pick here on the Tree, which is a big target. Sticky going to start the res off, though. The whole team's going to be able to retake if need be. The res comes in there on Tree numbers, evened out now, but ult advantage still in favor of Nova, as Tones is going to be on that Groot. Out goes the Invisible Boundary. Is that going to be a threat? No. Doesn't look like anyone goes down. Match right back with the Feast of the Abyss, but nobody has fallen yet. This backline is insane. Logan able to find Lyric and return that once more, even through those ultimates.
Yeah, this character, wow. Oh my gosh, Scarlet with the follow-up, but this Loki character is just not okay, right? Like, sometimes, especially when the character is able to set up, right, it doesn't really matter where you are. They just played, anchor everybody towards that cart, set up Logan on the back line. We have to go to Groot of our own, right? Because we let this Mantis, Groot, Loki comp go through, the team up go through. Now we're forced to play it, and now Lyric's totally alone. What was he doing? What was he doing without the team? That was very interesting. And now they might lose people one by one. Regardless, it's because of this Loki setup. This has been amazing for Team Nova, like you mentioned.
Yeah, this is just incredible. I mean, after losing point that quickly, this is exactly what they needed to do. And honestly, this is one of those things that you can take into ladder, right? If you have the team coordination, if you have comms going as a team, and you think you can flip spawn like this and buy time, it doesn't even matter if you don't hold it forever. If you take a few minutes off the clock, that's all you're looking for. As we see the stun come through here, Tico just keeping pressure on. Gotta love the new skin here for Phoenix. Find even more pressure, almost has ultimate available. Really sticky movement, a little bit of movement there on the height with Adam. As the Warlock does what Warlock does with the new flight patch. Out goes the Soul Resurgence, matched right back. Nobody falls yet. Now goes the Grudolph, the Strangling Prison, able to find a combination. Lyric takes out Redis, but here comes the Born Again from Adam.
Yeah, board again up top side, so that's the matchup they want, right? And able to take down Logan. What a shot by Sticky. This is the way that you can come back in terms of being Adam Warlock against the Loki matchup, is these flank angles that Sticky's been taking. So you give up one strong composition, but then you set up Sticky! Are you kidding?
Ew.
Oh my goodness, on Adam, this man has looked phenomenal.
That is just disgusting. What a clean rotation there. Trying to find another. Using that right-click animation cancels you see there in that moment. And folks, definitely something you want to learn if you're playing Warlock a ton. A lot of damage, pressure. Holding that right-click and tap in the left, it just kind of weaves in both at the same time, allowing you to attack at rapid speeds, turning in that slow poke into a little bit more of a threat. And we're going to see Lyric potentially here with a Strangling Prison opportunity. And this could be something to pull them out of strategist ults, and that's why they play Groot so much at this high level. He's incredibly strong with the combination there onto the front line. If he in danger, does go down, but it wasn't the amount they're looking for. Pushback Tones try to do the same thing, and the combo is just a little bit better. Goodbye to everyone. What a combo there by Nova.
Yeah, the follow-up, you know, unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes for Cafe Rose, right? If really Sticky doesn't find these picks, and, you know, if Tree doesn't totally remove all of the clones from the Loki, it can be kind of tough. And for Cafe Rose, they kind of followed up on the Groot ultimate with only one. And that was not enough, right, for Cafe Rose with Lyric. You know, Tones connects with 3 in that fight, able to find so many. We also have the copy available. It's back and forth on both sides. We can see, oh my God, Sticky again! If you keep hitting shots like this, I think the squad actually might have a chance to win the entire map.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm with you there. These off-angle plays, just the raw damage coming out from Sticky here onto the back line, even now onto the front line of Tones. Forcing out some ultimates, does have ult available here. So the team's idea is, if need be, you play and do not commit too much. You allow the rest to come through, and then you fight as a unit, but instead they're going to elect to commit some ultimates and try that again after the fact. Logan drops back. Here comes some big potential from Iffy, looking directly at Invis. Goodbye to Respect. Great combination there. And that's what you want, and we'll touch on that in a moment as Strange. But here comes that res, and everyone's back in the fight here, as we'll see a Soul Resurgence committed at DB.
Yeah, nice brutal though, cross map, catches onto Logan. Logan's gonna have this fight now. Redis commits the Mantis ultimate, invisible boundary. Will be the advantage, but we need to stay on this cart until it's up. Scarlet has it, throws it out there, but you're still down Logan. He has to come back from spawn. Soul Bond cooldown used is crucial, but Tree could collapse onto everybody with it. However, Redis finds Lyric with a damage boost onto himself.
There's so much damage right now on that back line. Redis looking very strong as Tones is able to find one onto Pixel, and still, the battle for this point has been insane. Will they be able to press through? Nova doing a great job holding even through these reses. OT ticking down slowly, but it is not enough, and that is Tico play as down goes 2, 3. The portal comes in. Will it be enough? It will not. What a hold there by Nova.
Yeah, huge hold. They played the ult rotation pretty well, too. You know, coming out late with Scarlet's ultimate. Cafe Rose throwing out all their stuff earlier. And, you know, this could be the pressure. I know that Logan got picked towards the very end, but, I mean, there's moments like this where, like, for example, first point, I could see the Loki not being as good because you can surround him a little bit easier. You could see on first point when we had Sticky's flank, but there's not as many angles you could do that against the Loki on the second point, right? Like, once we're towards the end of that map, I mean, that Loki just sets up in the back line and just is a catapult of heals and damage towards his own team and the enemy, right? So there is so much value in that, in the fact that Scarlet's just playing Invisible Woman alongside him so well. This strong strategist core is keeping them in it, and then as long as they keep them healthy long enough, it's Tones or it's Tico to come through with an ultimate or just shots. So huge work from Team Nova, but that's still a pretty good distance for Cafe Rose to get. 105 meters is not exactly going to be easy now that Nova is on to attack.
And there's some good calls there. And one thing I wanted to touch on too is you're going to see a lot of folks electing to run Strange into Invis now, because your goal with Strange in the recent buffs is to try to remove that invisible boundary. So what you need to do is you need to have Eye of Agamotto available, and you need to make sure that you can get your dark magic to 100 charge. If you're able to do that and you weave a full left click in followed by a melee, and then combined with that release of the dark magic, you can actually sweep Invis if you've landed that alt on her. But you need to ensure those conditions are met, and that just happened in that last matchup. Being able to cancel an ultimate and get a value of a pick on a strategist at the same time is one of the reasons that Strange is selected so frequently into triple comps like this, much like when you see Groot.
Excellent call out, and we'll see what happens for Novas. They've flipped the map, right? They've gone for the portal play on the backside like we see so many times in pro play. You get the damage boost on Tree, though, who just controls the height, just looking to build that ultimate farm backline. Jumps back into the team, though, as this is what we talked about earlier, you know, making sure you realize where your squad's at, where your healers are. Fall back to them, make them not have to come to you. But wow. Sticky, he just came right to Tico's shots. Headshot after headshot, brought back with a cocoon, but they've already lost Tree again. And I mean, that's brutal. 1 by 1. They do soul bond. They can maybe still do this if they could take out Tones or Tico, but they don't do so right now.
Yeah, I really like that positioning there. I think from Tico, that off-angle play was clearly working. Not only did it drive the top side off and force them away, but it did get that pick onto Sticky, burning that, you know, that passive. So now we're gonna have ultimates available here by the strategist in the back line. Respect gonna copy up the Soul Resurgence. Out goes the invisible boundary, and Logan's gonna drop backwards, putting himself in a dangerous position, but is gonna have that jump now to go invisible if need be. Out goes the Eye, doesn't find much value. Bang, down comes Tico for a two-piece to find Sticky and Pixel, and once more Nova now have presence on point. The portal comes through. Tone's able to find one. Iffy, Logan, and Tico again, and that should do it for point 1.
Yeah, this is the tough part with Adam comps, and we were talking about like both the Loki and the Mantis build up ults in that fight, but Nova able to build up shot ults way faster, right? Like also finding those picks, Sticky having to play on such aggressive angles, getting picked off, using the cocoon early. I mean, it's just tough. Like, you would like to have Adam Warlock res in that first fight, but so many times with these Adam comps, we just see these Adam Warlock players don't build it up fast enough. Now, they might not be Adam Warlock specialty teams, but regardless, it's tough to get that off. And early greens had to be used, and also invisible boundaries from Scarlet. They want more. They smell blood in the water.
And out goes the boundary now. Sticky has ult available, and Lyric can hit a huge strangling prison here. Tico able to find one onto Tree, and Tico's doing a great job now marking the duelist off angle and playing at these unique locations that force eyes away. And there goes the commitment from Tones, trying to find the back line, and does onto Respect. Great dive, and showing why Venom is still very much in the conversation at the top of the dive meta. Bang, coming down now onto Sticky. Eye of Agamotto gets launched on to the crystals now, and is still able to find one onto Respect. Iffy looking clean.
Yeah, and that was also crucially after the Adam Warlock res was used, so he's not going to be back in the fight. Has to walk all the way back, and he had the copy too, so if they disengage this, if nobody in Nova dies, they do have that Loki advantage until Respect comes back. But we get to now walk forward for the attacking side of Nova. You can also set up that Phoenix combo with Tones yet again through that Mantis copy if it happens for Respect, if they don't give the invisible boundary copy from Scarlet.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful call out too, is that Sticky got the res under Respect, but the comms came through that Respect just got rezzed and will not be able to be rezzed again. So that's why that prio was there from Iffy to find that pick once more. So ensuring they are up in numbers and down a strategist. And now we're going to see the match back of the invisible boundary. And there's some more commitment as Scarlet's able to find Respect once more, who is just getting hard targeted throughout these mixes. Lyric now in a dangerous spot is going to get melee down. Out goes Crystal to keep the team healthy through the Meteor M. And that is going to be a two-piece from Iffy now. Nova trying to clutch up and take this thing home. Cafe Rose in a very dangerous spot with no ult available.
I mean, they at least have res available against Redis portal blocks. Are these even good enough, though? It looks like the answer is yes. 2 meters, 1 meter. They get it done. Nice portal block there at the very end for Team Nova. But overall, a very cohesive effort out of this team. You can see why you don't want to give them the Loki, especially if you're not going to like play it with the Invisible Woman. Great work out of them. Scarlet as well. This is what we're talking about. The strategists of this team are really the reason why they're winning, but MVP to Tones as well. He on the Venom looked great too, so definitely no slouch for this squad. They all look like they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, this is another one of those teams that just is willing to play whatever's going to work, whatever's strong on the map, because there are very much times with heroes are going to play well on specific maps, and that is when you're going to see them. And we see here Tones, even on modes, right? We can see here on this Convergence, Tones making the plays there on Venom and finding 10 finals and 11 for Tico on the Duelist. So yeah, just shout out to the dive potential there and just getting on that back line and getting value.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the this like Adam comp is exactly ideal. If you're going to let the Invis through, you go for that Gambit ban first, and this is what I was talking about. I think this is setting them back a little bit. Now, obviously, we don't know how good they are at the Gambit comp and stuff, but ideally, I would like to see them play the Gambit, right? Like, they feel like a team that would be good if they want to play hyper-aggressive and build up those ultimates quickly. But if we slow the game down, if we want to try to find those off-angle picks and stuff, I just don't know how I feel about it long-term. We'll see how it goes moving forward. The Luna ban kind of bit them in the butt on that map specifically because of how well that Loki and Invisible Woman worked alongside Mantis.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be heading over here in a moment to burn into Chala. Another domination coming up here for Nova and Cafe Rose. And I'll tell you what, back against the wall here for Cafe Rose. They need to step up and show out and make something happen because Nova has looked so dominant. Again, there's a lot of potential. We saw individual strong plays, but as a unit, it's all about the macro and how they can take this home. And I haven't seen enough from them really yet to say, you know what, I think they're matching up to this team.
Yeah, I haven't either, to be honest. We'll see as they move forward, like what they could do. They on the first map, I do feel like they had their moments, specifically on like the Spider-Man comp and stuff.
Sure.
And with those dives, it could work. Also, we know Realistic, you can play the Daredevil if that goes through. The Vanguard Deadpool, I don't know if that's limiting them necessarily. We'll have to see moving forward as we have a short break before we head into that map 3 to see if they can reverse sweep against Team Nova.
Welcome back, everyone. And right now, Nova is looking dominant in this series. Cafe Rose got to step up right now and try to change the momentum. And I know the team has the talent to do just that. They just haven't quite found the composition to be able to counteract Nova. What do you think so far, man?
Yeah, I think for Cafe Rose, they're going to have to start this reverse sweep on this map that they're very good at, right? They've won Burden to Chala last matchup versus Girl Bye. In that series, they won 3-2, right? It wasn't a reverse sweep after winning the first map. They're very good on domination, right? And we just saw that up the first one, right? If they can keep getting these dominations in the, random map pool, then that'll benefit them. But like we mentioned, some of these teams just aren't as good on Convo and Convergence like we just saw. Cafe Rose struggled, I believe, versus Nova, who are traditionally good with the Loki comps. And Loki, obviously is going to be really good on these maps that are super long range where you can set him up on the back line. But for Cafe Rose, this is a solid map for them. You have to counter their dive, and you go for the Thing ban immediately. So I guess that makes sense long term if we're going to keep playing this sort of Spider-Man comp.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And we are going to see for the first time from Cafe Rose them not removing the Gambit. And you said, and actually locking it in. So that's definitely something totally different than I would have expected from this side of things. And you know what? We said they need to change things up. Maybe that's just it.
Yeah, I'm glad you called it out. That's crucial for Cafe Rose to mix it up. But right now, we'll see if it's good enough, right? This team theoretically could be good at the Gambit comps, and you have to wonder if they're like regretting banning it out so much so they didn't get much practice on it or whatever. But we go for that Loki ban next, and honestly, that's fair because they have the Invisible Woman because of how good that's been. But I imagine we're gonna get that sort of Luna Snows matchup again. Maybe not actually, because we did get rid of the Elsa. So Nova's also mixing it up on this next map on Burn of the Chala.
Yeah, it's definitely something very different. This is a decent map here and Burn, at least some of the maps for Spider-Man. There's a lot of off-map potential. I'm not sure that you keep the Luna when Gambit's on the field just for the sake of Luna's kind of a bit of a target in those ultimates and doesn't have a ton of ability to self-sustain besides obviously the one freeze. But once that's gone, you're kind of in peril. And the team, it's difficult to use her ult to counteract Gambit because, it's just one little section. There's just a ton of movement. So we'll see what they elect to do. We're removing Thor here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was good on Thor before. We saw before. Was it Tones on the Thor before? Or was it Iffy? Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Tones was looking phenomenal on it. So it makes sense to get rid of it. I think in terms of what we've seen out of Thor players so far in the tournament, they've been a real nuisance. I think that character is underrated by a ton of people. Just has so much displacement, so much damage output, and is tanky as hell. Like Thor is just disgusting. But I'm a Vanguard hater on the opposite side of you, Shib, in terms of. It's just good Vanguard players are so annoying to play against. That's the entire point as a Vanguard, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think Vanguard is in a really good state in terms of just how every Vanguard is pretty viable right now. There's really not a ton of cases where a Vanguard is just completely useless, and I think that's a good shout out to the balance. But I mean, yeah, I think, and also you might have been right. It might have been Iffy on the Thor. I can't remember, but either way, they were both just a huge threat together and found some success. Did have to swap off and make the Emma play. But I think that as a whole right now, the ban phase is better for Cafe Rose than it has been in the past. It's different enough to where it's shaking things up. We're just not seeing Vanpool in the game at all. But either way, this is a comp that clearly they're comfortable running, and Sticky's going to be over there on the Daredevil. Surprised it's not Spider-Man here.
Yeah, it's very reliant on, because the Star-Lord got through because of the Rogue getting through and the Gambit getting through. It's sort of forced to play Star-Lord, I suppose, but alongside the Daredevil for really sticky. But yeah, it is interesting because they're just going to kind of fly at both sides, and we'll get to learn, how good Cafe Rose is at the Gambit composition. We know Nova's played it before; they can play it at a pretty high level. But for Cafe Rose, we'll see if they can fully take advantage of the times they can go aggressive with those speed boosts. And I really think this team has the style to do it against Nova, who are a bit slower of a team.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And the first fight begins. We see some space being taken, but this time going to be from the side of Nova once more, who are early on, just pushing them right through. But Lyric going to counter that and say, you went a little bit too far. Goodbye to Regis and Logan. Great shots here on a Magneto. Is taking a little bit of a seat back in the meta just due to the nature. There's not as much poke right now. That's getting through the ban phase. A two-piece right there once more as Pixel now finds Zippy and Cafe Rose looking like they want this point early on.
Yeah, maybe a little overconfident. And it's interesting you pointed out Regis. That's their dual player playing Vanguard, right? We saw Regis playing Elsa Bloodstone earlier, now going over that triple Vanguard, which we've seen a lot more this patch, right? I think, with Vanpool being so good, with Thor being in a decent spot, and with Rogue Gambit team up, you might as well play like a very high damage Vanguard comp. The only person you would say maybe is not as high damage as that Hulk in the middle of these fights could be displacement or whatever, but at the current moment, I mean, if you're putting tones on Hulk and Regis onto the Rogue, that's definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting, because I don't know if we've seen the specific triple matchup for Team Nova yet.
Yeah, I don't think we have yet. And there goes the commit with the invisible boundary. Regis able to find one onto Binds. We talk about the power of having the front line of this with Regis, with that team up. And Rogue is just so strong with that team up, man. And we're going to see more follow-up. Out goes the Meteor M, tries it downtown out of the sky, does not land on Tico, is able to dodge that. The Meteor M could be just an absolute movie moment if it lands, but it just whiffs a mile, sent into Narnia. Regis going to start up here. Heartbreaker going to be used shortly just to try to deny some of that strat line cooldown.
Yeah, nice job getting rid of Really Sticky and then Lyric, so it's flipped around. I mean, it seems like Cafe Rose had control of that point until, you know, Nova able to kind of come through with some ultimates. Tones, nice little three-piece in that fight after popping the Hulk ultimate. So next fight, Shib, we're going to have an advantage for Cafe Rose until Logan build up that invisible boundary, right? Maybe we can see an aggressive play by Nova to allow some space for Logan, but they need to not get picked off, right? We need not lose Regis in the middle of these fights. A lot of these rogues, same thing with Venoms and other compositions, are going to be the focus, and same thing with the Daredevil, as Sticky got picked last time. So let's try to maybe play a little bit slower for Team Cafe Rose, as we can take advantage with these ultimates, but Regis is trying to counter these off angles and then pops the ultimate.
Yeah, using that to try to reduce some of this alt charge of the back line now. It's matched right back by no binds. Sticky going to commit ultimate as well, and that's going to put them in a tough spot. As down goes Scarlet. Regis 1 HP falls. Sticky, Tree, Pixel, everyone getting a piece of the pie. Binds and Tree again, and that should be enough on the retake here for Cafe Rose, who are in an incredibly strong position. Only down about one ultimate for the moment, but that will be matched back shortly, as we will see a flush coming in from Pixel.
Yep, just too big of an advantage for Cafe Rose. You know, they get to pop their Heartbreaker as well. They get to go aggressive also with the Daredevil ultimate, and we don't have anything to counter it, right? So Logan was close to building it, unfortunately didn't build it up in time, but now they have it moving forward in this upcoming fight. And oh my goodness, Really Sticky already almost found an early pick. But these off angles are actually almost controlled by him. Never mind, Pixel gets stunned. Really Sticky expected some heals out of Pixel, but the stasis by the Hulk was huge.
Let the games begin again. The boundary comes out now. We see some commitment up in the sky with the Galactic Legend from Tree, trying to get some value through the boundary. Excuse me. No one goes down just yet. It's matched now by Tico. The exile out on Tree, as we do see the bind. Tico still in the sky, though. Nobody going down through this invisible boundary. And it looks like nobody has fallen. Iffy with the next ult available here from Nova. But in the neutral, Tree's able to find one out of Scarlet, and that is a massive pick.
Wait, how? Yeah, they had the Gambit ult advantage too, and they just lose it immediately. Magneto comes down on the Really Sticky though, so he trades it out. But look how low everybody on Nova is because they lose Scarlet in the middle of these fights. Wow. It's going to be so hard to come back, as Cafe Rose just able to pop the Heartbreaker. We have no ultimates either, and just Logan, who's coming up the invisible boundary, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, really strong play here from the side of Cafe Rose. The neutral from Tree here on the Star-Lord has been lights out. Just headshot after headshot. Another neutral pick there onto the back line. Respect finding one, and that's going to do it. Point one. Cafe Rose going to take this onto Nova and say, we can do this thing.
Yeah, I think you had a great call out just there with the Star-Lord matchup. You know, it just seems like Tico, it's not necessarily anything he's not, or that he's doing, but it just feel like it's everything that Tree is doing. Like you mentioned, just able to kind of do so much on the back line, find pickoffs. Scarlet, you know, can't go down in the middle of these fights too. Like, how are we losing our Gambit middle fight with Gambit ultimate up? Like, that just feels brutal. Now we have also a huge disadvantage moving into the next fight because Pixel was alive the entire time, has built up his ultimate. We just used Invisible Boundary. This upcoming fight is going to be really hard, Shib, and you talked about it in the last matchup as well. First point control, man, that really can bite you in the butt long term, especially if we're down a round already.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Kind of sets the precedent, gets in your head a little bit, and I think that's what is needed here for Cafe Rose, just to get the momentum in their favor. But ult advantage going to be slightly, very slightly, in favor of Nova, as Regis will be trying to use that Heartbreaker just to reduce the backline, or virtually anyone at this point. Ultimate charge just to make sure that the fights are more neutral. Now the portal comes through aggressively, and they're going to retake this point as the other portal now is launched on high ground. Just actually right on point instead, but that's going to put them in a dangerous spot. I'm not sure I completely agree with that, as the height was already owned, but we'll see how it looks now. Iffy able to find one out of respect and more commitment. Everybody's going to have to go through that portal, and I think it just kind of put them in a tough spot.
Yeah, they maybe didn't expect the Captain America 2. Tones off of that Hulk over to this hero. Sticky's trying to live on the top angle. Can't. Tones tracks him down on Cap, and that's making a big difference already. But they need to find more KOs with this combo with Gambit and Star-Lord. The Galactic Legend just melts down 2. you really become Super Admin with that ultimate combo with the Gambit, and that's enough to come back, right? They were down 2 in that fight. Not enough, sadly. The ultimate deficit too much. However, at least you get that combo out, and you have your own coming up in a moment for Team Nova. You have to have some solace in that. I know they wanted more, but as long as Pixel and Tree didn't go down in that fight, it was always going to be hard to win.
Yeah, I think that combination is really, really strong up there with Punisher as well. Because, folks, when you use the Raging Royal Flush, every 0.5 seconds, all the damage you dealt to the target is then, 20% of it is then done again. And that's how Gambit ult works. So you want targeted damage that does not miss. And Galactic Legend does just that. Really Sticky going to drop back after some commitment, dealing some damage and getting ult charge. Everybody on the side of Nova now wants to try to retake this point, but Cafe Rose doing a decent job. Redis able to find one on the Lyric here, though, to try to put them now up a number. And they do have ult advantage here with Tico, but maybe don't want to commit it just yet. And yes, they will. Followed up as one goes down. Not going to combine it this time with the flush because it's just not needed. Now they're just trying to retake this point early on. 41% is not necessarily enough on that first hold to guarantee yourself a win on this map.
Yeah, it's very interesting, too, because now, I mean, if we want a portal play, we can to stall out for Cafe Rose, but Sticky's going to go down. I wonder, I mean, yeah, like you would ideally want to combo those two just because you have them synced up, but, you know, long term, you get the Gambit ult. Now you can go aggressive here. If you even want to go for staggers, Cafe Rose doesn't have ultimates, and I'm sure they're well aware, but they're giving up ult charge. They're poking, allowing the other strategists to maybe build up some ult super Cafe Rose for Pixel. If he builds up his Gambit ult, that'd be huge, but they go for the Heartbreaker first. If they could find KOs right now, that's massive because that's a huge fight to win as, you know, Cafe Rose had first point control. Finding 2 KOs now, set yourselves up for success against Cafe Rose.
With you there, ult advantage here on the side of Nova. 52% owned for Rose, as discussed. There's not enough for them to commit heavy just yet, but now the combination is here. Pixel's going to start up here with Tree. The combination might be matched right back, but Tico does not have the legend to make that happen.
They layered.
Canceled. I believe Tree got his ult canceled actually in that moment, and it might have been from the side of Redis. Back to 50% he goes as the commitment was coming through. Now No Binds is going to start up and try to reduce some of that ult charge, and we didn't have Vise on, but I do believe that's what happened as Binds is able to find one again. Looking very strong here, and Pixel onto Tones. This composition is working out on the retake as once again they do have point.
Yeah, I mean, a sick animation cancel of the ultimate, like you mentioned, but it sadly doesn't end up mattering because Scarlet and Logan overlayered their ultimates, and you know, it's tough. I understand they had to because of how strong the Raging Roll Flush is with the Scarlet ult, but it almost kind of bit him in the butt, the fact that it helped them slow down after that, right? Like, we accidentally don't go for the combo that we wanted to, and now we take the L afterwards, and now, oh my god, Sticky dodging around to the backside, trying to counter as well with the Magneto ultimate off of that Star-Lord Galactic Legend. But now we have ultimate advantage for Cafe Rose. Inevitably after this ultimate, Logan could build up the invisible boundary, but they need to not go down.
Yeah, the idea there was then to use that Meteor M to be the strategy salt answer for the Galactic Legend. Unfortunately, not able to be enough as they're now walking him down, but now Tones finds one. Tico, Tree takes out Scarlet. That's a huge pick. Tones again, though, here onto Lyric, saying we're not done yet, trying to retake point. And they almost just did that. Yes, they do. Logan finding Tree. And what a battle through those ults.
Again, desync out of Cafe Rose. I mean, Sticky going too far. Maybe assumed his team would be there to follow up, but him going down was the catalyst to them losing that fight. Right now, upcoming, they have to build the Daredevil ultimate. They have to build this Gambit ultimate and the Heartbreaker. No Blinds has gone off before, but they don't have the combo again with the Raging Royal Flush alongside the Galactic Legend. In this case, Nova can go aggressive with Redis, although he gets poked really low. Nice healing from the backline.
Yeah, great focus during that moment. Just everyone's eyes onto Redis through that block. Getting down to 150 HP is going to reduce some of that all charge and gain some in the front line as Lyric now finds Iffy. And now the side of Cafe Rose is coming back with a vengeance. Will they be able to pop off through this Royal Flush? Pixel finds one under Tones. Can they take this map back and get their first win here against Nova, making this a 2-1 series? And that's going to be a pick there from Sticky, make it 2. And they do retake the point now. Numbers dwindling. Portal play's got to come through. Will it be enough for them to return to another battle?
Yeah, the early portal. Tones can stall it out, but doesn't have his ultimate yet, sadly. Has to jump back through. Every time they go through that portal, they're not going to have people on the objective until they have more spawns. But, oh, that's brutal. Ipsy going down. We also have the Galactic Legend. They all get smoked by Lyric and Cafe Rose. Wait for the portal cooldown to remove out of the round. They win this one and start a potential reverse sweep.
We knew they had the talent, and we knew they were strong on domination, and that proves it right there. Changing up their ban phase was all that was needed. But now, on the side of Nova, it's how do we answer this problem? How do we change this up and get our momentum back? And we'll see what that looks like in a moment. Lyric coming out on top with the MVP from Cafe Rose, looking very strong there on that Magneto.
Yeah, Lyric had some beautiful moments for Cafe Rose. Honestly, both teams, I mean, first of all, the Gambit comp, the Gambit protect into no more bans of the Gambit panned out. Like, that was perfect, right? Because it makes sense due to the fact that, you know, how their playstyle is and how playing around the Really Sticky's aggression could point to their advantage. Like we mentioned, I mean, Really Sticky was able to do whatever he wanted. Nearly, you know, third most damage in the game alongside Tree and No Binds, who were playing the Rogue and the and the Daredevil. Regis is the only one really playing aggressive, I think, for Team Nova. They don't really seem to be a like Gambit style team. To be honest, like Cafe Rose are good at the Gambit comp. I think they can play around that again. I'm curious if Nova want to go for that Gambit ban instead of the Vanpool ban afterwards. That might enable them. But regardless, you know, because I think they don't want to ban the Gambit because of Logan and how good he is on Loki and stuff, right? And you go for that Loki Gambit combo if they don't go for the ban onto the Loki. Regardless, Cafe Rose, that's a perfect ban phase for them moving forward. I'm curious how Nova adapts, because this is what exactly you don't want for Nova, right? We've seen reverse sweeps happen earlier on in this tournament, MRC Shib. It's totally possible. You can start to figure something out about your opponent and make one switch, and then you're just dominating after that, like Cafe Rose just did, winning 2-0 on Burn of the Chala.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out there, buddy. And I think one thing we need to just kind of reiterate is the fact that in these compositions, when you are running Gambit, a good selling point or something that you really need to combine is having that Star-Lord. And I'll tell you what, when you look over at these stats, Tree on the Star-Lord, even across in a lot of these neutrals, was just coming out on top. And I think in these Gambit comps, having a Star-Lord that's, you know, excelling or is able to win some of these 1v1s might be all it takes for your team to stay out on top. Finding 11 finals, 17.6K, actually one of the most in the entire lobby besides Regis. Just looking really, really strong. Definitely a comp that suited them over the opposition. Yeah,
and you could see they were a little bit lost, right? Like the Hulk plays on Tones were big. If they were to win that, honestly, I feel like I would have, given the benefit to Tones in terms of getting, like, being one of the most unsung players in that map, because he was playing phenomenal on Hulk. But they just lack some of the damage, right? Playing that triple Vanguard comp, and, you know, with the ban phase, with so many Vanguards being prioritized, right, Shib? Like, you run out of those Vanguards who do high damage, right? With the Thor, if you had that as your third option, maybe you'd be good.
Yeah.
But it's basically just the Rogue doing all of that damage. Maybe you have the Magneto too, but in the other angle, I mean, you didn't have follow-up damage for Regis.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's the struggle, right? Because I think the idea of the comp is running triple Vanguard allows your strategist to get ult first. And in the Gambit composition, the idea is you ult prior, you get the Raging Royal Flush, and you try to take their Gambit out before he even gets ultimate. You win the fight, you get point early, and then you stall from there. Yeah. But like you're saying, if you're not running a triple line that's doing enough damage to just, you know, take over the back line and just ruin the opposition, then it's not working. And that's why, at the end of the day, comms is always king. And it looked like right now, the side of Cafe Rose just had the better comms in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. We'll see how it is moving forward as we enter Convoy. And this is where I would say you start to get a little worried if you're Cafe Rose, simply due to the fact that, you know, it's not domination where you've been doing really strong, right? Like they've been kind of doing so well on every domination map so far. And then for when we go to Central Park, for example, versus Girl Bye, they take a loss. When we go to Morocco, we take another loss. But when we head to Burn into Chala, when we head to Hell's Heaven, that's a win. They won on Spider Islands too versus Team Girl Bye, but that is totally different than Midtown, where, I mean, you know, Shib, like we'll see teams like Sentinels, see some of these really good triple teams pop off on these type of maps.
Yeah, and I also think it can be a pretty thing-focused, brawl-focused map where there's a lot of these tight windows where these more brawly heroes get have a lot of success. So we might see some thing play here to counteract if they are going with more of a pulley team. Even, you know, Thing does a decent job into things like Daredevil, like Angela, so maybe an answer here for Nova. Thing's banned, excuse me, right off the rip there. But again, like even these brawl-focused heroes as a whole can find some success here. It's a great group map. We'll see where they line up as we head into our next Protect.
Yeah, what will that be, right? You go for that Star-Lord ban to maybe counter what's going to happen with that Gambit for Cafe Rose. They do want to play. You called that out, right, Shib? You said that Star-Lord was a bit of a problem, and, you know, it's matched for Cafe Rose's side, which is very interesting. So that's kind of like a bit of a counter to yourself, no? Like considering how they played it.
No, I'm with you. I think it's just smart decision making here. The ban face is looking good kind of across the board. Again, the removal of Vanpool from the side of Nova. They just do not seem to like to go against that hero or just play that hero as a whole. Removal of Magneto. That's where I'm a little surprised. I'm curious what the idea is. Obviously, Mag found some success in the last matchup from the side of Lyric, who was looking dominant on the hero, taking the MVP with 11 finals. But is that just it? Oh, and goodbye to Spider-Man.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for really sticky. But I think the ban phases are so unique and kind of interesting right now because of, like you mentioned, there's the Thor ban at the very end. Yeah. So we've targeted both sides, right? Nova trying to get rid of really sticky Spider-Man, and then obviously for Tones, getting rid of his Thor is crucial. But we're in an interesting meta, Shib. Like, I feel like a few patches ago when we saw how strong Human Torch was, right? Like, that was the ban, right? If you can't play Human Torch, you just ban the hero. It makes sense right after that. But for this current patch, like, there are 3 heroes that are all worth banning, right? Like, you have the Vanpool, you have the Gambit, and then you have the Elsa that are all probably worth the first ban. But then there's even more, right? Like, you could argue that Loki enables the Gambit more so than Gambit being a problem himself. You know, you could argue Invisible Woman with her sustain is really hard to deal with. And then, like, people banning the Thing, right? It can really hard counter your dive comps. And then even Groot, right? Like, you mentioned Groot before and how strong he's been over the course of the history of this game, and even Wolverine countering the Groot, right? So there's a lot of variety this patch that goes unnoticed sometimes.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think folks really seem to lean their mentals into certain heroes that are strong in the meta. But if you look at these matchups, man, the amount of different first bans we've seen across the board has even surprised us. I mean, we're definitely in the double digits of at least different heroes off the rip that have been banned. So
it's got to be the most we've seen, right? Diversity in terms of first bans for sure.
I agree with you there. As we're starting up here on the attack, Nova going to be the first team to go out against Cafe Rose. They are not electing to run that triple hold composition. We really have not seen a lot of that here in the MRC at all. I'm curious if the meta has roughly changed through that just due to the implementation of having Elsa in, who does some really strong percent-based damage.
Yeah, Tico's had to fill, by the way, to so many different heroes for this squad. Now playing the Phoenix, you could tell he's really embraced that sort of fill role for the squad. And we'll see how he can pan out today on the Phoenix. I mean, regardless of the outcome, I think this guy's looked great, even though he's been not getting the limelight like Ritas has.
Tones with some strong commitment with the team up. You see that extra damage. It's just too much to handle as Tree goes down quickly there. He is going to fall as one more goes down, this time from the side of Scarlet onto no binds, even in the numbers just a little bit here. They're still holding on a point. The retake's coming through. They're already at the ambulance zone. That's why it's not always about these KOs. It's about the space that is taken. Iffy able to find Lyric now saying, I'm Steven, as they still maintain this point.
Yeah, nice job holding the point. And I mean, at this current juncture, I mean, we need to see something out of Cafe Rose. They built ultimates fast. They go for the Gambit ult fast. You don't have anything on Nova's side just yet, but Logan does have brains to build it for a little bit longer. And we also go for the Phoenix ult and Glartron. Oh,
wow. Yeah, that was dirty, as down goes 3 with the combination there with Tico and Ritas. And that is a lot as we see the commitment now. Gambit does not fold. The Royal Flush comes through. Pick's able to find Tico, trying to find a few more, but a little bit too much pressure in there is going to drop out. Either way, the point retake has been captured, and they're going to stop them and own this space.
Well, now Nova has every shot its ultimate. It's going to be so hard to win unless Lyric hits like a crazy Eye of Agamotto. They go for the copy early. I mean, how does this happen?
Ooh, you might have called it.
Agamotto, but Ritas on the flank.
Oh, you might have called that. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness, Tree gonna find 3 through that ultimate just like that. What a call out there, dog, as that's what you're looking for here with Strange. Your whole job when you're playing Strange is trying to use that eye to counter one of these strategist ults, and that's why it's so strong into things like that triple composition. We talked about it with Invis, but even more impactful when it's a Gambit, and what a play there.
Yeah, it's desperation, but in this case, it pans out. However, can it keep working out, right? You did get out one, but there's another Gambit ult. Daredevil has to go off for really sticky or no binds, or they wait it out. Somehow nobody going down is huge. They live. Great job, but it's another, on the other side.
And that's going to be the follow-up there by Ritas onto Sticky, and Tone's going to find picks, and the amount of back and forth in these fights is insane, but Nova now looking like they're on top.
Yeah, just too much to overcome now. I mean, like we mentioned, Loki and Gambit, this backline is gross, and that's the tough part, I think, for Cafe Rose long-term. You give Loki to Logan. You know, I'm curious how it kind of pans out if they can keep playing well, but I don't think it's very consistent to rely on hero plays like that, right? Like, you're not every time going to land a huge eye, a huge Glartrox just to counter a single Gambit ult, right? And I don't know. It just feels like long-term, Nova does have an edge here, but we'll kind of see how it pans out.
And here we go again. More commitment from Tico, Tones, and Redis. And Iffy, everybody getting one now. As the side of Nova still keeping up the momentum. Portal is through now, but it will not be enough as Logan and Tico are cleaning up the rest. And that is a very advantageous position to be in here for the side of Nova. Respect does have ultimate available now. Logan going to be close to matching that right back. But will it happen in the beginning of this fight? Yes, Logan going to get that off very quickly.
Nice shots by Tico. And they were comboing the Phoenix Endsong Inferno alongside Redis's Glartrox, just to make sure if the Glartrox does get deleted, they still have the follow-up damage. And now here's the Gambit to go aggressive, countered on the opposite angle. But can we find any KOs for the side of Cafe Rose? Everybody on Nova trying to bait out even more ultimates to get ready to fall back and set Redis on the flank.
And what a play there. Going to find another pick from Redis onto picks in the back line. Nova still progressing forward, but just slowly. As there's some off-angle play. Scarlet able to find really Sticky's another huge trade. Eye of Agamotto goes out. It does find some value, but will the pick come through? Novine's able to get one. Respect able to find another. And now the hold here from Cafe Rose is looking clean.
Well, Redis is hard commit on that flank, can't leave. And as long as nobody dies on Cafe Rose's side, they should be able to deal with Redis on that flank. Redis just couldn't fall back to the team in time, committed too hard to the flank. Did find one, but it was always going to be hard to leave that situation unless he hard fell back. But considering Cafe Rose, what ults they had at the time, it was always going to be a tough spot. But now into this next fight, we do have a ton of ultimates for Team Nova. 2 minutes left for Cafe Rose. You have to win a pretty hard fight to win, though. You're already down a Gambit ultimate against 2 for Team Nova.
Let the games begin. Out goes the Heartbreaker now for Tones, walking towards the back line. Redis with the Apex. Could it be enough? Is able to find one on the picks, and that's all that matters. Goodbye to the Gambit. Iffy onto Tree, and now Nova are going to find 4 and be up heavily and guarantee this point.
And they're doing it with good time, too, Shib. That's the worrisome part. Like, besides one solid fight there, and you could say that was a mistake from Redis, but, I mean, not really, because that fight was always going to be tough to win, considering how the ult game was going. This has been really tough for Team Cafe Rose. Again, in this last fight, they need to kind of get some good ultimates off. They need to maybe win some fights with a combination of the Glartrox or with this, Phoenix on their side. But it's been all Cafe or all Nova, because really Sticky on the Daredevil, he's been kind of quiet this map. I don't think we've seen really any good Daredevil ultimates or reason to play Daredevil so far.
With you there, as out goes the commitment. Let the devil out. Lyric able to find one, and Respect now with another. Still going to have some commitment, as it is going to be a Q fest, as Logan uses the same thing copied up, and it does not get too much value. This is typically where you're going to see the hold here on defense, if possible. If you can maintain this position for a while, you're in a very good spot. It's tricky, though, because on the offense, you do have the availability of the instant heal with the wall behind you, but you want to take this space, so you can't play too far back. Lyric just setting up here for Eye of Agamotto, potentially waiting until you hear that Gambit never folds. And if you're able to land that once more, you know how huge that is. Instead, you're just going to launch it. Do they get value off it? Looks like they're not able to do just that. Dropping back with like 1 HP.
Oh my.
Wow, good focus and great play of the shield there. But what space is now being owned here by Nova?
Yeah, nice job by Lyric and Sticky in that fight to live, because now they don't have the Glartrox combo, but you do still find one with that ultimate. However, that wasn't as bad as earlier, right? Because now we go for our own into the corner. Lyric's there with the follow-up.
Wow. This is such a back and forth battle. Everything is being committed here. Right now, Nova still has Tones available with the Q. Logan going to be close behind. Lyric able to find Tones, though, to ensure that ultimate does not get utilized. Respect now does have that Raging Royal Flush available with a copy shortly. And that's the power of, just as a whole, Loki does a great job, not only with crystals, but just having the ability to copy any of the best ultimates in the game is just always putting him so high up in the meta. And these pros know how to play these characters so well.
Nice shot from him onto Tico, too. You know this team's playing slow. Like, Nova are just trying to play up to Endsong Inferno, trying to play up those Dreadults, and that's kind of their game. But, Cafe Rose take advantage of it. Actually, Sticky is starting to kind of come online with this Daredevil angle. And then, like you mentioned, Lyric, I think on Doctor Strange, he has been so impactful. So, him on Doctor Strange can't be understated for sure.
Here comes the Royal Flush again, but this time Tone's going to try to match it. Logan doing the same thing. Tone's going to walk in towards the front line, and there's a lot of AoE damage available there on Rogue, which pairs very well with the Royal Flush. Ayabagamoto lands, though! And they clean that up. Nobody goes down just yet, though. Great work by the strategist. Respect, able to find Redis. There goes Tico, playing Wolverine. First eyes on Wolverine of the day. It does have that last stand available. Bang! Towards the back line. Is there any follow-up? No. Nobody goes down just yet still.
No, nobody's falling until if he's there, but I mean, that's smart. I think the Wolverine play at this point, at this juncture, is super smart because there's no Invisible Woman to counter you potentially. No Thing because it got banned earlier. And Doctor Strange, you know, it's really hard to play against that Wolverine, and considering Lyric's been a problem, it makes sense to go for that mismatch. We do have the Daredevil ultimate, but that's it for Team Nova. We can go aggressive right now.
And here goes that commitment like you're talking about. Daredevil letting the devil out. Immediately gets tackled towards the back line. Great movement, forcing out the cooldown. Goodbye. What a play there again by Tico with great prio. And that's going to be another pick, but this time from Redis. Numbers down heavy for Cafe Rose. Nova wants this full push, and they might just do that as ultimates are now up in their favor. Everyone's going to press Q if available, and that will be all 3 points.
Whew. So fast and furious in this case for Team Nova. And, you know, you can see that's exactly why you want to play the Wolverine. It was a bit of a no-brainer towards the very end for Team Nova. Just really upped the pace, countered the problem, which was Lyric and Sticky. So huge plays there by Tico. And we talked about this guy being a sort of constant for Team Nova. And he's been able to fill the shoes that that really kind of just match any sort of thing that Cafe Rose are trying to do. So, you know, Nova stalled out on third point. They made that adjustment with 2 minutes left, and I like that out of Team Nova. That shows a lot of improvement in terms of the mental game. And then for Cafe Rose, you know, what can they do? Because Sticky on the Daredevil got some things going, but then towards the last little bit, Nova figured them out.
Yeah, I think it was just some good plays there by Tico to essentially just mark any ultimate that was happening and try to just counteract it in any way. The shutdown there of the Let the Devil Out was obviously super important, but we saw some major tackles even in the midst of, you know, the Raging Royal Flush, right? So if you're able to pull that off, it's just so much value. Just the CC time during that ultimate, not allowing them to deal damage or find value is everything. You don't always need to get on the board. You don't always need a KO to get value. And we're seeing big CC timing, and just it's just putting the team up.
Absolutely. We'll see what happens for Cafe Rose now, though, as their backs are against the wall. Nova full capped with no time left. So if Cafe Rose can play one attack, they have a shot to still get qualified. Okay, Logan just takes out 2 immediately. What?
That's insane, and that's the setup power. The setup power of Loki, dude. That was dirty off the rip there from Logan, just to kind of set the tone here for Nova, who is trying to ride the wave and shut this game down, making it a 3-1 series and ending the dreams of Cafe Rose, making it into Ignite. We'll see if it will proceed in that direction in a moment, but this is a great defensive position. This is where you see a lot of the top level teams defending because your strategists can drop back together in a tight corridor and allow your team to just immediately have eyes on when they turn around.
Yep, excellent use of cooldowns, 2 greens into Soul Bomb, but no KOs for Team Nova. They don't care, though. They already have the copy. Logan's built it up. They go for the Cloak and Dagger copy, and here goes an early Eternal Bond. Nothing to match for a Cafe Rose except the greens. And the Strangling Prison's almost up for Tones.
Yeah, and that's going to drive them right back to the door. But, you know, good non-use of overcommitment, dropping back together and not committing too much until the retake. And here's that retake right now. Will they be able to get value? Cafe Rose trying to walk in and make something happen, but Logan finds 2 once more. Tones, and then Respect able to get 1, but I do not believe it will be enough. What a hold here by Nova. And wow, Logan finding 2-piece after 2-piece right now, and Rita's going to res back the rest of the team.
Yeah, interesting angle, too, because they don't want to let Starlight to come back. He'll build it up before next fight, I suppose, but regardless, we have Gambit ultimate now on this side. Nova does have their own Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but the fact that they're playing triple without Gambit is very unique.
And everybody's pressing Q now. Out goes the Eternal Bond from Scarlet, driving them forward, and going to see a couple cloaks going out to give that 28% damage boost for a few seconds. Logan able to find one again on to the front line of Lyric, and here goes that Eternal Bond now through the copy.
He was like 5 HP too, like when he got that, and his cloak was like almost around the corner. Huge copy selection. Redis there with the follow-up. That could have been worrisome if, you know, that copy doesn't come out, but 2 minutes left already. Cafe Rose are stunted. They're switching things up in desperation. They're switching Tree over to that Moon Knight. They're trying basically everything out now, but this is allowing time for Redis to build another resurrection, and Tones could potentially land with a massive strangling prison.
Yeah, I think we're seeing just so much value right now from the side of Logan on that Loki. We talked about Loki being super strong, but we're really seeing a lot of neutral picks and even in crucial moments, big picks, and then followed up by some clean ultimate copies here as the points being owed. Out goes Crystals. Tico just maintaining pressure. That is a massive ultimate there, followed up, and it is clean. Lyric with a huge strangling prison as the team walks through the rest, and that is what they needed to change the tone, but already only a minute and 13 seconds available. Oh my goodness, and the whole team is back.
I mean, they lost 2 mid-fight. They're just split now. And they don't even have a Gambit ultimate in that fight, so they just lose. They just straight up lost that fight after the res comes out. They come back in with the Gambit ult now. Logan with a copy. He's going to hit there with a huge Scarlet Witch ultimate. Maybe your Moon Knight can go big afterwards, but you need not lose anybody mid-fight to Iffy.
And it's just, there's just so much nuance to going against Warlock compositions because you cannot overcommit ultimates or you just guaranteed lose. You need to try to find value trading ults evenly into that res, or you need to have something to answer that res in terms of an ultimate coming in after the fact, because right now you use a multitude of ultimates to win that fight and then they only have to use one to answer, and that puts them heavily up in advantage. And Nova is now still up in all charge.
Oh my god, they're just dying in the neutral. We just can't be giving Logan Loki in these fights, right? We go for the prison now. It's just all wow. 20 seconds left to go. Yeah, feel pretty brutal. I just think that we go back to the ban phase. You give Nova Logan on Loki, and it's kind of all she wrote, especially on a convoy map where you're gonna kind of be weak on.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking so coordinated right now. They really are just running this backline clean with the triple Vanguard composition. This is exactly what we expect from the top level teams at this spot, and they don't necessarily have the answer. We're finally starting to see that Moon Knight come out now from the side of Tree, but it might be too little too late as overtime is ticking down. You need to have something for the triple Vanguard, and they did not have the answer. Can they push through in OT? OT falling down seconds away, and that ooh, the touch comes through, but it won't be for too long as Sticky still maintaining presence there with Fist. But at this point, I do think it is a matter of time, and it is. Nova is going to take this home.
That actually stalled out, or that would have stalled out the fight for longer if he didn't hit the shot last second onto the Iron Fist of really Sticky. 41 meters is all they got, and that's all she wrote in the upper bracket for Cafe Roses. They're sent down a 3-1 victory for Team Nova, and honestly an easy MVP. Logan on his main, well-deserved MVP, and really the Vanguards too. I mean, this is a strong team at the current moment, and you know, we get to see that matchup now between We Lost and Team Nova.
Yeah, I think we've seen, there's a lot of different answers to this composition. I think if a team is able to run that triple composition, the triple, where they're running 3 Vanguards and 3 strategists, we've seen answers in the past include things like a storm damage boosting Moon Knight. We've seen the Punisher come out. I think that is something that needs to be in your team's bag as a solution. They pulled it out at the last possible moment. And they definitely looked like they had the potential to make that happen, but they did not have the correct answer. And I think if you're allowing that triple to go through, you need to have that in your bag. And since there was no solution, they couldn't figure it out. It was just, that's all she wrote, 40 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. It turned into a dash at the very end, and you know, sadly they just broke both legs, arms, their entire body just fell apart, right? Like, it just felt like the side of Nova just dismantled them at every single angle. You know, they had them beat. So, you know, for Cafe Rose, we'll see what happens, but this is going to be a very fun matchup between We Lost and Team Nova later on today, Shib, when we get to see them compete for the Ignite spot to see who gets into the grand finals for $7 grand, because the flexibility you talked about earlier is the reason why both these teams just won, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're showcasing to me, they're teams that are showcasing to me they have the versatility to make it in Ignite, right? You need to be able to be flexible with the compositions. You need to be able to adjust as metas change, as heroes are implemented that completely change the way the game is played fundamentally. And again, I think this is a team that showed just that. Tico with 16 finals playing Strange, Tones with massive ultimates on the group. We saw some big ults in the opposition, but again, they just always were answered by the Atom. Again, these were battles, folks. The first 2 games have gone through, and now we're heading into the lower side of the bracket. We'll keep you updated on that after this break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 6. And we just saw Nova go ahead and take home a decided victory against Cafe Rose 3-1. And that team looked really strong going forward, bud.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, that's going to be a really fun matchup later on in the day when we get to see them play. But now we get to see Cafe Rose, like you said, who did have moments when we head to Domination, which that will be the first match we do get to see them play versus Team Shikigami down here in the loser brackets, right? We haven't seen these two teams play against each other, as it was actually the people who Cafe Rose just lost to who 3-0'd Shikigami before. So last time we saw them play, it was in round 11, I believe. And, Shikigami got 3-0'd on Burn the Chala. So Shiki's been playing pretty well this whole tournament, right? They've been kind of constantly in matches. But obviously, like, Lunex is looking like on another level at the current moment. Same thing with Yaoi Lost. So we'll see how they've adapted in the last week, right? Because there's a lot you can do in a week to improve. But, we'll have to see how Shiki do versus Cafe Rose at the current moment. This is the first time we'll see these two teams play.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven also enables a lot of off-map potential, which we know there is some success there. We've seen, really Sticky with the Spider-Man could be a big play there. We've seen some Angela play. We'll see what they decide to do in this moment. I'm looking forward to seeing Shikigami. Again, folks, this is the bottom side of the bracket. Everyone's dreams of moving forward and getting into Ignite, top 3 teams, are coming down to the wire here. If you lose this matchup, you are out of the tournament. That's what the next few matches are going to be, so keep it locked. And yeah, man, I'm excited to see what these teams can do.
I am as well. I think that we have seen these players before too in Ignite, a lot of them. You talked about it last week, and we've seen it before. There's a lot of former Ignite talent and future Ignite talent kind of clashing and colliding, like we do every MRC, right? That's the fun part of MRC that we haven't touched on really just yet. It's just that we get to see the pros versus the Joes, and some Joes that are going to be pros soon, right? So get to finally see Hell's Heaven between Cafe Rose and Shiki.
And Cafe Rose going to once again remove the thing on this map, allowing them to have the ability to manipulate movement and just pushing people around if they decide to do so. Swag is showing the Bloodstone, and there's going to be the removal once again, which has been consistent against the side of Cafe Rose, of that Vanpool.
Yeah, Vanpool's been a staple in this tournament as a ban, right? Even more so than Gambit sometimes, right? So Vanguard Deadpool, it can't be really oppressive if it's played by a good enough player, right? That character could do basically everything. It could peel, it could take off angles, it could do high damage. It just feels like today we're probably not going to see it because too many teams don't want to play against Vanguard Deadpool, and it's for a pretty good reason. That character is pretty hard to play against.
And you know what? I think we need to just address the fact that the beauty in that, I'm going to be honest, when Vanguard Deadpool came out, I always preach that, you know, I think it's the best out of the three, but I did not know to this extent. And I don't think a lot of people knew that off the rip. It took some time to understand the nuance of how to build the character and all of his tricks and tips with that upgrade book. It just really became a strength, but it did not start one, as we see the lock in here of Rogue.
Yep, the Rogue Gambit team up going to be a mainstay alongside Star-Lord. That's kind of crazy. So both teams obviously wanting to play that. The rest of these bands are kind of like, what are the support characters? Like, what are those strategists that were, or vanguards that we need to supplement into this tandem? And that's going to be Daredevil, committed by Cafe Rose. So we're going to see the Star-Lord, the Daredevil. We saw Phoenix earlier. So does that mean Cafe Rose want to ban the Phoenix last? Because we know what comps we're going to play, right? We're playing Gambit, Invis, and Cloak and Dagger potentially. You know, what do we want to do here now if... with this last ban for Cafe Rose? We have to target one of the characters that we assume Shiki are going to be good at. It's going to be the Thor, because that's what we did in the last series as well. But back to your original point, Shib, too, about Vanguard Deadpool. Like, it's definitely easy in hindsight to say all these things that we know now. But, you know, in terms of strat pool, in terms of dual pool, first of all, they don't have the HP that Vanguard Deadpool does as the Venom ban comes out to counter potentially Cafe Rose. But realistically, like, the ultimate isn't that good, I guess, is the best way to phrase it, right, Shib? Like, the ultimate is not, in terms of the strats, like, in terms of strategists, the reason why you want to play him as like a third strategist and not just like a typical Deadpool backline 2-2-2 is because his ult just doesn't do enough healing like Invisible Woman or Cloak and Dagger, right?
Yeah, it's one of those ults that you can burst through. And then, you know, just on the opposite side of the token, the Vanguard pool, it's far more aggressive, where if you pop that on the back line, even if one of the flicks of Luna it misses, it does deal damage alongside once you've upgraded it, just consistently dealing damage. So it just applies so much pressure on them to not try to make plays or to not heal. And that is just so much value. But yeah, on the strategist side, I'm with you. It's just not quite enough. He plays good in the triple because he can be aggro, and he's got some pretty decent potential for KOs just in and of himself. But yeah, outside of that, like you're saying, it's just too easily countered.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what these two teams opt into playing on Hell's Heaven, Shib, as Shiki versus Cafe Rose go head-to-head. Last time Cafe Rose was, you know, had a better performance versus Shikigami's former opponent, but still took the L, right? We did see Lunex, a.k.a. Nova, just kind of dominate everybody until they played against Cafe Rose. So we'll see how Shiki plays against Cafe Rose now, as they do have Somble, you know, former Ignite player, and a lot of other players that are kind of on the come up too, with Raimai and Swag and Reverse. So we'll see how they play now, as we're going to start off with the Punisher portal plays coming out of the Cafe Rose first.
And speaking of Punisher, Cessna's been up there as well. Well, not the Punisher for the first time today, and that is the power of the Shoddy. Really good combination there with the side of Gambit as well. Sticky able to find one onto Cessna, trading that right back and trying to get a second. Sticky does find that onto Reverse now, and Cafe Rose is up a number early on point and make that another, as they should walk down the rest to get this point early.
Yeah, nice job with the Shoddy, but that's the downside of Punisher, is the mobility just isn't there. Was not able to regroup with the team, and that's why, I mean, sometimes you see like the Mantis triple compositions come out for Punisher comps. So it is pretty interesting, actually, play the Gambit with the Punisher, but, you know, it didn't work out that last fight. Cessna got left behind. Cafe Rose took advantage. Reverse, what are we doing there? Oh, no, he gets caught out.
Tough. That is a tough and very late stagger, and I think the idea here from the side of Shiki is just to utilize that final judgment from the side of Punisher, because there's really no answer on the side of Cafe Rose, and it can cut through a lot of the stuff that they can throw at them. Besides that, invisible boundary. Cessna able to find one onto Sticky, get them moving forwards. Shikigami just wants to get on this point before it gets too late.
Well, nice job taking down the Daredevil, right? They understand where Sticky's going to be. He's going to play hyper-aggressive all the time. But now in the sky, with Gambital and Galactic Legend, can the shotgun deal with it? He gets in the turret for him, 2 to live it. Nice sustain. Tanked all that damage.
Match right back as a counter, but the shield comes through, and Swag able to find a 2-piece here for Shikigami. Great counter out there in that moment to find some value, and they're going to walk down the rest to try to get this point, but it's 60%. Can they get to that 70 number? Not sure that they can. Looks like they did come back on the retake in relatively decent timing. Should guarantee them at least a couple chances on the retake.
Yeah, that was highly impressive of Shikigami to just play it slow, understand what the situation is, and we need to counter the Star-Lord Galactic Legend, and they do so beautifully. Maybe that's why we've seen Cafe Rose not want to play this Gambit comps as often, and that's why they kind of perma-banned it before, is because of situations like this where, you know, if this situation happens, how do we counter it? In this case, we just have what we assume is one of the strongest ults in the game, and we just get countered.
To find the tail as old as time. Which combination almost better? Is it the Galactic Legend or the Final Judgment? Cesna tries to get into that turret to buy more time, but it's not going to be long enough as no binds finds one. Pixel now onto Somble to try to give them another number. Wow, what a speedy retake there for Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for the side of Cesna, he goes down, like you mentioned, into that turret form, and that was the catalyst to them losing the fight there. If they maybe could get in turret form, they could potentially come back and clutch up, but not this time. Cafe Rose coming up on their own Gambit ultimate. Really Sticky, obviously, reads everything, tells his team which angle they're going at, where they're headed. Good comms, I imagine, coming out of him, but it's going to be an interesting upcoming fight as Somble comes up with another Groot ult. We start off with Cesna. Punisher ultimate.
Yeah, I just think the AoE combination there from the side of Rogue, which is too much damage, and it burned right through the turret because it also hits Punisher at the same time. Really Sticky, able to find Cesna early on again, and you talk about just the weaknesses to having the Punisher, and already we're going to see that change. Oh, what a shield there to block from downtown, the boundary. Tree going to follow up, though, and find zero metas. Reverse gets one. Tree finds two now. Is that enough for them to shut this down? It looks like it might just be that. Cafe Rose taking that last loss personally. Says to try to buy time on point for the portal. Will it be enough is the question. I'm not sure it is. It is not. Cafe Rose with .1.
Yeah, nice shield, like you mentioned, towards the end. And Cafe Rose take advantage on Hell's Heaven. So after, one lost team fight where you assume, like, okay, this is the strongest combo with the Galactic Legend alongside the Gambit ult. We lose that one. That's a bit crazy. But every other fight after that, they seemed to win. And it just seemed to be that one combo that didn't really work out for them. But they figured out what Cesna was doing. And you talked about how, he just is not the most mobile character in the game. And, he just got shut down, right? It seems like Reverse was having to ult on the back foot a lot of the times, too. He's always having to, put his invisible boundary in not the best spot for the team. And they just keep fighting at unideal locations after that. So they're mixing it up now. They're going over to the Wolverine. But we do have Invisible Woman that will be on the field, so at least the Wolverine won't be totally free in this upcoming round.
Yeah, but at least, Respect's likely going to be changing up here, just giving the team packs off the rip. Always a smart, just if you're really trying to meta out your potential in the first team fight, it's not a bad idea to do. Only downside, folks, is obviously if you're making that switch to Rocket, you got to ensure you don't have the alt charge because you will lose it when you make the switch. So something to keep in mind. But we're going to see the portal here, potentially looking for a kidnap play.
I want to see the Wolverine too, so I'm curious. But we go for that portal play. No binds, goes really aggressive. Wolverine trying to counter him, but nobody gets taken out just yet. In fact, nobody was kidnapped on either side.
Yeah, I think it was a smart play by Shiki there to just send it to the point and just act like you're on the opposition side, essentially switching spawns here. Do not turn around because they do have the setup advantage. Clearly, they have a comp. They feel confident on taking those portal plays. Fine, trying to walk towards the back line. Able to find one through the mix is insane. 100 HP in a dream. Does use that ultimate, and that is enough. And that was a nice trade, but is going to fall from Cesna.
Yeah, they have to fall back, though. Cafe Rose already got so many at the beginning.
Yeah.
The Shiki have to run away yet again. So Cafe Rose just kind of setting themselves up for success long term by taking that point first. You talked about how the team to cap point first always wins a lot of the time. Cesna, unfortunately as well in Wolverine, he can't really be sneaky too with the Daredevil, right? He's always going to be called out, pointed out. And Sticky, and Wolverine has shown last series that he can play it to a high level. I'm sure is calling out Cesna right now.
And here we go again. Let the devil out now. Sticky trying to find some value. We're going to see match right back. Respect. Going to keep the team healthy as Rhymy is doing the same. Or Rhymi, doing the same thing. Zero meta is holding on to that Royal Flush. Nice pick there by Reverse. Waiting that out. Knew that was coming. And the dive comes in. The last stand able to find one right back. The cleanup from Somble there on the Magneto. Zero meta now getting the team moving. Ayabugamoto committed. Meta with another pick there onto Tree. Still back and forth trade. 50% on for Cafe Rose. But it looks like Shiki's going to take this thing back.
Yeah, I mean, they won it because of their strategists, right? The play of Reverse running away out of the fight. And you could tell Sticky was tunnel visioned on him. Like, they made sure they wanted to get rid of Reverse. Goes too far, overextends to get the KO. And has to, because he's playing Daredevil, right? Like, he needs to go for those KOs to the back line to get rid of the Invisible Woman who's hiding. But she has her own self-shield. She lives. And then into the next fight, Zero dodges the Eye of Agamotto with the excellent mobility provided by Gambit. So, excellent work out of Tsukigami's strat line.
The games begin again. Up we go. Double match. Bang! Coming down. Oh, gonna counteract that. It's a not here. Tree's ultimate actually getting canceled, I believe, in that moment. I believe Raimai's ultimate. Not going to be able to double check that in the moment, but that's why that ult didn't get committed. Still able to land that Meteor M while he was spinning with the Blaster Barrage, though. Respect holding on to the invisible boundary, and they're still maintaining pressure on point, and now they've once again recapped it. Cafe Rose able to somehow take this back and find a pick on Ensemble.
Yeah, too much damage. Also, Sticky over to Spider-Man now is looking very comfortable. Hasn't gone down just yet, although goes to the spawn, finds reverse too. So now he's going to be a nuisance on this back line. And you would assume, okay, Shikigami could be in that last fight, you know, with the grab, with the shift, coming out with that Star-Lord and the Meteor M down below. But, you know, after that, that was actually Cafe Rose's time to start pushing aggressive, and Sticky now going to be super annoying. Has Spider-Man ult coming up in a second. Full strats, though, with their ultimates on either angle. Invisible Boundary started out by reverse, countered by Respect. So the better ultimate for the defense right now.
That's another pick here from Swag on a Respect. Goes to that conversation, and there goes a heavy combination. Tree going to come in hot. Lyric going to eat some of that damage, allowing it to play aggro. Able to find one on a reverse. That's a 3 commitment, make it 4. Everybody pressing Q for Cafe Rose. Shikigami just needs to hold on and retake, and Swag able to find one.
No heals,
another
though.
pick from Cessna on Lyric. On to Raimi. Good call there, as there are no heals at the moment.
And no heals. We have to anchor on the point. We do have Wolverine, but nobody's here to keep him healthy. And you're finding like huge plays on Wolverine, but it's not enough. It's like just one. And, you know, overtime portal, body blocks on both sides. Oh, the damage is insane. And now, I mean, overtime just slowly ticked down. Raimai's coming out. The ult gets canceled. Cafe Rose ship. They look like they're going to do it here in overtime. And yeah, they're just going to do it at the moment.
Team that's warmed up and looking strong, taking that loss personally and bouncing back. And they are going to take map 1 here against Shikigami, and doing so in some strong fashion, playing a comp they are very confident on, and once again, looking clean.
Yeah, I think once we saw Sticky switch over to Spider-Man off of the Daredevil, it enabled them, right? Like, I feel like him on Spider-Man has always sort of set up this squad. We saw the same thing on, I believe it was Krakoa. So, like, when we see Sticky on Spider-Man, it looks great. It's just on Daredevil. Sometimes he overcommits. He doesn't have the same, like, evasion that you get on Spider-Man, as, you know, he's obviously learned the game at a very high level on Spider-Man. But, you know, when he switches over to that, we also see the counters to the Wolverine, the strat line keeping everybody healthy, and the Vanguards, too. So, like, just not going down to any of these Wolverine plays was massive. And Cessna, you know, was kind of shut out that map. It was a really tough map for the Punisher and Wolverine player.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's some heavy weaknesses to both picks, especially with the Invis is on the table. In Respect, doing a great job in the back line. We shout out Respect last time around, looking strong. But having Invis against Wolverine, especially at this level of play, using that force physics to make sure the pullaways happen anytime there's a big tackle, you know, is a big counter. And then outside of that, when you're running Punisher, although he can be incredibly strong, he's such a big frame. And I think we just saw a lot of early picks and focus onto the Punisher, understanding that he was going to be the main source of damage there. So again, this entirety of the side of Cafe Rose had some really good decision making.
Yeah, and sometimes we don't talk about it probably enough, but the meta definitely matters, right? Like, I know a lot of people, for example, with TSM and stuff, they're like, you know, a lot of criticism online about how they've signed 2 hit scan players, right? They have BTS and then they have Gale. You know, not a lot of the Daredevil necessarily, a lot of the Iron Fist, a lot of these like Spider-Man players, right? In those 2 specifically, you know, Moon Knight, you know, for example, Hawkeye. You know, a lot of these guys are really good at like the hit scan heroes, but it's all patch dependent, right? Like the same thing would not have been said if we're talking about the grand finals, right? When we saw FlyQuest with their Namor Hela compositions, everyone's like, okay, this is an insane duo. So it's very meta dependent. Currently, we're in a patch where Daredevil, Star-Lord, a lot of these heroes I think are really strong. Spider-Man is even really good this patch. This is probably the strongest we've seen Spider-Man since the Venom team up, right?
Yeah, I think Spider-Man players are he just has such a large skill ceiling. He's just one of those heroes in this game that over time, he's just going to be more and more complex and more hard to understand how to counter. And, you know, there are some strong counters in the backline. I think strategists are in a really strong position right now, but even so, a lot of off-map potential in some of these dominations. And there's not a lot you can do about that, especially if they're tracking cooldowns, which these teams are doing. And again, we talk about communication, and that even helps those dive heroes ever more become impactful, like you're saying. Not so much leaning towards the hit scan stuff, but I do think despite that, hit scan's still in a great spot. It's just there's so much diversity in this meta right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And after you remove the Elsa, it's just kind of like, you know, free reign of whatever you want to do. Shiki, immediate respect Going for the Spider-Man ban off the rip, shit.
I see. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think we talk about a lot that the ban phase is super important, but sometimes teams get complacent and they just ban meta every time or something they're not confident on. But you know what? Sometimes it's just worth targeting a player or targeting a hero that's giving you a problem and removing it off the field. And sometimes that's just enough for you to come back and take a win.
Well, we get the Vanpool Protect coming through onto Cafe Rose as well.
Yep.
You know, let's see where she could go with this, right? Do they target Sticky's hero pool? Do we want to see the triple with the Adam Warlock potentially? Are we allowing the Gambit to go through because Shiki likes to play it, like we've seen? But now I'm curious, you know, where does Cessna go in terms of this ban phase? Like, what is Cessna supposed to play? Did we get rid of the Loki? I don't know if that's totally necessary versus Cafe Rose because what we've seen. But Convoy and Convergence, I think, is some of Cafe Rose's weak links, I suppose, map-wise. Shiki haven't shown a lot of promise, I think, in the upper bracket in terms of those maps, but this is an interesting first sort of take to Cafe Rose's side to allow the Vanguard Deadpool to come through. I'm curious if they want to play like triple compositions.
Yeah, we actually haven't been able to see that yet, right? It's been banned out almost, I think, actually every single map that we've had eyes on today. Vanpool has been banned out for that side. So Cafe Rose, we're going to see who gets eyes on, who's playing it strong. And you know what? Again, we talk about, you know, learning. If you're a viewer, if you want to understand how to play the hero, maybe you don't understand or you think the hero's not strong, watch how these players play specific heroes. We're going to see maybe even some Hulk here. We've seen some Hulk at this level, some disgusting Hulks at this level of play, who's maybe seen as a lower side of the meta, but even still can get some value. And even outside of that, I mean, again, we're seeing a Spider-Man player up here. We're seeing, it's just very unique. These compositions up in the MRC are definitely surprising me, and they're exciting me, man. They're definitely different.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, very specific bans towards players, right? Like we see Shiki's focusing on that Spider-Man, then a Star-Lord for Tree. And honestly, I don't even know if the Daredevil Protect was necessary. Like, I'd rather see Sticky. I mean, he's solid on the Daredevil, don't get me wrong. But I want to see, you know, maybe Sticky's some Wolverine gameplay potentially. You know, maybe even he could pick up the Star-Lord inevitably because he's still such a young player. He could figure it out, surely. But, you know, a little bit of focus towards Sticky's hero pool to make sure he's comfortable. And then for Tree, like, I feel like maybe the Star-Lord Protect could have been good just because of how good Tree's been. You called him out earlier in the last series. He was popping off on Star-Lord. So that is interesting. You didn't want to prioritize that, Shib.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to see, at least not for the moment, the triple hold from Cafe Rose. It's kind of something that I do think they need to work on as a team, as it's super impactful on certain maps, including this map right here. We're going to see what Shikigami elects to do on the attack. Because in the end of the day, I mean, if you don't need to use those more unique, weird compositions to attack through the front door, you feel more confident. Yeah. And a lot of the times they win those fights relatively early and force them to an ambulance teleport point, or if that's not available, then I don't know, man. I'm just not sure I feel about it.
I think to play devil's advocate, my assumption would be that just because of Marvel Rivals and how complex of a game it can be, right? You have to play so many metas at the same time, I suppose, with the ban phase, right? Like,
it's very true.
That is the,
can't work on
I
everything.
guess, yeah, you can't work on everything. Obviously, we can sit here and critique it, and, you know, I've done it in the past where I'm like, oh my goodness, like, can these guys play a front-to-back composition for the life of them? But it's, like, really tough because you have to play all of these comps in every single patch, right? And pick up new heroes at the same time. So it's definitely very difficult for these pro players.
And there's just a ton of viable heroes at this level, right? So it's just a lot to get under your belt. So we are going to see, though, early on, they are taking this point relatively far off the rip, and the space is being owned here with a very aggressive Brawly front line. Swag going to take the off angle there on that Van pull. We see Sabo on the Thor. Obviously, there is going to be the Wolverine. So just all of this raw frontline damage is allowing them to progress forward. They're trying to off angles, able to find one out of the back line. Going to take a picture real quick, give himself a brief moment of respite. Lyric with some great owning of height, I should say, as here comes Tree. Bang with the end song, able to find one on reverse.
Yeah, nice jump to get rid of reverse, throwing out the ultimate, wanted to play on the outside to maybe try to live, but that's still gone. Cafe Rose not opting for the triple like you mentioned, but at this juncture, it may not matter versus Shikigami specifically, although we saw in the last series, I mean, this was a really tough map for them on attack. So they need to have a few good defenses back to back to back, and, you know, if Sticky can maybe get some big ultimates with the Wolverine, and maybe also, based on what we saw to Lyric, if he could do that again on Deadpool, I would have high hopes for his team. But Sombo this time finds the opening pick.
Sombo with one, Respect with another, though, and that's on a Swag. And if you could shut down Vanpool like that, it was a threat to the backline. That gives you a little bit of space freedom. And here we go, the God of Thunder trying to land, but nobody going to be around. Zero meta able to find Respect in the mix there. Shikigami still taking the space, trying to get it to the ambulance, ensuring that's a guaranteed at least one more fight situation for them. Swag comes back and gets one onto Vines, but Tree with some insane shots onto Cessna, able to find a return answer.
My goodness, that was a crazy shot too. I thought No Binds could have potentially overcommitted, right, with that ultimate in a 1 versus 5 basically, but Tree just hits 3 back-to-back shots, resulting in the win. But now Cessna, oh my goodness, that was aggressive. Respects there with the follow-up, and I feel like they're getting the tiniest angles to find these KO shit, man. Like, they're getting really kind of good shots out of their back line right now.
It's all about those pixels there. Just a brief pixels. Tree's able to find one Lyric again. And what a retake once more by Cafe Rose. They are looking very strong after being pressed back initially pretty quickly. They have found their footing and they're owning this height. I think the real truth here is Lyric is consistently up on these secondary floors, looking at the back line, forcing out ults, using ultimates, and then getting a pick. And then from then on, they crumble. And that has been the strength right now. But we'll see if it can be matched back in this next fight with 1:12 on.
Well, they don't find Sticky in the corner. He just gets a free pick, and that's not how you want to start the fight, right? Everybody's on the back line, too. Phoenix ultimate from Tree is here. Met by the invisible boundary with him, rather. But Tree goes down. Okay, maybe he gets caught out on the top side angle after coming out of the Ensong Inferno. They're going to be down him in this fight.
And we will be seeing that end song in a moment as here it comes. Bang, it's going to land on the back line. Looking for Gambit, who's able to escape that in the moment, but not for too long as Zero is able to find picks right there. No binds on a reverse. Zero again looking clean here from Shikigami in the back line, playing like a duelist, and Gambit can absolutely do that, but you've got to look at the timer here. There is only 33 seconds on. There's going to be an ult available for Swag on the back line, and that is going to be the win condition. We might see a play from Raimai as well, which could be huge, especially to reduce, but Cafe Rose has no real answer besides this portal.
Yeah, good call out, Chib, and it will be down to Wolverine. Snowvines falls solo. He's going to go super aggressive. I suppose on the other side, you know, for Cafe Rose, we've seen some plays out of No Binds, but can Tree do anything? It's Swag's ultimate that he called earlier that gets the KO.
That's exactly what they were looking for. An early pick puts him up a number. Raimai now starting up with the Heartbreaker. Cessna going to be able to clean that up onto Sticky, who's going to make that portal play happen. And the numbers are dwindling. Portal is going to fall out any moment now, and they are taking and owning the space. Trying to drop back Cafe Rose, playing a decent angle back there, but it's tricky when you're going into a Phoenix with a mean AoE stun. And here's the answer right back. Vines is going to try to stop this. Able to find one on the... Oh my goodness, Sabo goes down, and Raimai!
But they don't touch. They didn't touch the cart.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like that was an easy touch, too. Oh my god, that's crazy, because that was definitely going to be a fight win. Like off you said, just excellent plays by No Binds, and he goes aggressive with those ultimates, but not focusing on the objective. Now for Cafe Rose, they're still in a decent position. They put Tree over to Psylocke of all things, but Lyric on the backside angle. They still feel confident with 2 minutes left in the second phase based on what happened, and they could actually fight here at the choke, which is very uncommon.
I think the idea is to potentially use Psylocke to counter Zero even more and try to use those cuts early on onto the Gambit to try to get just a raw burst damage so they can follow up. Really Sticky with a big dive out of the back line, able to find one onto reverse. Now walking forward with that damage reduction, biding more time and just kind of waiting it out. He's going to touch and stall on the point, but he's going to go for an aggressive play. Psych I Lie does not want to buy time, wants to make something happen. Able to find one onto Cessna now. Tree onto Swag. Sabo gets one under respect, but Binds with another trade. He's going to keep Cafe Rose in the defense up in numbers. Zero meta, trying to make that a little bit closer, but still will drive them back.
I mean, spawns are really far here, so at least for the defense, so at least for Shikigami, they're finally able to get some space, but you're down Shredder's ultimates. You use Sambo's ultimate on Thor. I mean, I would like to see a little bit more work out of him, but this Psylocke ultimate should just land flush. No pun intended, because Gambit's in the game right now.
Cessna holding on to point once more. Shikigami getting that point relatively luckily, although playing very strong. Zero meta able to find No Binds, excuse me. The back and forth patty cake. Will it be enough to hold him on? Great communication and great movement there. Ooh, and the return to sender onto Tree. Raimai finds Sticky, and Shikigami up 2 numbers now with a huge ult trade.
Well, let's see how long Lyric can stall out, because these ultimates were popped one by one. And now, you know, Lyric, can you live? He does get the pocket, kind of, but booped into by Somble. Sticky, by the way, now is over to the Magneto. Tree's back over to Phoenix. The Psylocke, obviously not going to be stuck around for them with 20 seconds left to go. They Raging Roll flush, but they're antied on the back line.
That was a really smart play by Somble there to remove LOS onto the front line. Swag able to find Tree right now, just kind of locking in on the aim, not even moving an inch. He's going to look towards that back line now, take an off angle to head back, upgrade real quick, and then just send it once more. Swag with some really good positioning here for Shikigami. Ultimate's going to be available, and here comes the end song. Very low ceiling is going to allow a big play as Sticky now falls. And once more, Shikigami are clutching up in this moment. Sabo with another pick onto Lyric, and that will do it for point 2.
It just feels like at points, Cafe Rose are desynced. Like, this is their biggest downside. Like, no binds will go down somehow, like, too far ahead. And then Trees will, like, by the way, stagger. Because he couldn't get the portal off. He's still stuck in old spawn. Couldn't take the fast TP. But people were just out of position sometimes. Like, no binds going too far forward without the squad, or too late to collapse with Tree, who was on Psylocke, like making that Psylocke ult pretty much useless. It just feels like they're a bit individualistic on the squad, and Shikigami are starting to level up.
Yeah, Shiki's definitely found their footing here. I do think it's an attack-sided map, especially after you get through the first point there, and no binds. Able to find one, though, on the defense to try to counteract what I'm saying. Still, ult advantage slightly up for Cafe Rose. See if they're able to commit or hold on and still get value in these fights. But I'm with you. I think Shikigami found their footing, and they're just continuing walking.
There's a counter ult by Lyric on the defensive side, or rather Swag on the offensive side. And they walk up with the Gambit ult too. It's against the Phoenix ult, but it doesn't end up mattering because everybody just walking past. The Tree needs some help backing up at the very least, as Shiki kind of push on forward, but no binds. Almost caught out, counter. Both invisible boundaries are here with the Psylocke ultimate and the Thor, but no KOs for the offense.
Here comes more commitment, no binds, just going to send it now, trying to find some value, drops back after utilizing that ultimate. Gonna reset with the team, pull in the front line, can they get the pick? No! Great movement by the back line of Shiki to keep them healthy. Great focus in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely, just disengaging it, but the cart's still pushing forward. Ever slowly, no binds, definitely the target, but he's bubbled, he's focused on by the defense. They're still giving him space though. Look how close this cart is to capping out chip.
There's such insane movement there by Binds to stay away from some of that shots. Raimai is going to go down now from Tree with some really good focus, just owning that pixel frame, using that right side peek we talk about. And we'll mention that in the downtime here. Up goes Sticky with the meteor end. This could be massive. Going back in, waiting, tries to find one, but that invisible shield is going to be too much. Swag now onto Tree. Is this going to be enough for them to get full 3 capped points? It doesn't look like it, as Binds and Lyric find 2. The portal comes through here for Shikigami. Can they maintain presence on point? Another pick comes through on a reverse.
They slow down Somble for now, and they find those KOs. The portal, sadly, in desperation, Zero Meta's ultimate is late, but they have 3 ship. They might be able to do it damage-wise. Here comes Dansong Inferno, needs to find KOs, and they have to stay on the point. No KOs found just for this offense yet, and they don't even touch.
Yeah, good defense there by Cafe Rose, but forcing them to get a full 3-point push in order to take this thing home. 144 meters is no joke. We will see if it can be done. Cafe Rose looked incredibly strong on point 1, struggled on the touch there, and then struggled a little bit on point 2, but we're back at it for point 3. Is that going to be enough to wake them up? Shikigami looking a lot better as a team after that domination.
Yeah, absolutely. This is maybe what Shikigami need. As, you know, Cafe Rose, we've talked about earlier on Convoy, didn't, you know, have the best game versus, yeah, we lost earlier. And, you know, for this squad for Cafe Rose, I'm curious what the adaptations are, because you mentioned it, just not being able to play triple is definitely putting you at a negative, right? Like, it's putting you at a disadvantage, that is, because, you know, we've seen how good it is earlier. They just got stonewalled first point, right? 40 meters is all they got. And, you know, since we can't play that, since we don't prioritize the objective as well when we want to go for these individual plays, it results in their play style on Convoy specifically looking very kind of puggy, which is, if you're kind of unaware, the term puggy means like a public match, right? Like if you're in a ranked game, that's what I'm equating it to, right? It's a bit offensive for sure, but it's also like their coordination on domination looks great. Like they look so good on the other maps to give them some flowers. But when we head to Convoy and Convergence, you would like a little bit more coordination synergy, which is definitely hard to come by when you're changing teams as often as a lot of these, you know, non-partnered teams are in Ignite. So it's always very difficult, I think, to figure out the triple composition.
Yeah, you got to find your flow as a team, and I think there's certain modes where they absolutely have it down, but it just takes time, right? It's just always going to take time and practice as a unit, and the kind of stuff gets figured out eventually. But I'll tell you what, right now, Cafe Rose is just taking the free space. The Heights being owned by Shiki, and that is very much their plan, but it's not working too much as Lyric's able to find Raimai there early on. Tree trying to find the back line, able to find Sable instead in the front line, and they are going to walk for free. We might see a portal here immediately to the ambulance. just to try to ensure they can slow down this momentum, because Lyric is going crazy with a triple off the rip.
I mean, same thing just happened to them even faster, right? Cafe Rose just really walked on them there. I mean, Lyric has the ultimate available, says now going over to the Wolverine. Swag going to be onto that Phoenix. So we'll see Somble finally pick up the Vanpool instead of the heroes, the Vanguards he was playing earlier. We'll see if that's the change up they need, but they're giving them so much card space, and they have to deal with the Deadpool.
They like to not portal in, and now they're making it dicey on this point, making it a two-fight game if they struggle here. And I'm not sure I fully agree with that, as once again, Tree, Lyric, and Binds are going to be able to come in here quickly. I think the idea would be you want to essentially first person to go down, set up portal, and try to at least stall them there and guarantee a third fight after, but not allowing that to happen can be a little tricky. I'm not sure of the mental reasoning. I'm sure there is reasoning that I might be missing in that moment, but what do you think about that?
No, it's well, yeah, it's brutal. Like, I would like to see a portal play come through, but maybe because they lost first fight so poorly, I don't know. I mean, just because of how first fight went, it was always going to be tough, I suppose, because you can always get the portal canceled. Lyric, though, goes too far, a little bit overly aggressive. It's very interesting because you talked about it earlier. Now we head to the second phase of the map, and it definitely gets a little bit attack-sided. So the fact that you find Lyric is huge, considering he can get snowbally on mid-cap.
Swag going to come in and find Sticky. Bang. Down goes one. Shikigami now finding their footing a little bit, looking better as a team in these last two picks. Still holding on to alt advantage with picks. Is going to start up here with the Raging Royal Flush any moment. And they're going to try to combine off of that. Likely we'll see no bind start up with a Heartbreaker. That combination can be a huge threat to the backline. If he's able to get there, it looks like they're going to not use that ultimate. I'll like to put it away in the moment. Reset, get their focus, and now begin as everybody's in front. That's right back. First one to get picked potentially on the Gambit is all they need. Bang, looking for one. Bang, it does land onto Cessna. Sticky with one. Is that enough for them to win this point? Still going to be roughly stuck there now as Tree finds another, and Cafe Rose now is finding value up a few picks in this fight as Reverse uses a few ultimates.
Yeah, honestly, I've liked really Sticky playing the Magneto so far. On Vanguard, he's looked great, and now they're able to push on forward because nobody's down. We're playing it slow. We're anchoring towards that cart, and this triple composition's working out so well once we've swapped to it. Shikigami haven't found any sort of stability. They do have Wolverine ultimate, but with how Cafe Rose are playing, it seems like they peel off everything this Wolverine's doing.
That is an insanely aggressive ultimate, and we mentioned this a bit in the last stream, but when you are playing Invis like this, sometimes you can use that ult offensively and just guarantee a pick early on, and that's all you need. You plant that on whoever's overextending, and they cannot escape due to the slow. Here comes some commitment as Lyric finds one. Says not able to take out Pines, but they're up a number still on the side of Cafe Rose. Is it enough? Another now as they are walking them down. Tree playing lights out here on this Phoenix. Should guarantee point two.
Yep, some nice shots. Now you really need to get some fight wins, man. Like the Wolverine, at the current moment, it's not really panning out just because of, well, Vanpool making it through means you can play triple Vanguard. We talked about how, you know, when you ban out the Vanguard Deadpool, when you ban out Thor, these can bite you in the butt late game when you're playing triple compositions with Vanguard specifically. But because we're playing, you know, some very high damage dealing Vanguards, it just feels like anytime Shiki make a play, they're immediately met by the dualies from Lyric or, you know, Tree hitting some phenomenal shots onto that Phoenix.
And here goes the commitment again. Pixel going to launch Cafe Rose in. They're trying to get some value. They do take out the front line onto Sambo, who's going to be on that Magneto. A second should be coming through here. Bind just terrifying with Lyric, walking everyone down. Another three fall as Cafe Rose, with nearly 4 minutes on, are walking to point three.
Yeah, Shiki just haven't found anything, man. They've been bleeding out for the past 5 minutes, it feels like, because we do have ultimates, but we just used Raging Royal Flush last fight to no avail, right? Zero's ultimate just doesn't save anybody. Now we have to walk in, and we have to deal with no binds on the high ground, going aggressive. Does have the pocket from Magneto and the Meteor M versus the Invisible Boundary. They stuff already. Somble's gone.
Pixel finding one there. The tackle comes through on a Sticky, but still not even able to get him outside of that boundary, and gonna pay for it as Raimai now goes down. Tree holding this positioning. Out of the sky goes Cessna on that last stand, and that should be it, folks. Wow, Cafe Rose played lights out with 3 minutes on. Gonna push it the whole way and take this thing home.
Phenomenal job by that squad. 2 minutes and 54 seconds was crazy timing. Shiki just got nothing at any angle. And, you know, maybe we had to look at the ban phase, sure, like we can talk about that, but that was still really lights out from Cafe Rose. And, you know, I think it was because of the Vanpool, right? That getting through enabled them so much. And, you know, this squad definitely looks really good whenever they can play that hero. You can see why it's so prioritized by other teams.
Yeah, I mean, especially on that first push, Lyric got a three-piece, immediately set the tone. They didn't portal back, and they fought a meter away from the final point, point one. Like that's crazy. That is just so much momentum, and I think Cafe rose to the occasion. And then you look over at Shikigami, and it just seems like they got in their heads a little bit there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, geez, man, like, come on. We can't have a Vanguard out-damaging Phoenix. I mean, that's insane. Like, I mean, I love the Vanguards doing that much damage, but
17 finals.
I mean, dude, yeah, you not only is he doing 31,000 damage, more than a Phoenix, one of the highest damaging dealing characters in the game, but he has 500 HP. And on top of that, he has a selfie that freaking gives him invulnerability and levels up ship. That is crazy. That's insane how much value this guy gets. And you can see at the beginning, he took a picture with basically nobody because nobody even touched this guy. I mean, Lyric all alone on his island with a 34 and 4 stat line. So this guy just absolutely went insane.
Yeah, dude, 43 and 4 17 finals is not.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Underselling.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, how insane is that, dude? Like, it's a great call out. I mean, you play Thor in a similar way as you do play Vanpool, where you're essentially a duelist with a ton of HP. You take those off angles, you be a huge threat, but when you're a huge threat that also gets 17 finals, then you are a raid boss. And then it's like, all right, maybe we ban this out. And we try to change it up instead of getting rid of Spider-Man on their first ban.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this character's turning into Human Torch. We'll see what happens moving forward for that next map. Can the reverse sweep start, or is Cafe Rose going to 3-0? We'll come back after this short 3-minute break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Welcome back, everyone. And so far, Cafe Rose staying on top of Shikigami. And you mentioned it in the break, buddy, and it's worth noting. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it looks like Lunex and the other side of we lost are qualified for Ignite, too. So in those two series, they are now in, right? They can still win the whole thing, right? Job's not done, as We Lost pointed out on Twitter. They still have to win that upper bracket matchup and then get to the grand finals. But yeah, that puts them in the top three, considering those two top teams in the upper bracket finals. If they were to lose, they're just fighting for that top three spot there. But yeah, Shiv, I mean, they're already qualified. These two teams, you talked about them being Ignite certifiable, and you can see it, right, in their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, again, shout out Lunex and We Lost, making it all the way through. And that is just a dream come true, right, man? Again, we talk about how hype that's got to be. I can't imagine the excitement of moving forward down to the even bigger stage, making it to the T1 of Rivals, getting up in front of everyone and trying to make a name for yourself. I think we've seen a lot of these players look incredibly strong in the past, whether it's through MRC, but now going into Ignite, it's a whole nother ballpark. The job is absolutely not done, and it's not done for our teams, Cafe Rose and Shikigami, backs against the wall, trying to maintain presence in this tournament and move forward, try to get their name in lights as well.
Absolutely, you're right. And yeah, they're fighting for an elimination, right? Those two teams had a cushion to work with, and now, you know, this is it, right? It's your hopes and dreams on the line. You're down 2 in the series. It's a best out of 5. And, you know, you could be sent home right now. You could be totally eliminated. So, you know, for both of these teams, they need to qualify, and you can't lose this matchup, right? I mean, it's tough to come back. We've seen Somble too, by the way, in Ignite before. But now, I mean, the stakes are even higher, right? We have millions of dollars on the line. We have partnered teams you could be going up against and potentially embarrass. You know, that's potentially something a lot of these people are trying to do, right? Because you have to play with a chip on your shoulder, right? Especially if you're not in those partnered teams after going through tryouts and stuff, right? I imagine a lot of them do have that chip on their shoulder. And, you know, if you win an MRC, if you make it look convincing, and then imagine you do the same thing versus Ignite qualified teams, this is even bigger than last time when we saw like Ego Death upset teams. You know, that was before the partnered teams. But now when we get partnered teams in the league and stuff, and you potentially upset them, I mean, that would be astronomically terrible for those squads.
Yeah, exactly. That's your goal, right? You want to be the team that upsets. You want to be the underdogs that gain fan base. I think any single one of these teams that are going into Ignite are going to be underdogs. I think that's just a given at this point. It's not that they're necessarily worse players or anything along those lines. It's just the names aren't as well known at the very top of the game when it comes to professional play, which is so different than the top of ladder. I think communication in the way that these teams play enable a whole new type of meta that you can't really experience until you're at team play. And speaking of some of the things that needs to be changed here, I mean, Shikigami, they look so good, especially map 1. Struggled heavily, I would say, on that map. I mean, even on defense, they look strong for point 1. I would say considerably stronger than what we saw on their attack. But then they kind of crumbled, man. I just think, I don't know. I think we need to see the removal of tank pool. I'm not quite sure, or Vanguard pool, excuse me. Not quite sure what you think it needs to be changed here.
Oh yeah, we need to remove it from the game. You know, that's what I'm going that far. I'm talking mid-match. I'm talking to Guang. I'm like, yo, can we get this guy disabled? I think he's got a bug. It's called killing my entire team or KOing my entire team. You know, that's a bit of a problem for me. But you're right. Yeah, gotta get rid of Vanpool. That character is pretty amazing. But that's the problem, is that once you get rid of one hero, then you have to kind of worry about the overarching, problems. In that, if we go to domination too, I mean, we know that this team is really good on domination. I mean, they took it. Yeah, we lost a team that also does well on domination, right? Like that is not that is a formidable squad that on domination specifically. So it's going to be tough, like regardless of banning Vanpool or not. Regardless, I think I need to see some more out of Cesna's hero pool. I feel like I'm not sure if the Wolverine was the play. I would honestly think it is, but specifically versus the Invisible Woman, it's not really easy to get stuff done. And the Magneto, like that's why I liked really Sticky in the last map. I think that he just did a good job countering every single wolf ult with bubbles and also for his team. So honestly, huge shout out to really Sticky, who is following other young players' footsteps in like Cell, for example, a player who made it up through MRC and Ignite, upset a top tier team at a very young age, known as like a Black Panther one trick, in this case for really Sticky as a Spider-Man one trick, and has diversified his hero pool, right? Playing Magneto, Adam Warlock, Daredevil, and that's what it's all about, right? A lot of these young talent that you mentioned aren't really known just yet, kind of getting that name out in the limelight.
Yeah, I think you need to have the diverse hero pool too. We talk about all the time how you don't really see one tricks at this elo because, or even at this level of play, because you literally can't. I mean, it gets banned out and then you're screwed, and you can't necessarily swap a player in. It's just not something that's on the table until the next match go around. So it's just not worth necessarily having someone like that. So everybody gets diverse hero pools. They get stronger. Again, we saw Sticky going over to the Vanguard, a complete switch there of role. That kind of diversity is massive. But yeah, I think I'm with you in terms of what I'm seeing. I think Cesna looked great on Wolverine, but there's just too many answers to the Wolverine on that team right now, especially when Gambit's in there. With you could potentially cleanse, although that'd be an insane cleanse opportunity to make that work. But either way, there's bubble, there's movement from already having the Gambit. You do have invis with push and pull. You've got the tackle even from the side of Rogue, who does pretty decent into Wolverine and does have that damage resistance. There's just a lot of answers, and Punisher wasn't working either.
Yeah, Rogue's got the Emma situation going on, right? But even stronger. But we were waiting for the game to start, by the way, so it's starting up in a second. If you want to get in the same sort of rhythm as us, if you want to watch in-game overlaid and stuff, you can also do that in the in-game client. Watch on your favorite co-streamers stream as well. So make sure you're tuning in, watching all these games for your drops too. So thank you guys for coming through on our Twitch stream. If you want to follow the channel, we're going to have even more insane action tomorrow for that Sunday championship. We have APAC, or the PAC region, finishing up tonight, Shib. After we're done, we get to see who's going to win that side, and also a lot of teams qualified for Ignite in their region. So 4 regions of Ignite coming through, and 3, and every single team trying to fight for those spots, especially these 2 squads right now. If you lose this, you are not getting into Ignite unless you were to get picked up by a signed roster.
That is correct, my friend. And one thing that I think is worth calling out is we're heading to the Museum of Contemplation, folks. We are going to see what the collector has grabbed and which team is going to come out on top. We haven't really had eyes on this map much in this tournament, you and I, buddy. So looking forward to seeing how teams play and what they elect to choose and who they elect to choose to try to tackle these more tight corridors and long LOSs. As we see now, the ban off the rip is going to be the thing, and an immediate lock-in of Vanguard pool is surprising that that's not removed, but they do want to get rid of the Gambit, so I don't think that is a horrible decision here by Shiki.
No, yeah, I mean, it's not a bad decision, but yeah, we're entering onto Convoy, where Lyric was doing a ton on Vanpool, and you just got to hope that your guys could do the same. And maybe mix things up too. Like, we could play triple Vanguard too. You might as well, right? Like, I think it's possible to switch some things up. Do we see that Elsa ban come through though? Like last time, I believe Cafe Rose did go for it. The Loki ban comes out. And honestly, I feel like the Invisible Woman might have been a bigger problem, but with the Gambit being removed, at least we can slow down the game a little bit, right? And for Shikigami's side, we're probably going to see yet another focus towards the strats, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I think we're seeing immediately, like you're calling out. I mean, goodbye to every strat that they possibly can think about right now to try to shut that down a bit. The lock in here from the side of Elsa.
I'm kind of like with, I think a lot of the top teams are banning even Vanguards out right now, right, Shib? Like, I feel like that can dictate the flow of the game, and it seems to be the smarter play, especially in global ban systems, to focus on vanguards, I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I do think that this is one of those maps similar to Midtown where Thing can shine. I think a lot of folks that are climbing ladder ask, why Thing? Why is he getting banned? And one thing you need to realize, folks, that at this level of play, the idea of him being able to purple the enemy on command and give a damage increase for your team on any call out is a huge thing to have, and to give your team, your backline defense capabilities as well, dropping back to them, and the shutdown of dive. There's just a lot of answers in his kit, a lot of things you can do to help your team out, where at this level of play, it just excels. And you may not see it as much in ladder, especially as comms are lacking. And you were calling out the ban fest of strategists there for Shiki. Goodbye to Adam, Loki, and Gambit. And they're going to lock in that Jeff Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of focus towards those potentially. Also to, maybe play that backline if they want with the we can potentially still Animal Crossing backline. You can still play for damage boost and stuff. Maybe play heavily around swag. We saw it in the last series. We saw the Luna Snowflake being enabled for your Elsa. But in this case, maybe you could do that with the Mantis too. But regardless, really Sticky's able to play his Spider-Man yet again. And then we get to see Swag, who has the Lord icon for the Elsa, which I know some people in Ranked are, they're like, oh my goodness, you got the Lord icon already? That's crazy. Or like people in Ranked to be like, I have the Lord icon? I should play the Elsa instead of you because I have the Lord icon. But realistically, that character's getting banned every single match in like top tier, right? It's tough. Unless you're playing in quick play to farm the Lord icon, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, she's definitely in a very strong state right now, as we see now the compositions for both sides. We are going to see that Mantis Jeff for Shiki, and they are going to be running that Vanpool as well. They're going to have that triple lineup on attack. And you look over on the defense, that will not be the case. Running some more traditional. Sticky going to be on the Spider-Man. Already gets picked off, though, from Swag with a really good off-angle look there, finding one. Cessna on the Jeff now. This is one of those maps that Jeff can absolutely succeed, as there's long corridors for you to just get so much ult charge, healing and dealing damage at the same time. And there's some off-map potential here on point one as you progress forward, but this is a lot of space being taken here by Shikigami.
I mean, I like this, play very, interesting backline. You get the invis with it with zero, and no binds goes down. So you get the Mantis at the very least with really Sticky, but I mean, he's going to be shot all the time. Swag chases him down. He's able to evade, luckily. Really nice movement from him, and they actually push in, though, immediately with that Vanguard Deadpool ultimate, and goodbye Lyric.
And here they go again. Cessna with the pick there on Lyric, and now we're seeing Shikigami step up in their element. Zero meta again. Sticky with the pick, though, on Doraemai, though, essentially saying, hey, I'm still in this fight, finding value in the backline, but it's not enough to stop the momentum. The portal comes through, and this may be the change of pace they need. Sticky heads towards the back line, does not have ultimate available just yet. Tree, Respect, Zero, and Sambo all ready to press Q. Out goes the Apex, and what a pull there to stop the momentum as Zero now launches that invisible boundary, and both teams staying healthy. Oh, that could be a huge... Oh, no! Stopped by the shield on the side of Binds, I believe. What a hold there, and reducing what could be a massive play from Sambo.
Yeah, but at the moment, I mean, Ultimate's just too in favor of the offense, right? Like, we go in... We don't have any follow-up with the Elsa ultimate with the Glartrox, and now we're able to disengage it. However, now we walk in with the Eternal Bond. You play around the Jeff pool a little bit. You can maybe walk in after the ultimates are over. No Bind's the only one with the ultimate, but everybody taken off the map due to Cessna's Eat on the Jeff. This guy transitioning off of the Wolverine now to this map onto the Wolf, or onto the Shark. Looking very good.
Yeah, that was a huge play. That is potentially point one winning. Yeah, it is. Taking off the back line like that, absolutely disgusting. It's Jeff there to the side of Cessna to bounce back and look clean here for Shikigami in this triple composition on attack. Sticky going to be making the change to a triple comp as well, but running the Ultron. We've seen Ultron from their team, the side of Cafe Rose, far more than we've seen anywhere else. Saying that, hey, it's not completely out of the meta, definitely doable, especially when Mantis is on the field, because Mantis enables him so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it kind of pans out for them as they maybe don't want to play the Jeff, right? That's the big thing, I imagine, is that really Sticky. I wonder if he's even picked up the Jeff, the Land Shark, a lot. And I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you are kind of free somewhat, but he's still going to have a lot of trouble in the sky. I'm curious how this Ultron does do. Lartrox now from Swag. Removes Tree.
That was a very aggro tackle there on a Tree, knowing that the damage would be there if he just committed. Swag now, gonna try to find an off angles. Lyric takes out Reverse in the back line. Just playing around the Strange Shield, and just so much damage coming out here from Swag, but able to drop back, and now goes the invisible boundary as an answer.
Yeah, it is able to disengage for now too. Cessna just making sure everybody's nice and healthy. Somble gets that hard pocket on Groot. He's kind of been uncontested on the front line. Well, Groot ultimate lands with a Jeff.
Wow, this is a huge combination. Already finds one on the side of tree. There's another off map back here, and this could be another massive play. Has to look straight down and commit. Is able to find both there. Cessna clutching up right now off the combination of Sambo on this Groot, and this is what they needed to get moving. This team is looking refreshed and brand new right now.
Yeah, no binds, just spawns. I don't even know if they get the portal play off. They have to walk in because the spawns are close, but the walls are here. The Mantis ultimate to walk the body block. 25 meters left before they get touched, and they don't. We're into third phase, Shib. Even if you get that KO off of Lyric, it's not enough. Third phase of the map already.
Yeah, Shikigami looking just well trained in this composition. Clearly, the band pay is looking good for them, and this is something that you know, they are just absolutely excelling with. I don't see any stop in their flow right now. They aren't going to be down in ultimates, but that's totally fine. They just need to try to pull some out without overcommitting. But Rhymi in the back line going to start off using that Q for, you know, it honestly doesn't really matter. They're going to play Deadpool. Oh, but the tackle, the cancel is huge, and will pay for it now. As some more commitment comes through, nobody goes down.
Are you kidding? I mean, there's just not enough damage here. This is crazy. I just don't like the Ultron, man. Like, I gotta be honest. I know that, like, maybe it's because you can't play the Jeff or whatever, but I don't know. Unless you're running like Iron Man, we're using also Lyric's ultimate on the backside, but everybody's here to peel. So we're committing ults into a lost team fight. This is brutal. I mean, they're looking for something, and they ain't getting nothing, Chib. I mean, that's a double negative, but you know, they're getting nothing currently.
You know what? I got you, brother, as we start off again. But, well, I mean, dude, I can't say it enough. Shikigami, they just look so dominant right now. 3 minutes and 4 here on the final point. Again, it's one of those points you actually have to stay on top of the boat to push it forward. It's very tricky and something you have to keep in mind, especially as time dwindles down. We might see the combination again from Cessna, and we do, and that is huge. With the bubble going to save one. It's only going to have one in mouth right now. Actually, two, excuse me. Both Vanguards get him out of the point here. It's going to give Shikigami so much free space to take the back line out. Tree finds one. Swag able to get another on a really sticky. And respect, though, but wow. Cafe Rose even being down. The Vanguard's able to win that trade.
Yeah, the off map was a little bit too far for Cessna. And, you know, with that, they're able to come back into the fight. So, close one for sure. I mean, you would assume Cessna got everything he wanted with that combination. Also getting the pool of heals for the squad inside the Groot ultimate if they wanted to go aggressive. But it was excellent clutch plays by the rest of the squad to not go down during that fight. We'll see what happens at 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. I mean, maybe this is going to work with the Ultron now in the third phase. But this is going to be dicey as they're against that Mantis ultimate. And also another Glortrox coming up. And that's a lot of damage Solo takes walking in.
Yeah, now the switch coming in from Binds here on the Magneto. The idea now is to get ultimate available and just watch the front line of that group. Oh, but Husk is forced to use it and gets taken out immediately. The idea would be to try to eat the ultimate, the Strangling Prison with your Q, but got forced to use it and still went down, and that might be enough here. That is a very difficult look. Rhymi able to find one on a Lyric. Trade goes out, and goodbye to Sticky in the sky with Samba with a nice shot there. Is going to walk them backwards with walls.
I mean, Triazol, he goes in with the bubble, gets slept though! Sedated in the back line, then shot by reverse on the Mantis, who has been low-key insane on the Mantis. Now we're fighting without one with the invisible boundary, but can we even find a KO against this Jeff?
That's a huge ultimate too, and that could be it here. 3 in, out they go. Cessna playing lights out right now. Took the last map personally, and all 3 points are taken by Shikigami.
Way better. We talked about his hero pool, Shiv. We mentioned we needed to see a change up out of that player in particular, and he's done it. He's looked good on the Jeff, and the team looks a lot better, right? For Cafe Rose, the exact opposite, right? We need to find something. They're countered by, you know, this triple composition. Really think he's finding like maybe one, but then Swag hunts him down, right? The mobility of Elsa is crazy. Once you get to all 3 of those levels, she's just on you talked about it before, a 2-second cooldown for those dashes. So you just can get tracked down on basically anybody, and Swag, unlike a lot of the players in my ranked games with the Lord Icon, looking good and use out of the Lord Icon.
That's it right there. And we are going to see a compositional change here from Cafe Rose, who are looking to try to match a similar idea on their attack. They aren't going to be running that Jeff. It seems like the team is just not as comfortable with that pick. So we will see the Cloak Invis at the moment for the back line, but not a big change here for Shikigami. Nothing actually going to be changed from their comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I will say, the problem that I'm seeing right now for Cafe Rose is they can just not stop this Strangling Prison. I think initially the idea was to run that Magneto and use that Q to try to stop Brood. A lot of the times you run Mag for not only for the shield block potential to eat the Strangling Prison, but you hold on to your Q. And if you ever see Groot play just slightly too aggressive when his ult's about to be due, you press the Q button, knowing that he'll probably throw that ultimate, and then you try to get that eat. So they tried that, but forced out ultimate from the Magneto just in the neutral, and they once again hit a huge ultimate for the It's Jeff. That you cannot allow that to happen again here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the defense can't allow that to happen, like you said. Maybe find a little bit more space for no binds, right? We're going really sticky over to the Phoenix. I know he's pulled that up before. I don't mind that potential switch up, but we're against this triple on defense. Triple without the Loki at the very least, so they don't get that team up, but okay. No binds is already gone. Onto the Groot. He's looked not the same player as when he was playing the Rogue ship. It's just been tough for him. I mean, I know he plays a lot of Venom, which is why that was banned. Maybe something. But at the current moment, I mean, no binds, just not having a good day on Groot.
Not right now, that's for sure. Swag able to find Lyric there. Gotta get Shikigami still holding. And this is the defensible position I thought I would see from the side of Cafe Rose on their defense, but they got driven back on that first turn almost immediately. You gotta buy a few minutes here, or at least a minute here, to try to reduce the chance of them pushing through point one. Raimai on this off angle, battling right back. Thankful v Tankful, Vanguard pull, if you will, as we see a huge Glartrops opportunity, able to find one immediately, and that one's gonna find Tree. It's only a one trade there, but always worth it. I think the idea of, you know, you need to get a 4-piece every round is just not the case at this level of play. One will do. Sabo onto Binds, holding on to ultimate potential and potentially looking for something early on here.
Yeah, poor Tree, man. Like, every time we see Swag's POV, he's just taking pot shots from Swag. Tree is, that is. And upcoming fight, Shib, we've seen this combo before. We've seen the Groot ultimate with the Jeff ult. Can it get blocked again? No binds over to Emma Frost, by the way, instead of the Groot, which is unique change up, I feel like. But at least you have some diamond form. You have some more sustain to get away from these Groot walls and stuff. We'll see if that actually enables them, though, as Swag's already gone. Nice job.
That Tree with that off-angle play, going to clean that one up quickly. And that is Cessna again. This time trying to find something there. Binds goes off the map. Not much they can do there. Cessna playing so clean right now. They're going to clean up the rest. Wow.
Ooh,
once again, somebody stop Cessna right now on this Jeff.
Yeah, they just can't, man. That's great. I mean, you live on like two players. You see the Emma Frost just drop like a, you know, like a rock. I would say diamond, but I guess, well, diamonds are pretty heavy. But regardless, Shikigami stave off of Cessna's ultimate. We said 3 people in the mouth, and then Raimi's there with the follow-up. Nice shots on that Deadpool. And we're just building more ult ship. We already have Swag's ultimate yet again against an invisible boundary. We've changed to a different composition similar to them. Maybe this can pan out, but it's very late into the game.
Yeah, now it goes Apex Predator. Swag able to find one off the back of that likely as Pixel goes down. Dropping back 0 meta, still doing a great job. Just maintaining presence on point in terms of the heals. Frontline still playing aggro, and there's only a minute left, and now they're turning that corner. So different than what we saw from Shikigami's attack. They got to this corner within seconds of the first push, and that is why they were able to walk it so quickly. Lyric finds one onto Swag, though, and that's going to be a good start here for Cafe Rose, who trying to keep it moving. Ultimates get committed, and nobody goes down. Good movement by the back line to stay healthy, but they do have to be patient with their heals. And now everybody's going to walk forward. Lyric with a second pick on the back of the thighs out, cries out from Binds, who is going to find another here. And now Cafe Rose is in a dangerous position to try to touch this point.
Yeah, I mean, they can last second. We'll see. Trap from the Elsa. And we're at 30 seconds left to go. We need a punch at the current moment. Raimi just goes down quickly. Really Sticky with another one. The unbeatable reverse gets shut down by Sticky in the middle of his ult, too. Cessna's ult only finds one, but is that enough, right? We need to keep touching this cart. 15 seconds left to go. You lost a lot of people to a nice shot from really Sticky.
The strength there was, yeah, the nice shot was through, but through that ultimate in the Soul Resurgence is when that Jeff got popped. So I do believe it stops a lot of that value of the ult, so even more value there in that neutral, or in that one pick, excuse me. Tree, though, able to find Raimai, Respect, and Binds, and that could be enough for the point here in OT, clutching up. Lyric able to find another. Raimai on the point, but not for long, and wow, Cafe Rose backs against the wall, said it's not done yet, and they will push through point one.
Yeah, I mean, it just shut down after Reverse got shot by Sticky, and I like that. They figured it out, maybe to play this Mantis. Obviously, the Ultron was terrible earlier, just not very strong, unless you're playing like a specific like flyer composition usually. I don't think we see a ton of Ultron. Maybe we've seen teams like Sentinels or even like Rymazing do it with Kurova and stuff, with like the Adam Warlock, but you know, in this specific matchup, not a big fan of it specifically. Now we're moving over to the Mantis. It looks a lot better. Lyric as well looks a lot more enabled on Deadpool, but that's the whole point. It's Deadpool and, well, also the Elsa.
Yeah, that was disgusting there. Finding Tree early on just to try to reset the tone a bit and say, hey, all right, you may have got that point, You won't be doing it again. Going to keep them tight here and use these structures, the natural cover. You'll see these pros playing off this a lot. Don't rely on your abilities to stay healthy. Use the walls that are indestructible to stay in these fights. Now owning the height, Swag dancing in that natural cover around the point, looking towards Tree on the height, and out goes once more the Psionic Seduction. This time they do find a few walking. Can they get a pick off the back of it? It doesn't look like they do, besides the early. Swag gonna chase down Vines now, who's super low in HP, does fall, and they retake point once more. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Swag's just been on a tear, on a rampage so far. Tree's had his moments, like a moment, I would say. But, like, Swag just has been doing everything right now. Like, I mean, 3 of 5, it feels like. Tree does have his ult, though. And, you know, we've seen him have a big ult before. Can he do it again, though, against, you know, that Groot ultimate coming up? Will he get caught out, though?
And this, the combinations here once more. This time it did not land. It connected with the bus. That is a tough look. Down goes the Jeff, trying to use the height to get a sneaky ult. Doesn't land on one. Haven't had visual yet. Rymai on this left side angle, able to drop Tree even through that mix. But sometimes the bus will catch a Groot ult or two.
Yeah, the pressure. It was the, you know, it was the overall thought that counted. It wasn't the actual execution that mattered, right? It was space created in this case. So we have Swag on the flank. Speaking about space created. Oh!
Wow. And that could be the combo wombo. Oh, but it's matched right back, and this is going to make him pay for. Oh, gets back into the wall, though. Not able to find that value, trying to escape backwards and collides with that natural cover. Ults are being committed. Everyone is holding on to this point. Time is dwindling down. It hasn't moved an inch here from this start. Just holding on early on in point 2, but nobody's gone down, but somehow the space is still being moved forward.
No, honestly, I thought that was a good ult by Swag, but not really, actually. It was like the flank. Large Foxes are like sometimes not that good, but here's that Groot ultimate committed. You don't have any help either now.
Wow.
No ultimates. I mean, this should be over for the side of Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked lights out. Without a doubt right now, Shikigami looks like a more dominant team on this map. It's that simple. The ban phase clearly worked out for him. And I will say once again, the combinations of the It's Jeff with the Strangling Prison have been absolutely devious and have found value so much, besides obviously when the bus catches one. But outside of that, it has been huge this whole round.
Yeah, excellent job from the group player. And Shikigami, we'll see if they can keep it up after this one, right? To get onto this convoy map and to look that good for Swag as well. I mean, just like really ridiculous plays on the Elsa Bloodstone. And that's been a mainstay of the tournament when she does get through. You know, a lot of the times she does get banned, especially earlier on. But it's nice. I mean, once the game slowed down, it feels like Swag leveled up, right? He sped up 35,000 damage on his part with 21 KOs. Tree matching him in terms of damage, but I don't even think it was necessarily his fault. It was just kind of they took too long to figure out the solution, which is to play pretty much the exact same comp. And that Jeff was also free. You talked about Cessna earlier popping off. Second was final hits on the team and really just enabled them, it felt like.
Yeah, 13 finals is insane for Jeff, especially after holding them point 1. I mean, on a lot of those finals were off the back of the Groot combination. And I'll say it again, I think that the win condition right now for Shikigami is off the back of these Groot combinations. It seems like the side of Cafe Rose isn't loving running a shield frontline, at least against this composition, to try to find a way to stop these combos, because every last one of them seemed to land value besides the very end. And we'll give the benefit of the doubt to Sambo and say, hey, maybe he got invis pushed, you know, into the bus. Who knows? You know, maybe something like that happened. But I will say,
probably, yeah.
Yeah, it just looked really, really consistent across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can keep it up, though, as the ban phase surely will change moving on after this one, right? Cafe Rose in that last game went for the Thing ban first and then into a lot of focus towards no binds. So we'll see kind of what happens moving forward, because, I mean, with no binds, it was tough, I feel like. He was really good on Rogue, and we know how good he is on Venom. But once we see him on the Groot and stuff, it was kind of not as optimal for the squad. But we'll see what happens. Is the reverse sweep going to start like we saw in the last one? Could it be a 3-1? We're going to go to a break and wait for that series to start, for the match to start. We'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Assemble!
Welcome back, everyone. And Shikigami is making it a series here. Cafe Rose up 2-1. And Cafe Rose close this out, or will Shikigami bounce back? We'll find out in just a minute. What'd you think?
Yeah, they might, honestly. I mean, right now it seems to be that Cafe Rose are not as good on Convoy specifically, but also we saw from Cessna, he was playing other things. He played the Jeff, and it looked really good.
Yeah, agreed. I think he stepped up. I think the ban phase was definitely smart from them, removing the Gambit, and then we saw things like, they essentially just the Gambit was removed, and they targeted heavily the Vanguards. They started doing some different stuff, and I think that is what was needed, and it clearly worked out for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now we'll see if Cafe Rose can kind of come back after that loss. In Shikigami, for their side, we might as well. You said that you talked about the ban phase before. We could probably stick with it coming up in the next map, but we're just going to ban out Spider-Man immediately.
Yeah, it is going to be burning to Chala. I can see the off-map potential there. They're going to keep the Elsa right now because it's looked really good for their side. On the side of Swag, who actually MVP'd last time, 42-2, man, with 21 finals it's just absolutely insane. But yeah, the lock-in of Vanpool here for the side of Cafe Rose, them getting rid of Mantis, I think was a really smart initial decision. That just is the backbone of a lot of these triple compositions, especially when you have that Invis, a Jeff combination that could be really good even on this map. But yeah, man, good changes so far for Cafe Rose, who want to clinch this W.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can. Like for Shikigami's side, I think the Spider-Man man makes sense on domination specifically, like on Burn the Chala, just to make sure that we don't get really sticky on his hero. But we're actually focusing all of his hero pool shit. We're already going immediately for the ban onto Daredevil.
Yeah, we will see what happens here in a moment now, as we have the lock-in of what's coming up here in a moment. The Jeff, and I think that is another one of those strong decisions. Jeff getting locked in, the removal of the thing from the side of Cafe Rose.
Yeah, but the Jeff makes sense because they were so good at it specifically. And, we get to see them play it more again. Like, they're going to play triple again. No Mantis involved this time, so that could alleviate the problem as long as you get rid of the Mantis. But Groot's still potentially available. That might be something that we have to worry about. But on domination specifically, I mean, Wolverine should be able to do better here. Maybe not on Burn of the Chala because it's such an open map. But, I mean, Phoenix is still getting through, so is Elsa.
The Strange Band is definitely different. I like it. I think it's unique. It gets rid of that portal retouch capabilities, so they do feel confident in their ability to take home the win here early on and kind of shut them down at the spawn door. That is going to be the idea. I think Strange is good into those Gambit compositions because you can try to really just focus using that eye on the back line and trying to get some value off that. He's one of those ultimates that really can help counter if you play properly. We saw some success with that already today, but even still, goodbye to Strange for potentially the first time in at least in the Americas region, but definitely today.
Yeah, this is very interesting because we're allowing Solo to go through, and You know, I guess we saw like Tree do well on it before. I mean, I like him playing it, so it makes sense you'd want to keep it alongside the Gambit composition. And for Shikigami, I mean, they had their moments on these composition as well, but to be honest, I'm not exactly the most hopeful for them because, well, look, I mean, like Cessna's going back over to that Punisher. This kind of played out before in a very similar way, right? I guess this map could be seen as a better map for Punisher than Hell's Heaven, right? You have more opportunity to get the turret usage. You have more opportunity to pepper across map instead of having to switch back and forth. But still, I mean, I don't know if I'm totally a fan of it, especially allowing the Star-Lord through for the overarching thing. And the Vanguard pool, that's been the big mix-up from earlier. I mean, we're still totally fine allowing it through for both teams.
Yeah, I think the idea is you have a composition now for System that's very, like, you can just pocket the Punisher. Well, I guess Reverse is making the switch there. I saw the Loki initially, and my thought was, oh, just a speed boost. We'll go back to Loki. It's more so use crystals to defend against the Meteor M, potential counter, having the bubble available for Sambo. The idea, I believe, is going to be hard pocket Cessna, who can clearly aim and is a good player, but just struggles to play this hero into certain comps, which everyone would, because, you know, there is some good counters to this hero at the current moment. So is going to own that height now, drop back, play by the strategist consistently, and just deal as much damage as possible, trying to get that ult available for that combination with Gambit. See how it works out for him as Cafe Rose already has presence on point pretty decidedly right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, they also going to play the Elsa. Like, we're not playing on the opposite side because we have Swag, who just popped off on Elsa, honestly. The fact that he's willing to swap over to something else is just a little spooky, because, like, just because he played so well in Elsa last map, just to make sure Cessna can play the Punisher. But it is interesting that Cessna doesn't want to play the Punisher himself. Regardless, Lyric takes out Swag early on, finds his counterpart.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Punisher's being played instead of Elsa. I honestly didn't even catch that in the moment, but the space has already been taken. Own Lyric on the height now, trying to deal some damage. Is able to find Cessna right there, and that's the downside of Punisher being a big body. A lot of healing going through, but it doesn't matter. And you're landing those hit scan shots onto the frame. That is the size of Punisher. Easy takedown there, as now Cafe Rose has point and is owning the space.
And he's probably going for the Banhammer upgrade to make sure that's even more brutal when that connects, because he built it up so fast. And there it goes onto the back line, onto that Loki, who just goes for that copy. But they have to go early with the Gambit ult. Now it's matched with a better Gambit ult defense. And also the Glortrox, two in it. Goodbye.
Sticky and Lyric able to find another 2 off the rip, and this is going back to that composition that we did not like you're discussing, and it's just not working out so far. Still early on in this domination matchup, but I have no doubt that if this combination of ults in this next fight does not work out for him, especially with Meteor M available here for Sticky, which could be huge. I think the idea is you probably don't even want to throw the Meteor at Punisher at this point because there's going to be so much protection. Just try to land it on somebody in the back line if Loki doesn't get crystals. But here comes the combination. Everybody press the Q. Up we go. And Meteor M now. Bang! And it lands and it hits both. They are going to do enough damage to crack through all of that protection, and that is exactly what they were looking for the side of Cafe Rose.
I mean, look at it. They're mixing it up. Cessna's go over to the Mag. Sambo's over to the Deadpool, and Swag's obviously on his Elsa. They realize this is not working. And it is interesting. They thought it would work. Like, I mean, yeah, Elsa's pretty gross. I mean, maybe they had some situations where it would pan out, but yeah, look at this. Tree is just now online, and that's the worrisome factor now, is that you've given some confidence and edge to Tree, and that's not what you want to do when Swag was popping off earlier. That's another KO, and Green's out for Tree.
I'm with you there fully, and now the swaps are coming through, just gonna reduce some of that ultimate charge, giving more advantage back to Cafe Rose, who will be up in ult charge in this next fight, and they're very close now. They have the Glortrox available, who's just downtown finding Reverse, and is gonna try to chase and take Zero, who does escape just narrowly back, but dude, 100-0 is what we're seeing here with no portal touch. Cafe Rose loved the way this ban phase worked out. It very clearly favored their selections, and they take that point home unbelievably decidedly.
Yeah, they banned out the Doctor Strange too, so it panned out even more. Like, we know they're going to be stuck coming out of spawn. I don't know. Like, that was a tough round. That would have been Punisher's best map too, I think, out of all 3 of these rounds as well. So heading to Warrior Falls, at least you got Swag over to the Elsa. You gotta concede, you know, the fact that we at least get to have Swag back on the character that we know he's incredibly good at. But it's interesting. Now we got Sombo off of the Vanpool, potentially over to the Venom instead. Maybe they're going to try to go for a fast fight with a copy. They understand that Pixel has his. Same thing with the Respect. But I don't know. I mean, they also know that No Bind's probably just uses ultimate. Maybe they can go really, really fast with it and find KOs. That's the setup, I imagine, is just go heavily off of the Gambit Rush, plus Raging Football Flush, plus also the Heartbreaker with the Rogue, I mean, that could be the setup for them. Just go get a fast, cheesy fight, potentially.
And we'll see what they elect to do here. They are going to be switching over to the Thor there for the side of Sambal, who had some success with that earlier on. And we'll see if it works out now. And there is the Raging Royal Flush match right back. Raimi is going to walking forward. Swag with the Glartrox, but they're all getting launched. Who gets value? Sticky going to find one on a Swag. Through that ultimate is unbelievably massive right now. Cafe Rose still maintaining ult advantage. Not going to overcommit. Lyric able to find Sambal. And wow, just turning it right back at him. Starting with the Royal Flush first, and it pans out perfectly for them yet again. Cafe Rose is not stopping this momentum. Shikigami's got to bounce back now before they lose this thing fully and get kicked out of the tournament.
Yeah, that could very well happen. I don't know if the Thor play was really worth it in that fight, right? Like, you would assume they wanted to go first. They just couldn't. Now the second fight, they're against 5 ultimates. And it's just everything now. We have no binds popping his ult first with the Sticky with the Meteor M yet again, and the Raging Royal Flush. Just everything coming out, Chip.
Yeah, and here's that Meteor M again. Says they're not able to make that one happen so far. Not going to be on that Magneto, but does fall to respect. Lyric again onto 0 meta, and I'll tell you what, buddy, after this momentum shift, I don't see it changing any other way. Cafe Rose has not stopped moving. Their momentum is insane to witness, and they're going to send them right back to the door.
I just don't understand why we're like switching up to Thor of all things after realizing our Punisher cheese thing didn't really work either. Like, you gotta play Vanpool, man. Like, this is like the best Vanguard of the game. I don't know, unless Thor just pops off in some point fight, but there's so much sustain you talked about earlier with the Loki, with the copy once you get to the Gambit too. It's just gonna be a little brutal, I think, for Shikigami now as they're coming up on ult finally.
Yeah, and Cafe Rose now going to start off early once again. Pixel going to launch in tree with the Glartrox. Not able to get too much value. It's matched right back from Swag, but still nobody goes down. Sambal starting off with the God of Thunder. Does that one land? Doesn't look like it does just yet. Swag trying to find one. Does find one. Will this be enough as Raimai now is going to take out Sticky, and that could be the momentum shift they needed, but 72% in climbing is already a tricky spot to be in. Sambal able to find respect. Lyric once more finding one. Binds again. Are they still going to take this back? No, Swag finds binds, and at this point it should be a point gap by Shiggy, but is it too little too late with 85% on?
Maybe they can get some stuff going. It was a huge large trunks there by Swag, and maybe at the end of the day this is like the Elsa gameplay that we were really lacking out on earlier. But that could happen. 85% of the board so quickly because of a few lost team fights. Nice shots across the map though from Cessna, and they had to push back too. So this ultimate just used to sort of sustain and negate the push from Shikigami or from Cafe Rose. Respect, nice pick on Ensemble.
A shot there by Lyric, who is just playing this hero perfectly right now. So much value consistently being driven. I cannot believe it's not matched. I think that is the problem because they look good on the hero even prior, but just don't feel the confidence right now. I don't think it's necessary, but you know, the numbers say otherwise. 92% in climbing here for Cafe Rose. Ult still up here right now for Lyric, who is going to launch that towards the back line. There's going to be one answer for Reverse, who's starting up now with the Gambit, but will be matched with a Q. The touch comes through. This time, still holding on to the point, but not for long. Swag falls. Pixel able to make that trade. On the point is going to be Cessna up in the sky with a Meteor M. Very low in HP, though. Is it land? It does not. It actually does, excuse me, but he does fall. Binds, able to find that pick. Lyric now on a 0 meta, and I do think it's just a matter of time here, folks. Cafe Rose bounced back after getting taken down by one map and have played lights out ever since. Another pick comes through. OT ticks down. Few numbers left. No portal available, and Cafe Rose will move forward.
Huge win from Cafe Rose on the second map, and you know, even Deadpool from Deadpool 3 would be jealous with how often the dualies were just used in that map. Lyric just so often able to pop off from across the map, get high damage output, and yeah, it's an easy victory, honestly, considering huge mistakes towards the very end from Shikigami. Maybe they just felt it was a tough opportunity, tough map to win. Easy MVP, I think, from Lyric. Cafe Rose win it 3-1 to get to the next round, and they're going to play against an opponent that also, you know, has a tough matchup next. But I mean, that was an incredible game from the squad on Cafe Rose's side. Lyric with the 12 final hits that map. Tree had his moments for sure. Same thing with Swag, but at the end of the day, Shikigami, they're going home, not qualifying for Ignite.
I think if you ever want a testament to how strong Vanguard pool can be, just go ahead and watch this game. Not being matched right back. Lyric with 12 finals. Next closest in the entire lobby being 6 on his own team, on the opposition being 3. Consistently finding value using that ultimate to keep the backline suppressed and forcing them away. It was really, really clean. Shout out to Reverse and Zero. Even through the mayhem, still getting up in the 20K numbers for the healing side, but it's just very difficult to press through a Vanguard who is that oppressive. And I mean, as a whole right now, I think that Shikigami just got in their heads in that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right, 100%. It's, Shikigami really just kind of beat themselves, sadly. But, this is at least a learning lesson for them, I imagine. Like, maybe Cessna can pick up the Deadpool future on later on, because obviously you could tell he wasn't playing it was mainly some Somble, sometimes it was Swag, but Swag having to pick between Deadpool and Elsa, you need to have one more player who could play that character at the level that Lyric was playing it, right? And on the opposite side, you saw Sticky picking up the Magneto. I think that was also a huge catalyst, just able to fill a little bit more onto a character that maybe he's also comfortable on, that fits the meta a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Spider-Man was removed and Daredevil, right? And Sticky goes to Magneto and still gets a bunch of value. We saw the huge Meteor M there, even through not only shields, bubble, and crystals, was able to find a two-piece. That's great coordination by the team. It's also really good placement of that Meteor M. So willing to be flexible like that. Shout out on that side. But again, Lyric 12 finals. I think the entirety of Shikigami looked so good, except for that domination at the end. They just did not. They went back to the comp that they really struggled with. And I think that is just a comp that can't be used at this current state of the meta, especially under those ban conditions. So again, I think Shikigami absolutely has a talent. Shout out to them, as they will be removed here from that tournament. Making it so far is a huge accomplishment, and I have no doubt we're going to see those names again. A ton of awesome players on their team.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around the block too. Some of these guys have been at Ignite before, via other squads. So I'm sure we'll see them again. You're right. There's a lot that they can improve on and get better at. And I'm sure these guys are grinding every day. So, and there's going to be changes, right? That's what people don't understand too. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of signed rosters right now. There's not that many, by the way, for our partnered squads. And the ones that do exist have made their decisions, right? They've already announced. But, those months leading up can be a very tough lead up, right? Like, even for, this was years ago now. Like, I'm a former player from like 7 years ago. So it's totally not totally relevant now, I guess, because when the leagues are starting up, right, when we're going into Ignite, when there's these partner squads that have their rosters, there's always at least one or two rosters, maybe even more, that have issues, internal issues, right? There's personality clashes, and you start to figure them out, and you start to have problems leading up to the official release of Ignite, right? These months leading up, you can have some crazy backlash internally, which will result in, okay, we have to pick up a player. So, you're looking at MRC, especially if you have a really good scouting department for replacement players, substitute players, or, potential future all-stars. We're going to head straight into our next series, by the way, Shiv. Extinction versus Vengefuls. This is another series that's in the lower brackets. Whoever loses this is going home, not qualified for Ignite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this matchup here. A lot of newer talents. Definitely seen a lot of these names before, folks, but not as much at the very top of the game yet for at least Ignite. So, ton of new talent at the bottom side, backs against the wall. Which team can clutch up? Vengeful versus Extinction. We will see who gets the job done. Goodbye to that Gambit. Goodbye to the Van Pool, and that is more consistent with what I would see in these ban phases.
Yeah, I'm sure if you're a player in ranked, you're like, oh, thank God, got rid of the two problem characters. Elsa's still making it through, though, not touched in the ban phase. It's a Loki that is banned for Vengeful, and I think that makes sense for the squad. They like to play, I believe it was like some Spider-Man and stuff, and they like to put affecting onto like Rocket Raccoon, and I like Death, and I like affecting, and I like that backline, but I do kind of worry a little bit about, like, they're kind of left on their own little island, right? This Vengeful squad loves to play surround comps. They like to play for Wizard Dread on the Venom and stuff. And that's why they play that Protect. But sometimes these sort of teams forget about their backline. Meanwhile, for Extinction, they're trying to come back after, having some tough matchups in the upper bracket as well. But we know this team has also got an incredible stacked talent that we haven't seen this weekend. We saw it last week, though.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting eyes now. But yeah, we saw this Venom composition come in and look strong in the past year for this side of Vengeful. See if it will happen again. The lock-in of the Mantis and Adam will lead me to believe that we're going to see that triple comp here, and the removal of Groot is very much betting on triple for the side of Extinction. And I don't think that is a bad ban phase for them at all in the current state. Removing two big answers to triple, including that Meteor M and the Strangling Prison together. Again, shout out to that ban phase. Don't think it's bad. We'll see if it works out against the side of Vengeful.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And, you know, I believe these teams have played together before, too. So, you know, for Extinction, this could be a potential rematch / grunt match. And, you know, for Team Vengeful, they like playing Rayquaza on the Elsa, but they're totally fine having him onto that Phoenix. Meanwhile, for Extinction, they get that Mantis and Adam Warlock protect. And we haven't even seen those two heroes protected back-to-back like that, and kind of ignored a little bit for Vengeful, as they did go for those Gambit Loki bans instead of focusing on, you know, that potential triple lineup. But the Daredevil ban was a little bit more important for their side. We're going to head to Celestial Husk Shib, and this could be a fun matchup between these two teams who are definitely close to qualifying for Ignite if they could start this potential game number 1 with a win.
That is it, brother. You said it perfectly. And again, perfect call out there. Vengeful actually taking it 3-0 against Extinction last time. Took them home decidedly. And we'll see if that will happen again or if they've learned from their mistakes. But you know what the beauty is? They could go back and do their homework on that matchup. They can go ahead and see where the issues were and remove them. And that's likely what was happening here in the ban phase from the side of Extinction, who are trying to find a way through the wall that was Vengeful, taking them home 3-0. Here begins the first match. Off the rip, the composition's on screen. We will see some Hulk play right now from Extinction.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Aurora is very good at the Hulk as well, so they can kind of play it together as a cohesive unit. But yeah, every game Vengeful is banning Gambit, and the first series was Celestial Husk, which was a very close 12-minute game. But then the second game was Midtown, 7 minutes, and then Central Park, the last game these two teams played against each other, it was a 5-minute quick speed run for Team Vengeful. So to me, that looks to be like a bit of a mental lapse, potentially, like we just slowly got beat into the ground. But maybe in this one, they can start off well. Regardless, they need to peel off that dive early from Zanji, and they do.
Alpha able to find one there on a Wizard Dread, and that's a good start for the side of Extinction in this fight. Got to maintain presence at the point, and wow, they got point early. No one could contest there after the early takedown of Dread, who I'm not even sure was able to pop that E. Gotta wait till the last moment. CC maybe just a little bit too much. Either that or the damage was clean. Wada, we've seen a lot of success on Spider-Man from Wada in the past, also playing a very mean Daredevil, as both sides will have that. Zanji going to be doing the same thing here. Extinction 20% and climbing. No real ult advantage just yet. It's all about who presses Q properly in this next fight up.
Yeah, a lot of focus towards those Vanguards. We'll see if Wada can find that KO, and he does somehow, but traded by Zanji. Comes back. Oh my god, that purple gets him so low, but nobody falls. Colin has to run all the way back. It's better. Invisible boundary, I believe, for affecting, but they still have to hold on this point for Extinction side. Pro Builder goes down, but he's got the Cocoon and the Res Jib, so even if they were to lose more here, they're maybe going to get the Res off before the End Song Inferno comes.
Rayquaza able to find one there. The Res comes through from Pro Builder, bringing back 3 into
nice
the fight.
Though.
Aurora, able to commit heavy. Soul Bond out, and there goes the flight. Zanji able to take out Rayquaza. A lot of movement here, and showcasing that new skin. Shout out to the Born Again skin. Big fan of that one. Back on the point once more. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
I think this is the way to go moving forward. Like, if you're against a team that can play 2-2-2 around the Phoenix, right? The way to counter that is by playing triple with some very tanky characters. You know, you get the Daredevil with the overhealth, you get everybody else like the Hulk who can come back and peel, and then you just peel off all their damage, right? It doesn't really matter how much damage they're doing if you outlive it with your healing, and they're doing that right now in terms of Extinction. Nice res. Zanji trades one affecting. He can't be back in the fight. You lose one silent, though, at the very least.
Yeah, Trader right back on a strategist line, and that's the goal here. You're going to see these Daredevils all over the back line. Pro Builder trying to get that trade onto Wada and does just that. Good movement there. But once again, Extinction at 92%. Pro Builder low, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be able to fly away. 60 HP, and the Dream escapes and immediately bonds up, and now the team becomes a big threat. Walking everyone down in this few moment. Alfie almost gets that pick very low on the side of Vengeful when it comes to Colin, able to escape that. Rayquaza with a shot on Zanji. That was disgusting. Finding one
How
more.
did you see him? Yeah, how did you see him? He was totally blind, right? That was a crazy shot. But you know, maybe they can come back in off of that Chib, right? They have the Invisible Boundary, but Pro Builder does have that res available. They almost gave up the point. Alfie goes down. They're going to give it the point shortly. No Cocoon. Finally, Vengeful get it moving forward.
Yeah, and that is the retake that was necessary here. There is going to be some ults available when it comes to Pro Builder and Rayquaza. Rayquaza can actually be a decent ultimate to counter Pro Builder, because obviously when you do use that End Song Inferno on Phoenix, it gets rid of all of the overhealth, and that is what you come back with, 80% overhealth when you are coming out of that Adam res. So keep that in mind. Could be an answer if they decide to use it for that moment. We'll find out shortly what it looks like. And here goes another fight. Extinction in a very good position so far.
And they are. See if they can keep it up, though, right? The Adam Warlock comp relies heavily on creating space for your Adam to get this res off. You go in with the Hulk. You have to get that space without going down quickly. And they do so. Wizard Dread goes down early. Huge pick off. All the Eternal Bonds coming out. That's the second time that's happened for Vengeful.
Alfie trying to find some value. Does land on the front line of Colin, who will go down there. Alfie with some good movement even after being pushed away is able to find one. Playing on the low ground so the push does not, move you too far. Wada in a dangerous spot. Looks like will fall. Pro Builder with some good shots once again. Still holding on to that res. Extinction may not even need to use it right now as the point is being held here by Wizard. E gets popped. His ult available. Tries to escape. Great force physics there as the portal comes through.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Aurora opened this up, right? He's just constantly on the back line, has huge amounts of HP, so as long as he's taking those shots from Rayquaza, you're going to be okay. Wada's also found every single fight. He lives with 1 HP, but they need him to come back in this fight and get some damage off. He's being chased by Hulk. Poor guy. Slapped and clapped. Goodbye, Wada, back to the spawn for the 3rd time.
Yeah, good tracking there, just marking that. Zanji able to find 2, Alfie on 1, and that could be it here for the final fight as the portal was committed. Zanji on a call-in now, make it a quadra onto Wizard, and that will take home point 1. Extinction shutting down Vengeful.
Ooh. Incredible game out of Extinction so far. It just feels like they've found the reason why they lost the last series, and it's a better choice, right? Get rid of the Vanguards, make sure they are playing the Venom, and we saw, I think last time they were banning Venom and stuff, but they're letting Wizard Dread play his main and just getting rid of some of the stronger heroes in terms of like the Vanpool, the Magneto, the Groot, characters that I think can enable a very strong hit scan player like Rayquaza. And he can't do much, right? Like, he's tracked down by Aurora. Aurora's jumping in on Hulk, not going down because Phoenix, I mean, people say that Hulk's weak, but not really. Like, dude, like, every time you're a Phoenix player against a Hulk player, it just feels like you're shooting him nonstop because he just doesn't die, right? And, the moment you feel like you got him on the ropes, he just activates that Monster Hulk form, and then you just can't. You're like, oh, great, he's got another HP pool. Awesome. So, Vengeful solution now, Shib. It looks like they're going to go over to the Rocket Raccoon alongside playing the Punisher to try to deal with the tankiness of Extinction.
That's exactly it. They're going to be playing shoddy forward and combined. Oh, they predict this coming, and that's a pretty smart idea, but I'm sure half the team is actually separated there. Will that be enough for them to get an early pick? But yeah, that is the idea, using that shoddy in that moment. Aurora on the back line, able to find that pick on a Rayquaza, and you talked about the strength of this, Aurora playing Hulk is getting incredibly strong right now. Maybe we see 2 here. Now Colin in a dangerous spot. The E comes in from Wizard Dread, and a 2-piece out of the back line from Silent and Pro Builder, and Wizard Dread now bouncing back as Colin is able to find Zanji, but here comes a huge res.
Yeah, they didn't track him. Nobody's tracked. I thought Wizard Dread would have tracked Pro Builder. They don't get the point. They do at least get the Hulk at the very least, but they've walked away main assault. You're against Colin's ult on the other side, but Wada's dead again. That's so many times we've seen Wada just like inevitably go down, and now we're down a huge amount of damage. We do have Punisher at the very least, but nothing to sustain it.
Tackle comes in under the front line of Alfie. He's going to stay healthy with the Meteor M Venn diagram match right back. But here comes the final judgment. Pro Builder able to find affecting. Rayquaza goes down from Zanji. And again, the Punisher just does not seem to be working into these compositions. The idea of trying to shut down this Hulk is forcing the team into a comp that is just not working against Extinction. And this is looking incredibly strong so far. The point is going to be taken over by Extinction right now.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been okay if, like, somebody tracked down Pro Builder, which you would assume. Like, he has the Cocoon, he has the res. Yeah, like, somebody's got to track him down. Nobody did, whether it be the Daredevil, whether it be the Venom. But now Vengeful is just on the back foot. I mean, they're going Rayquaza back to the Phoenix. So they're looking a little bit desperate at the current moment, and Zanji's got his ultimate, but so does Wada.
Yeah, I'd have to fully agree with you there. It's entirely someone's job to track down Warlock. Zanji finds 2 almost instantaneously. The res comes in on affecting. Wada able to find 1 onto Coco. Colin finds 1 onto Alfie, but Zanji with another pick, playing lights out right now, cannot be stopped, but still is going to have to drop back towards the team as the numbers are roughly even in this fight.
I mean, affecting trying all his might to live at the very end. But the overhelp from Zanji keeping himself alive, even without strats. I mean, he's just able to stay alive till the very last second. Now he's getting heals from Coco. Last second. So 50% of the board, Aurora can stall it out with Hulk 2. Colin's pulled back into it. And I feel kind of bad for the backline of Vengeful because they're just not able to live against this Hulk. He's just doing too much. Aurora came through, destroys Colin.
Just playing so strong. There's just not much they can do right now as Wada is able to find Silent, and that is a good start here for the turnaround in Vengeful. But 60% in climbing, and Pro Builder starts ultimate again for Extinction. Everybody back in the fight once more. And the commitment come through. Bond gets committed, and that's a cooldown that will be called out, affecting dropping back towards Death, and is able to find Zanji. Now Vengeful are finding their footing here. Can they walk forward and make something happen? No. Silent Blaze says Wada, good night. Finds another one, still holding on to that Soul Resurgence as an answer to buy even more time, and there it is.
Yep, onto the left side, Wizard Red coming over, or sorry, Alfie now on the Venom coming through from affecting. I was just so used to seeing Wizard Red on the Venom. But now Silent Blaze again on the Mantis, like you said, sleeps Rayquaza, does get heals, but not enough to keep him alive to Silent Blaze.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very difficult situation. It seems like Extinction has just found the solution in this domination, and they are playing so well and stalling so cleanly. Adam with Reses nearly every time. Nobody tracking this Adam down. Might result in a switch up here in composition or in ban. Silent able to find Wada once more. Just consistently getting picks here on this Mantis and damage boosting the threat that is our Lawyer. Now on point, gets tackled, and we're now looking towards Emma on Colin, who is still holding on a point in diamond form.
Yeah, but that form's about to run out, and she's not looking very diamond-like at all right now. She's looking definitely brutally beaten. But at the current moment, Pro Builder comes back with a cocoon. They find the pick. Wizard Dread looking for more with his Daredevil too, and they're finally able to find two. They did this before, but can they keep it up, right? Is this consistent? They just use that see you later. They commit the Daredevil ultimate. He's let the devil out. And at least Extinction's used some ultimates, but they do have that res available, and last time they got value out of it. Alfie now going over to the Thor. He's playing basically mystery heroes. He's trying to figure out something to play alongside this, and he's going back now over to that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, Strange is going to be available here. They don't need to worry too much about Portal. They have plenty of time to commit one more fight before they even have to stress about Portal. We're going to see the res potential be here. We're going to see Monster Hulk. We're going to see the Soul Resurgence from Silent. There's a lot, but can it be matched back by Rayquaza and Colin? Rayquaza potentially going to track down the Atom. Wow, Pro Builder says not up in here, finds Death, and takes him out instantly. And it takes to the sky, potentially looking for a res if need be, but doesn't even need it just yet. Soul Resurgence get popped, and the whole team is still biding time on point. You see the invisible boundary launch on the right side angle, and that's from affecting, but it's not even on point.
Well, here comes Dansong Inferno, but is there any follow-up at all? Everybody's low on his team. He's just doing it to live. Lands to the ground, but I mean, well, okay, you're just now back into my face, into my fists on Hulk. Aurora removes him, and now it's going to look like a lot like earlier. I mean, Colin gets walked down. No reses, by the way, because we're not on triple. And we're just stalling out now, waiting for Wada's portal to come through. Oh, nice shot from Rayquaza, though.
Yeah, that's necessary. I'm not sure the passive is there. Looks like Pro Builders has the potential, but no, it doesn't get utilized. Does still have ultimate available. Coco with the invisible boundary. Alfie now still holding on. There's a bunch of Qs being committed here from Extinction. They're putting all their eggs in one basket. We see Zanji find one. Alfie with a two-piece now. Extinction on the retake, looking clean up heavy in numbers. The Sia gets committed. The Sia gets deleted. Goodbye to Colin, and Extinction retake this point. Still holding on to Rez. Down goes Venom, and this time to stall even longer, but at this point I do see the writing on the wall here for the side of Vengeful, unless this Venom can stall for days.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to, right? Like it's just going to be affecting coming back on Invisible Woman, blocked off by the Doctor Strange like a bodyguard, you know, waiting outside of a club for any potential drunkards to walk in, and those are looking like Spider-Man, right? Wada's trying to find the back line of Pro Builder. By himself, just gets stuffed. Pro Builder has hit some nice shots throughout this series and looks to continue and moving forward.
Hulkmains rejoice. Aurora is doing you justice right now. It's still an insane hold here from Vengeful on this point. Getting it to 99. Gotta shout that out. It's been lights out play. A lot of survivability, but I don't see it lasting too long. The commitment in all these fights has been just a little bit too much. They need a miracle here. Zanji trying to chase down the backline once more. Death in a very dangerous spot is gonna fall. Zanji just deleting the backline. Pro Builder just protecting the backline as Wizard Dread goes down once more. And there is the hold here, the stall for the moment. The idea of Wada on that Spider-Man. Rayquaza finds Silent now, and now they lose a strategist, but the Born Again comes through to keep them on the point. Oh my goodness.
Wait, they could potentially still be in this. Like, where's the target focus out of Extinction?
What?
They lose Zanji. They lose another with Rez again. Alfie finds Wada. That's the Spider-Man, but he can keep coming back. So not that big of a deal. Overtime slowly dwindles. They have to stay on the point. Let the double out again. Second time by Zanji, by the way, at the very end. Finally able to find three.
Yeah, this is absolutely outrageous here on this hold. I cannot believe it. This is a testament to Vengeful being a skilled team and almost holding on, but being removed there from the point for just a moment gives Extinction the chance to take this home, and they will take first map. But wow, Vengeful started looking crazy and locking in there at the end.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a really fun map, and I think we're in for a treat between these two squads. It comes back to the ban phase, though, right? Like, we're banning out a lot of strategists and then praying our backline can live. I think the only way we have a backline that does something remotely close in a 2-2-2 style is if we do, like, if we pull something out of VP's book, maybe even Navi, where we play, like, Jeff, Rocket Raccoon. You know, we play the Animal Crossing backline, just run away. But just specifically look at the Invisible Woman, man. 12 deaths, right? Like, there was nothing Affecting could do. Like, 31,000 healing, that's a surprise. The fact that he even got that much healing and damage off is crazy, considering how every time he was alive, he's just got a roar on his face. 28-1 on Hulk, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that was some really clean play. I mean, also, you got to shout out Pro Builder. You can't really, you know, stats don't always tell the story, but so much value in finding those neutral picks on the diving backline, protecting that backline with Bond whenever they were in trouble. Silent Falls a few times. Silent was still getting some good value, but 8 finals there. I mean, the entirety of this team looked lights out. I think at the end, we started to see Vengeful wake up, and that was huge for them. They started switching composition up. They went to the Angela. They kind of played their own lives a little bit. Wada went over to the Spider-Man, who ended up SVPing there at the end. The team was definitely bouncing back, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that as we head into map 2.
Yeah, there's a chance for sure. And I think that, you know, it's just tough because when you allow Adam Warlock through, when you allow like Mantis through and stuff, and you allow that backline, it's gonna end up that way if you don't play triple, right? Like, it just is. And I wonder if they just never thought about playing the Jeff, for example. Like, maybe they could, because you get the team up with Venom, you get more heals that way. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what happens if they adjust their ban phase moving forward. But we're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And the absolute stall of despair was just witnessed, but they come out on top. Extinction up 1-0 against Vengeful, and that was a heater, man. They started to bounce back a little bit there. What'd you think?
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, if we allow Spider-Man to go through and stuff, I like Wada playing that hero, dude. Like he was great, but you know, it's still in a loss, right? Doesn't matter how ugly it looked. A win is a win, and for the side of Extinction, that's a big win. That's a huge win considering last time they lost on Celestial Husk in a very close fashion. That was a 12-minute game, went all 3 rounds. That time it was 2-0 for Extinction. That's a big W.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a change up in compositions here. I think we're going to see potentially the Mantis ban to shut that down, just remove it completely so the triple can't be run, because when you look over at Vengeful, they never elected to try to make that happen. And, you know, they just struggled. And I would argue a lot of it was just off the back of the fact that Pro Builder on that Atom was looking really, really good in that matchup. So likely going to see a change up there. Goodbye to the Gambit. And right now, goodbye to the Vanpool. And the lock-in of the Mantis comes through.
All right. We're going to get the Mantis back on through the Gambit ban. And it's tough. I think Vengeful, in terms of ban phase, their backs are kind of against the wall because they want to put Rayquaza onto like these really high tier like duelists, such as Elsa, such as the Phoenix. Last time, I believe they banned the Elsa, so maybe they're going to let that go through this time. They do protect Wizard Dread's Venom because Extinction's targeting these Vanguards. They get rid of the strongest ones that are left. And that leaves Vengeful in a weird spot where they're, you know, lacking their backline. They allow the Mantis comp to go through. I'm just curious because I think that the Gambit ban kind of sets them back a little bit due to the fact they don't want to play it. But now they go for that group protect on the opposite side, maybe go front to back style without the Loki and the Mantis being a problem. This could be an interesting mix up out of their parts, but they're going to get rid of Invisible Woman.
I think the group protect is a major shining point for them because the last time Groot was actually banned out, and you just got to find Vanguard answers to this triple composition if it is going to be run, and Groot is one of those that can absolutely do that. I mean, essentially strangling Prison, Invis out of her ultimate. If well, they're going to remove Invis either way, the Mantis, and you try to combo off that, whether it's going to be you know, any of the backline trying to make a big play. You try to lock them up, you try to make a big alt play. Now you might see the Jeff combination. If that comes through, it doesn't look like it's going to be run here by Extinction, but potentially over there by Death. All that kind of stuff does give you an answer into the triple, and we will see if there is any success. Magneto being removed is another one of those ones that can very much help shut it down. So I would say Extinction is just consistently doing a good job trying to find a way to make that triple work.
Yeah, absolutely. They are, but on the opposite side, maybe for Vengeful, if they do put Death onto the Jeff, I liked it a little bit more. But I am curious why we didn't do this in the last map, though. Like, we could have played, instead of Invisible Woman, the Rocket Jeff backline. So that's kind of curious. I don't know. Like, maybe that they've thought about it a little bit more. Convoy is just not as good as Domination for, like, this Jeff and this Rocket, right? Like, you want to live, you want to play safe, you want to keep them alive. And if you're playing front to back style, I'm just curious if this really works out for your front line, because they're just going to be lacking those Stratus ultimates unless you can find somebody on Extinction's side. Like, over the course of the whole game, they're going to need to put a lot of pressure on Coco.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I think that's a win condition now, but the problem is Pro Builder is going to be right next to Coco, ready for Bond at any point. But if you can press through that and make a play through it, that is definitely the condition you're playing for. You find Coco early, you try to remove Coco off the field, and then you are up in numbers, you're up in alts in terms of strategist lining, trying to make a play off that.
They're playing for the first corner and playing for ults already. Like, they just give it up. They understand they don't want to put their backline in a bad spot, and they already know flanking is Wada. Wada sent back low already, and now they can push up with the class.
Yeah, and that's the idea. You call it that cooldown. Coco able to find Death early on, setting the tone a little bit here for Luna mains. Sage is very much still playable in this meta. Great freeze right there, followed up by potentially a sleep to keep the CC alive. Silent able to find Wizard there. Once again, now the side of Extinction looking good on the defense. Ultimate's going to be up here very soon for Rayquaza on Vengeful, who already has the Apex Predator available. Another one of those ultimates that can be a big threat into the strategist backline mid-ult.
I'm just curious, once these ults get going, how Vengeful win this, right? It's through a big ultimate from Rayquaza, but Pro Builder's close to that ultimate. I guess if they can get the fight win before Rez is up for Pro Builder, they might have a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't allow the res to come through, but you can use Groot on top of that Solar Resurgence and then Jeff it, or, you know, something like that to counter that ultimate. But here goes Luna. You can still try to find value through that. Everybody else is CCable in that ultimate. They do find value as Pro Builder is able to take out Wada and head right back towards the spawn door. Zanji with a nice shot there onto Wizard Dread is going to try to keep the momentum in their favor, but the res comes through.
I mean, low-key, I would like even maybe like a blade or something to follow up on those Groot ults, because you saw that. I mean, like, Cullen's Groot ult did nothing. Like, there was no anti because you don't have Gambit, you don't have it for the blade. I know it's, like, definitely a little bit crazy, but...
Yeah, I mean, you just got to combine it with something. Even Wizard of Death in that moment is probably your best bet. It's got to be something like that, because the reduction in healing can be massive. But down goes the Feast. The timing for 2 seconds, trying to get to the pop, and it does as Coco goes down. The damage boost comes through there. It's going to enable that to be a little bit easier to get that one shot. And there goes the Bond. And remember, folks, it is a amount of HP. Bond is not on a timer, but here goes the It's Jet from Death. Does that land on a few as he's heading off map right now?
Where was Rayquaza with the follow-up to the ultimate? I mean, they're just living. They're backing up. Okay, never mind. Finally, Wizard Red and Water were able to finally get rid of them before Zanji or Aurora could get ults off. So you're right. Like, the pressure actually panning out for Vengeful. They're on everybody on Extinction.
Yeah, I don't dislike their comp right now. Okay, I think there are CCable ults. So the idea right now, the only ult that you can't CC through is Luna, but that's just her. You can still affect everybody else, and you could still make a huge anti-play with Wizard, or you can make the Jet play with Death, and even if you don't find value on the picks, you're putting the numbers heavily in your favor throughout that combination, and then your duelist, Rayquaza and Wada, could try to find value onto whoever's still around. They have enough damage to make that happen, so I don't think it's a bad decision. I think you need to play something more unique like this, and less of a hold ultimate spree is, or Aurora, is able to find 2 right there.
Yeah, nice pick. Somehow the BRB brings back Death, though, before affecting went down. That's a huge pick off. Pro Builder trades back Wada, though, even though the BRB does get in. Aurora actually got, plus also Rayquaza's ult. Okay. That's just a mult. All right.
That's huge. That was massive, and the sweep comes in from Wizard, and they're already moving forward with 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Very defensible position here. We are going to see the Ironwood Wall placing the setup here from the side of Groot. And that is going to be the goal. You set up, you try to get some early damage, you get that ult quickly. Groot is very much effective with the ults in these compositions. That's the entire idea. Bang, down comes Wizard. Gonna launch towards the backline with a Feast of the Abyss combination. Bang, everybody is antied. But this match right back now from Coco to the dance floor. Oh, Pro Builder with an insane shot again.
Yeah, this guy's been free for the last 2 maps. Also has the damage boost coming from his Mantis, though the BRB did bring back Rayquaza. So they're back into it. Right, and they're actually doing a good job disengaging. I feel like Vengeful is playing way better than they did in the last map.
Yeah, we're going to see Let the Devil Out here. The engagement comes in from Zanji, who is going to just get the team panicking. Out goes the Sia quickly. The team's going to try to burn that down. It's very low in HP, but a huge strangling Christian this match. Death trying to get a big eat here. Could be massive, and it is going to find 2 to the front line. Can't get off the map right now. The team focusing, but will that be enough? Colin able to find one on the silent throughout the mix, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Being down in numbers, your duelist can clean up the rest, and Wada and Rayquaza are able to find 2 more.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. Pro Builder does have the ult, but it's tracked down, it looks like, too. So they've done a better job tracking down Pro Builder. After the cocoon, he can't get the res off. Groot ultimate from Aurora has no follow-up. And we're about to head into the 3rd phase, Shib. It's been lights out for Vengeful so far. That's the second Wizard. Wait, is that the second Wizard Red ult that he had in, like, the same fight after the Lose No Dance Floor?
Seems like it. That was really quick.
Jesus. I mean, that guy's farming right now. I guess, well, this is why you don't want to give Wizard Dread the Venom, I suppose. So, you know, in the overarching theme of things, keeping Wizard Dread on the Venoms looked good so far. In the 3rd phase of the map with 3 minutes left to go, they bought themselves a ton of time. Alfie's maybe switching over to the Angela, and Roar's going over to the Captain America to play this sort of mobile Vanguard line too, so they're not taking out a fight.
Yeah, the idea now is just not allow Groot to get free ultimates on everybody. They just try to stop it in some fashion, put some shields up there, and try to do something to keep the team separated in some of these big ultimates. In fact, they're going to bring Water right back in the fight after being down another Rayquaza with a huge large truck. Apex Predator, excuse me. Aurora going to have to drop backwards. Wada just deflecting about 1.5 billion damage there, is going to be able to find one on the Silent, who comes right back in the fight, and that's what the whole team's doing. They don't mind it. The Groot tries to combine off of the reses, but a huge dance floor comes in right now from Coco to keep the team healthy, but Pro Builder still goes down.
Yeah, that res was right in front of everybody, and that's tough. I mean, getting 2 Vanguards caught in a Glortox is brutal, considering, you know, they're both really mobile characters. So for Aurora and also Alfie to get caught in that ultimate was massive. Now Wizard Dread has the ult again, and last time he's dove upon the back line once more. But it makes sense. You don't need to worry about having sort of a front line, I suppose, for this strategist lineup of Extinction, considering they have so much healing, but they do go over to the Emma to stop Wizard Dread.
Commitment now, Rayquaza. On Aurora. Ooh, yikes. That was insane. Coco goes down instantly there, too. Making that switch over to the Jeff. Down goes the It's Jeff from Death. There's going to be no combination just yet, as the Strangling Prison's not available. Looking for one, potentially, in a different angle. Rayquaza going to follow up here, and is going to find Pro Builder with a combination play from Wada, as we see even more value. Alfie able to take Death off the map, but Death is going to take off Silent Blaze as well. Pro Builder resing right back into the fight and holding on for Extinction near the point, but the numbers still up for Vengeful, and alts are still up for Vengeful. Will they be able to pull through here?
Yeah, they just weren't able to set up Dread's ultimate, it looks like, so far, as, you know, now they're diving on a Pro Builder. No Cocoon, or actually, no, he does have Cocoon to come back into the fight, so he's still in it. Zanji as well, looking for the Rocket Raccoon, and eventually affecting him. I mean, he's been dodging all over the place, running around like the raccoon he is, but eventually got found.
All right, able to find Colin there. Diving in towards the back line once more. Still not able to make that work. We see here Colin holding on to that ultimate. We still have 4 alts for the side of Vengeful. Aurora hold on to the Feast of the Abyss with Coco here for Extinction. Can that clutch up for them against the 4 on the opposition? Pro Builder very close to ult as well. Very much a priority target here in these fights.
Yeah, it's all about where Pro Builder sets up his ultimate. I mean, he hasn't found the best spots to set up, but Colin last time did connect with the Strangling Prison into that ultimate. So we'll kind of see how it goes. Aurora does find up on the top left. They need to also harass his backline. You know, Death and Affecting are playing so good on this map comparatively to the last one. It's way easier with the Jeff Raccoon backline.
Yeah, Affecting using the Sia there just to kind of counteract the dive from the Feast of the Abyss on Aurora. Zanji with heavy commitment now, chasing down Wada, who is going to be able to just barely, no, not escape, as Zanji gets that chase down. Well played there, looking now towards the Jeff, who is very low, and it will go down. Zanji with some clutch moments right now against the side of Vengeful. Finds 2, make it 3. Will Zanji keep it going? Pro Builder on a Rayquaza. OT in a dangerous spot. The portal going to need to come through, as Wada is now trying to make that happen. Another pick here onto Colin. The portal, the Sia, everyone committing, but it won't get them to point 3. What a stop there by Extinction.
Yeah, excellent hold. The spawn's close, but they figured out what to play with their Vanguards. We kind of saw this, I think, on map number 1. Occasionally for Extinction, specifically with Aurora, trying to, you know, figure out what else to play besides the Hulk and Alfie. You know, now they're able to kind of mix it up. They're able to play the Venom. They're able to play the Angela. And they were on Cap and they were on Emma and stuff, and that did, you know, enable them a lot. So we'll see on the attack what happens. You know, I think it's a little bit easier for Wada to set up with Wizard Red on the offense, but you know, it's all about keeping Affecting and Death in a good spot, right? Last time we saw Affecting and Death in the Streets phase, and really the first point after the first little bit, they started to live a lot. And as long as that can happen again, I mean, Vengeful will be set up better, but also it's like it's on the defense. We already know where those shots are going to be, right? So it's a matter of where can Affecting and Death hide on the defense, and also can we set up and ruin Pro Builder's reses, because last time we did until the very end.
Yeah, and I will say, I think Vengeful's attack strategy worked great. They're going to be running the same comp here. But once you get to that point 3, the whole team is so separated on their attack angles. It's so tricky to try to find big value group combinations with Jeff, because everyone is all over the place. So, you know, they ended up switching up Vanguard front lines and being all over the place too. There was just no combo. But in these first 2 points, teams are forced to stack, and that does enable them to be a little more, you know, solid in terms of their game plan here. So we'll see if it works out again. But you can see the Vanguard change. Alfie going to be up in the sky.
All right, starting it off, Vengeful on attack. Going to be doing the same thing they did before. And maybe the difference as well is Rayquaza going over to playing more Elsa. This guy on the map has looked amazing on Elsa whenever we see his POV, but they didn't full cap the map. You always talk about it, Shib. I mean, defense is generally favored on Convoy, though, right? So we'll kind of see what happens and if Affecting Death can stay alive.
Especially on point 3 here with the spawn being so close for the defensive side, but see what happens here. Zanji getting driven backwards by Rayquaza, who tries to find something. Got caught there on the wall, I believe, in that moment, but now is going to head back and look towards the top side of Alfie, who is going to barely escape the Venom getting caught right now. And from the side of Aurora, but still both of which just biding space at this point. But instead, the Saw comes through now from Wizard Dread on the point, who's almost goes down as about a 10% HP. But notice how the card hasn't moved too much. They're playing on it throughout this chaos.
Yeah, good job. I mean, the cooldown usage out of the strats. Right now, we're already close to another ultimate. Death does go down, but they got out those tentacles earlier on with the Jeff team up alongside Venom. And Wada goes down to Pro Builder, though. So, you know, these fights are drawn out, But every single time they are, Pro Builder has been getting some random KOs, and they're working out for him.
Yeah, I just think he's got some really good tracking here on the Atom. Clearly got the hit scan ability. Down goes the Feast of the Abyss. Finds a lot, but is only going to try a brief moment. Still able to escape in that. Still holding on to res here. Pro Builder thinking about doing that soon.
Yeah, he sets up for it. I mean, maybe if Wizard Grid had Wada in that fight, but Wada got killed off. And where is the dive now? Wada's just without his Venom. Does he have the res? It doesn't look like it. No, he does. So he's going to be back in the fight at the very least. But we'll see later. Gets deleted by the offense.
And down goes the combination again. Feast of the Abyss. And the combo onto Zanji there. Rayquaza just sending him off the map. Didn't want to deal with it. There's the tracking they needed out of Pro Builder. Can Pro Builder fall? Yes. Pro Builder does go down, and that is what we've been looking for the tracking on the Atom this whole time. Wada trying to find another. Alfie going to jump off the reset. Pro Builder using that res, though, in that moment.
Well, yeah. I mean, they had the res as well for one more, but they also lost, somebody immediately after the res came through. But a really strong first point hold so far out of Team Vengeful. I mean, they've just been diving upon them. Pro Builders now over to the Wolverine off of the Adam Warlock. So they're making Extinction have to adjust. And it's looking like Vengeful just... Okay, what the hell was that? Wizard Dread had like 3 people on his freaking head.
Just walking on top of him there, using him as a stepping stool as Wada's able to find Silent. Zanji now onto affecting, trading right back and forth. But Zanji says, I'll take a second. Wizard onto Alfie now. The trading has been real. Everybody's so separated in these compositions. Cullen is not going to last too long. Down goes the Feast once more. Onto Aurora, who's on the group now. Still biding time, but is going to be able to find strategists to keep him healthy and almost has this ult. But I'll tell you what, this is working in the defense favor for Vengeful. This chaos has been so back and forth, but the card has not moved too much. Should enable them to at least get a chance on the point, but now Aurora is going to find a 2-piece and drive Extinction forward, potentially taking this point.
Yeah, generally they should be pretty free Groot ultimates just because of the fact that we don't have, the strongest backline in terms of support ultimates. But now everybody else is going down, right? Just a huge ultimate committed by Pro Builder towards the very end. They do have the thing out to try to counter that Wolverine. Like we've seen the thing get banned even in other series. But it's not over just yet. 20 seconds left to go. They get the portal to come back against the See You Later.
Yeah, the portal is massive for them. 16 seconds here, folks. We will see what they elect to do. Just dancing on and off till the team is ready. Good play there by Death to not overcommit too early with strength, which is definitely a mistake we see a lot in ladder. Death able to find one there. Under Aurora is setting the tone. Almost building towards that ultimate. They've got to stay on now with 2 seconds. Can they even get their touch?
Nobody's touching. Oh my God, Chip. Vengeful stopped Extinction first point.
Had to pick my jaw up off the floor there as the communication got a little sloppy. Not able to get that touch in for the portal. I believe they thought that was going to be on the side of the Venom, who gets picked early from the Strange. Once again, shout out to Death on that dance on the point to ensure the point doesn't move for that last couple meters. And then the team commits together, takes out a few, and that is it. What a hold to tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, and that's an MVP that's probably easy for Rayquaza to take. I think that overall, 50% accuracy is just crazy for an Elsa player. I mean, 35,000 damage. It was unmatched on the other side, right? Like you didn't. Pro Builder was on the Adam Warlock, and they had Zanji on the Daredevil. But sometimes that's just what happens when you're against the, incredible Elsa Bloodstone player and not playing your own. But we'll see what happens moving forward. Extinction, now they're tied up, right? Vengeful, huge map out of them. When you would think. This is not their best map type, but realistically, Ship, I mean, how could have this gone if we on the last map played the exact same backline, right? Like they're looking so much better the moment they get off the invisible.
Yeah, I think that was just something that was necessary for the team. I mean, even through the switches in composition that they're seeing across the board, I think the team is just kind of finding their footing. I think they got walked down a little bit. I think they struggled, to get their mental back. And then at the very end of point 2, they locked in as a unit and they started to look more like themselves. So Extinction very much back here. But who else is also back is Vengeful. I mean, both of these teams have now locked in for a moment. I will say that I honestly don't know who has the upper hand. I think both teams are downloading each other, and we're going to see what changes here in the ban phase.
Yeah, I'm curious if we have even more strategists targeted, just because of the fact that, we've let the Van Pool out so far, ban so far. We've had that every single time. Then we're getting the Magneto ban. Maybe that's the change up ship. Maybe they get away from the Magneto ban. What do you think? I mean, it makes sense that you would want to keep it for your Elsa, I suppose. But what are you thinking there?
I don't even know if it's. I mean, you know, Elsa's. You're not eating an Elsa ultimate with a Magneto Meteor M. I mean, granted, the Meteor M's good for things against like the Jeff, against some of these strategists. Also, I think that's the idea that, you know, essentially they like running triple. Meteor M can be a problem for triple, but you still have things like Bond to stop some of that. You do have some potential. The Vanguards are all over the place. They got a lot of movement. You know, don't think it's necessary. Don't think it's a bad idea, but I could see that being a strong strategy moving forward for sure.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm with you in that regard. It's just we'll have to see if they actually make those changes, right? Because backline-wise, you know, I mean, maybe it's tough because affecting in death, we're playing that Jeff and alongside the Rocket Raccoon, but you've already committed to like the Loki ban towards the very end and Gambit as well. So, you know, now we're headed over to Domination. Burn the Chala is our next map.
We'll see Burn into Chala. Again, this does have some off-map potential. The removal of Vanpool is absolutely something that is consistent across the board. Again, you know, even if you're comfortable on it, we talk about this all the time, he's just an incredibly strong hero in absolutely a win condition for any backline. Plays pretty well into those triple compositions too, because just has so much burst potential on strategists. So again, you know, we're going to see that removal here for Extinction. And we'll see the removal of Gambit. Again, this is exactly what we'd expect to see from both sides, and they're rinsing and repeating it.
All right. I mean, yeah, they don't want to play against the Gambit. They've done it so far. They go for the group protect this time around, and I think for good reason. I think a problem for them on the previous maps was, you know, the fact that Colin playing Emma was trying to figure out what to do, kind of, and you know, ever since he's been able to play Groot, he seems to have, you know, been able to find some stabilization for these guys, you know, getting that anchor on the cart and also just being super tanky, right? So all of these things are kind of enabling Team Vengeful at the current moment. The Mantis Protect comes doing the opposite side. And then the Bane immediately over to the Venom, so targeting some Wizard Dread like we have seen in the past.
The lock-in of Groot once more for the side of Extinction. I think that is, you know, it's actually, you know, or excuse me, for the side of Vengeful, I think that is something that's worked for him. You know, why not try to keep that around right now? It, you know, got him the win last time, but we're back at Domination, right? So I think that the tricky thing is I'd potentially consider getting rid of Warlock here, just because I think Warlock plays great in domination modes for these res potentials. You can literally play a whole fight hiding, and then your whole team can retake before the map gets changed over, or the point gets changed over, and that's kind of his success route. That's kind of his win condition. So we'll see what they elect to do.
Yeah, that would be that wouldn't be a bad idea, but they're prioritizing the Invisible Woman, I suppose, because, well, they don't want to play it themselves, first of all, and then second of all, they don't want any help whenever, you know, somebody's coming in for the dive with Wizard Dread. But the big change-up was that Venom removal. Now we're going to protect the Loki to make sure that we get this back line. And I think that was the change up I kind of wanted for Extinction, to keep the Loki, just because, you know, we're already focusing so much towards Wizard Dread and these Vanguards. We kind of need to help our strategists out a little bit. And, you know, I think getting the Loki should get them some more sustain, also get that team up with the Groot if we're going to play that. And we've seen Vengeful doesn't really want to play that either, but they do get that on Warlock ban off eventually, like you mentioned, and an Angela Protect, which is kind of interesting because they need to make sure that Wizard Dread gets at least one hero to play to dive with Wada. But this is not a bad change up for Extinction. The only thing I'm worried about is, you know, the Cloak and Dagger still gets through, but also, most importantly, they're giving a lot of support and a lot of strategist support towards Rayquaza again. And I think that was the worrisome factor on other maps. Rayquaza didn't have as much strategist support. So we'll see what happens moving on to Domination as he gets even more enabling by his team.
Yeah, but the strat line, oh no, the switch up there from Silent. Yeah, so I do think that that's a pretty strong composition. We're going to see Eternal Bond after Eternal Bond moving forward on the point, keeping teams healthy. And the idea now, one of the things you can do actually into these comps as a Groot player is you can throw that Strangling Prison up like a flight up on wherever you see the Cloak and Dagger landing, lift them off their ultimate and take them out. It's one of those answers to the ultimate outside of Magneto, who is also in this map. So there's a lot of potential ultimate counters here in play. We'll see if the teams can pull them off as we start up now. Even things like Wolverine using that tackle to just remove her from her location. So we'll see what they end up doing here in a moment. Starting off, Extinction, they're thinking about it, right? They're thinking about Vengeful, what they're going to play, and it's Spider-Man first, so you can see a pro build. They're going over to the Namor to try to counter it, like we've seen in the past. But the only problem is, you know, how targeted is the side of Vengeful towards those squids, right? Did they make sure those squids aren't set up to make sure Wada gets countered? Because we saw in the last series, or in a few series ago, rather, with Really Sticky, when you play Spider-Man against Namor, it can be pretty tough. absolutely can be tough. One of those heroes that does counter. You can move as fast as you want. The squids will not miss you. You see the Loki set up now. Point already being capped so far for the side of Vengeful. There's no way they get this capped this early. Is there? Wow, an immediate take there. Presence being known. Extinction being held up on the high side as Rayquaza Dome silent. Goodbye there. Looking for another on a pro builder. It is just not missing right now. So locked in onto Builder, who does go down. Rayquaza looking for a third. Why don't you keep it going at this point and ride the momentum? Coco falls. Let me see a penta now. It does come through. What a play by Rayquaza.
I'm kind of in awe. I'll be real. Like, I'm a little, like, jaw on the ground a little bit after that one. You know, I have to pick it back up like you did earlier. That's crazy. I don't know, man. 4, 5 back-to-back shots. That might just be some of the most insane sequence of aim that we've seen so far outside of, like, Terra, maybe, in North America.
That's some good locking in there by Rayquaza. Wants to show off that ability on the hit scan. The whole team gonna have to reset now. 46, 47 and counting % here for Vengeful. Alt's advantage in their favor. They're gonna have to make a play soon, or there will be answers in a short moment. Wizard Dread now gonna be on the high side, playing with Angela with a big tackle on the back line. A pro builder who's in a dangerous spot. It's healed up and not for long. Bang! Coco is gonna fall there from Rayquaza. Or Rayquaza, excuse me.
Rayquaza.
So Aurora trades one back.
The shibisms are coming out now. That's awesome. I love it. But
yeah, just, you know, later we go.
I mean, it's standing too, and like this is allowed time for Wada to come back and get rid of Zongi, so he wants it in the action.
Just that, as Cullen is able to find Aurora on Rayquaza now onto Coco and walking them to the door. 84% Vengeful has not let off the gas. Extinction needs to make all plays now.
I think this is the worry that I had, I think, for Extinction coming into it, right, is the moment that you get Loki into the game is the moment that you're conceding more support, more strategists towards Rayquaza. And Zongi does find Wada, but he'll be back anyways. This is just typical Spider-Man player kind of stuff, right? But, oh, Kidnap came through on a call-in. Or, no, not call-in, sorry. No, that was call-in. Yeah. Oh, my God, what a Kidnap from Alfie. Last second, Wolverine on the backside angle. But the moment you allow Death to play this Loki is the moment that I'm a little worried because you just have so much support towards this Phoenix and allows him to get even more angles that he's been getting.
Rayquaza again in that trade, wins it once more. Coco is gonna fall on a Wizard Dread Pro Builder.
Okay, no, man, no, this guy, no. I can't cast this. I literally can't cast this game.
This guy is insane, dude. Popping off right now.
Shiv, I can't say anything, dude. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Genuinely.
As we see now, down, you gotta put the muscle on the dog as we jump back in one more. Rayquaza on the pro builder again on the height here. We see the dive in from Zanji on the Wada, and the trade comes through this time for the side of Zanji. Def able to find Zanji though with that Eternal Bond, and there is no percentage on here for Extinction. OT ticking down shortly, and it looks like Vengeful should take this map.
Yo, can we get like a sit rep on this guy's accuracy right now? I just need to like, shit. First of all, it's almost like I rarely see Elsa Bloodstone players with nearly 50% accuracy, right? Like you can agree that's like really hard to do, correct? Yeah. Like it's usually 40-ish% because you're spamming all the time. And then on Phoenix too, like, man, I don't know. This guy is just the best player of all time, Shib. What can I say? Rayquaza, you're the GOAT, all right? He's the GOAT on Phoenix. Nobody even comes close, all right? And we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. This guy's kind of freaky on the Phoenix, man. Like, it's genuinely absurd what he does on it. And, you know, non-caster Dogman aside, I think this guy might be a little suspect, to be honest with you, Shib. Just a little bit. Just a little bit suspect, okay? But he is freaky.
Absolutely. Sometimes this level of play, man, this stuff can absolutely boggle your mind of how these guys are playing here. As we start off now, there's going to be a slight alt advantage for the side of Vengeful, as Affecting does have that Eternal Bond ready to start up with action. Extinction has really nothing at the moment in terms of answers, and we're going to see if Vengeful is going to use that more offensively to take point, or if they don't even need it. Zanji is going to take the backside angle, look for one. Zanji finds Rayquaza early on and now sets up for another. And they find that pick, they do. Goodbye to Affecting before that ultimate gets committed. And that should give the point early on here to the side of Extinction.
All right, nice job. They've upped the pace. That's a change up that you probably need for Extinction's side. Wada, oh my God, goodbye, Coco. Poor dude. Wada looking good on Spider-Man as always.
We're gonna see now that again, this guy is discussing on this hero, and this is one of those maps that you can find a ton of value. Even last map,
he's spawn camping too. Run, Coco, run! Be free!
It's like a horror movie. And goodbye to Coco, who couldn't even land that freeze, just getting tossed all over the place right there. As we do see Wada now diving, trying to find an off map, and bang goes the uppercut. As we see once more, Wizard tries to make that pick and does find it. Goodbye to Alfie. And now still, the side of Extinction holding on to point for a moment, but not for long as the retake comes through.
Yeah, that's the benefit. Wizard Dread, whenever he's on these super mobile characters, looks really good too. Like whenever he's playing the Angela, the Venom, he's able to get anything he really wants, right? Just kind of following through in the sky on Alfie, flying around the map. We've reclaimed the point already for Vengeful, right off of spawn camps on a Coco. Poor guy's at 60% ult charge. I mean, Coco just not having a good time right now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the downside. It's playing Luna into the.
Get somebody clip that, please. I was insane.
Yeah, again, it's the downside of playing Luna here in this composition. I mean, you go against somebody that like Wada at this level of play who's just absolutely obscene on dive and just constantly pressuring you. As we see the clobbering time now get launched, does he get any value? Wada gonna combo up there with a spectacular spin. Here comes the dive now from Alfie on to one of the front line, and we don't see much. Colin able to make that pick come through on Aurora.
Yep, nice pick by Cole on the right side of the map towards the health pack, and they're just going to get past 50% of the board. Ultimate's finally available for Extinction, but again, they've just been missing people over and over again. Donnie trying to finally dive onto Affecting, able to get him, while the Insong Inferno comes out. Finally, they're able to get more Pro Builder, who's come back onto Bucky out of all heroes. Is able to find more, but, I mean, comes back into the map. Nice job from him. Death only takes off one.
See Death with that off map, as you just discussed now. First time we're going to see Bucky in a while here, this time from Pro Builder, to try to help that backline stay healthy and look upwards into the sky. Dropping Angie out. Aurora going to commit now with the Freedom Charge. We see Alfie with the Heavens Descent. Zanji able to find Rayquaza and stay on top of that backline as much as possible. Death playing inside of that bubble. We see another pick coming in here onto Affecting. Pro Builder onto Cullen, and Coco onto Wizard Dread. And now Extinction on the retake, looking clean.
Yeah, that's good. I think Pro Builder on the Bucky is the right play to shut down Wizard Dread. And, hitting some big ultimates after big ultimates, right? So we'll see if they can keep it up. But for Vengeful, they've already built 80% of the board. They're also coming up on an Insong Inferno. Same thing with Eternal Bond. You have just the Jeff ultimate. So maybe if you connect onto one before the fade, that'd be big for Silent. But he's going to have to go big. The Jeff, specifically.
And Pro Builder trying to find Colin in the front, just gets the stun there. Immovable object right there, defying Newton's laws as we're heading down towards point. Wizard Dread just dancing, trying to buy more focus. Rayquaza gonna come dunk in with that end saw. Pro Builder finding Wada as the commitment comes through from Affecting after the fact, and that is huge now for Extinction, who should be still holding on to numbers. Silent does have that It's Jeff available. Rayquaza is gonna try to find one off map. They go, good tackle there by Dread. Oh, and Silent tried to ult on and did not get it, and that's not only gonna be an off map, but an ult committed as Wizard Dread and Rayquaza clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks over at this point. Maybe we can go for a portal play, but is anybody go for it, right? The Spider-Man's going to spawn camp, potentially, right? You have to rely on the Jeff. The touch, last second, he can't. Goodbye, Silent Blaze. We're heading to the next map, because Burn the Chala was a quick 2-0 for Vengeful.
Yeah, Vengeful bounced right back. I think that the ban phase worked out for him. I mean, very clearly, obviously, as they reduced some of the problems that they have been dealing with. And look, just clean doing it. I will say there was some absolutely disgusting play by Rayquaza there on the MVP, who is just an absolute demon on hit scan right now. Locking in and just deleting the backline. Going to find himself, I believe, 26-3 there. And they are going to be up 2-1.
Yep, 2-1, and it's off of the ban phase. 51% accuracy on that hero ship. I mean, I'll let you take over, man, because that's a little crazy to me.
Yeah.
A little too crazy,
Yeah, we saw the 5-piece there. Looked pretty dang good there. Zanji was able to track down and try to find some value, just going directly after the backline. It gave me the belief that I think Extinction found the solution, especially as we headed towards those less open maps and more of those tight LOSs and still not able to get it done. As we see, Frontline struggled a little bit. Alfie and Aurora just could not find their way through. Wizard Dread and Colin with 4 and 7 final 6 coming from Wada on that Spider-Man, and we got to witness some of that Spider-Man play. Was a big problem for the back line. And, you know, if you're forced onto a Luna right now against something like that, it is so tricky. And that was the situation. Falling 8 times Coco, there is no disrespect to you. You just really, there's not much you can do. It's just that simple. So much movement there and so much focus on exclusively you, because you are one of the prime targets to go after in that moment. So really, really unfortunate there. Not able to get a ton of healing out, but that is exactly why. Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff out of Team Vengeful, and you know, we'll see if they can keep it up. Right, it's 2-1 now. They're on map point. They're trying to get qualified for Ignite. Right, so if they were to win this one to get to the next series, that's the match that really matters. But if you lose it here, you are out. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, though, Shib, as they are now on map point. Yeah, map point for sure, and we are heading over, folks, to Midtown. And this is going to be a convoy map. Honestly, I think this very much shakes the things up. We talked about how domination, a lot of the time, it's driven by the team that can own that point and stall for as long as possible. It's very different as you head into convoy and convergence. Much more team play, much more coordination. Retakes are far more significant in terms of what it can do for you, and holding that spawn doors can buy you a ton of time. We've seen some triple on this map today, triple. We've seen some standard compositions that worked well on these maps today. So we will see what these teams elect to do and what the ban phase looks like in a moment. Yeah, the ban phase is going to matter a lot. I think, you know, can we allow that Loki to go through again, right? Because if you play a backline that supports these play styles and these incredibly strong hit scan players, then you're going to be in a rough situation. But we're going to get a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for the next map. Welcome back, everyone. Vengeful is up. Games at match point against Extinction 2-1. Both teams have looked incredibly strong throughout these series. But I'll tell you what, Vengeful on that domination looked lights out, and they took that thing home, man. What'd you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that it was pretty much from start to finish a win in the draft, right? That's what we could talk about. Yeah. I think that if we're looking at the draft phase, you know, I like the ban of the Venom and stuff and to make sure that Wizard Dread's in a rough spot, but you can see the counter protect is just over to the Angela, and it allows Wizard Dread to be in a comfortable spot no matter what. So maybe the Venom ban, not necessary. He was good on it, but also you were too, right? I think for Extinction, they had a strong Venom play, as good as Wizard Dread was too. Like, he also played that super strong with Wada, who has been playing Spider-Man and Daredevil to such a high level. Or Spider-Man 2, like an incredibly high skill expression. But we'll see if it keeps moving forward, right? The ban phase is really where we're going to look at, keep our eye on in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the change up. And again, this is a totally different mode. I think domination, it's tricky to really get your footing if you're down and you start committing ultimates. We saw, you know, even some off map and then launching alt after the fact, just trying to get to the map and then losing it there. Like, that kind of stuff, just it'll tank a domination mode. So it's very different as you head towards Convoy and Convergence, which we will be heading to any second now, getting into the ban phase, folks, for Midtown Convoy. And we will see. What do you think? You think it's going to be Gambit in Vanguard pool? I have a weird feeling it just might be.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, like, we could potentially, for Extinction, not ban Vanpool, but it is going to happen again. And you called it, Shib, and we'll probably see the Gambit, like you called, like it's been every game, right? So
yeah,
we'll see what changes, right? Like, what was the problem for Vengeful there in the last map? I can't say it's a lot. The only thing you could say, maybe it's like Zanji on the Daredevil is kind of tough. There were situations with like the Bucky, but yeah, no, there's nothing to really change out the Gambit ban.
Yeah, I don't think they need to change anything after that last matchup. But again, I mean, it's just a totally different mode. This is one of those more brawl-heavy maps, too. You might find success with that. Granted, it's tricky to go into a strong Elsa as brawl. There's a lot of poke damage there. But I think, you know, Wada just has a lot of more of that divey, you know, in his blood. He's just going to be running that Spider-Man, going to be running that, you know, Daredevil. That kind of stuff doesn't really threaten too much of the brawl because the brawl kind of does a good job into that. So that's your upside. You can run that if you want to. We're going to see the lock-in here of Groot, which is a decent answer into that triple comp that we saw so successful there for Extinction if they want to run that. And we'll see where they end up as we're locking in Invis to try to help Coco not have to run that Luna.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And same thing for Extinction, right? To get rid of the Elsa is smart, but let's see what the last lock is for Team Vengeful, right? Are they going to lock the Angela or are they going to lock the Phoenix? Because I bet you this last ban might be onto a Phoenix for Team Extinction, considering how much work got done on the last map.
Yeah, the removal of Elsa there. That's one of those good ideas that we were just talking about. They're going to lock in Wizard Dread's Venom, which again, I don't think, you know, they need.
Well, he didn't even need to do. Well, he doesn't even need to protect it now, right?
Because he could.
Yeah, because that was unnecessary because they could just play the Angela. So, and then I just feel like Extinction, the right play is probably to ban the Phoenix, considering how much trouble that gave you last map. Or you go back to the Loki, but you're already banning the Elsa. You're already starting onto the hero pool of Rayquaza. And they get the Adam Warlock protect at least this time around. So they're thinking they want to play triple strategist. Maybe that's their counter to Phoenix that we saw on the first map. But no, they just go straight up for the Phoenix ban. I mean, that makes sense. For how well that guy played the last map, you have to ban it. It's a respect ban.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just targeting the hero pool, and that is probably a good idea. I mean, definitely a win condition in that last matchup, so why not just remove it completely and see what else they got in the belt? Do we see Hela now? Do we see, I don't know, Namor? I mean, that removes that hit scan stuff. It gets more towards projectile. We'll see what the solution is here for the side of Vengeful. Looks like Rayquaza is going to run that triple potentially composition. Wada, though, is going to show, you know, still on the duelist, so maybe just a triple single. Wada might change here in a moment. We'll see what they end up running, but that's that kind of stuff we see at the top level play.
Yeah, we'll see what happens for Team Extinction. They get that Invisible Woman Protect, like you called that earlier, and that could be something they really wanted, right, for the side of Extinction, because it was targeted by Vengeful so many times over and over again, right, because of the fact that they just don't want any shields involved, right, as least amount as possible so you can get their back line when you go for dives with Wada. So you're going to make Wada struggle a little bit more, I think, on this upcoming map with that ban phase. But a lot of decisions were changed up this map, Shib, and that's exciting, right? For Team Extinction, they maybe had the chance to tie it up 2-2, but for Team Vengeful, this could punch the ticket in the next round, which puts them one step closer to qualifying for Ignite.
Would be insane to see as we now, folks, are at game point here for the side of Vengeful. As just discussed, Extinction backs against the wall, making some smart ban decisions, in my opinion. Now we'll be trying to tie this up and push it to game 5. What do you know, dog? You and I get a lot of these. Haven't had too much today, but game 5 is in our blood. And now we begin. Alfie taking the space, moving forward. The whole team dropping back into that corner, which we typically see for these triple compositions. Colin playing off this left side. A unique little spot there for the shield to stay around and keep that CC immunity. And the team can't really burn it down for the moment.
Yeah, right now Death just sitting above the point, right? They're playing that triple like you called out. And Wizard Dread already onto the back line just to make sure that you can find these KOs. It's very interesting actually to run the Venom, I think, alongside this instead of, you know, other heroes like we've seen with, you know, Rogue potentially and stuff. But they're going full anti-triple except for the Storm. And that's kind of costing them because they already lose Aurora.
Oh, that's a huge ult there from Colin onto the back line, able to find one onto Zanji, excuse me, but still getting tackled. Good place there. The force physics must have been the case there from affecting to keep Colin up without getting tackled into a dangerous spot. Again, playing around your invis at this level of play will keep you safe from some of that play from the side of Pro Builder on that Wolverine.
Yeah, right now lots of damage coming down range from the squad. Here comes that early ultimate from the Eternal Bond with the See You Later, and then Wizard Dread only on to, okay, takes down Zanji though, and the Eye of Agamotto gets shut down from Alfie.
And we're going to see Silent Blaze able to find Affecting here. Pro Builder with the big ult there, the last man onto Death. But Affecting comes right back in. Pro Builder just waiting for that res to come through, if that's going to be the case. Death is still holding on to that ultimate, is finally going to res now. Out goes a huge ultimate potential. Gets matched right back for the invisible boundary. And now it's a Venn diagram as both teams going to elect to put up the shields. We see Rayquaza now getting driven backwards on the front line. Zanji's in a dangerous spot. Does go down to Wizard Dread, who's trying to find a two-piece. Does have that ult available. Piece of the Abyss could be a problem, but likely wants to wait until those tendrils are available to try to combine and get that one-shot combination.
You're right, there it is. Comes down to the ground. Piece of the Abyss onto 3 people. They're all antied. What is the follow-up damage there? It may not matter because the pressure was there. Alfie goes down because everybody's trying to heal each other.
Yeah, that was just a textbook play in terms of just focus, Affecting with a nice pull there on a Pro Builder too to try to find that KO. But again, just the amount of distraction there from Wizard Dread was plenty to allow Vengeful to just hold on. And just like that, Extinction is going to have to reset once more. 1:30 on. It's not a lot of time. Ton of ults available across the board. Roughly even in spread. Who gets more value? We'll find out in just a moment.
I'm not sure if the Daredevil is the right option. I think it was because they're not playing the Storm specifically, but Coco, nice shots cross map onto Death. And does he have the Q? He doesn't, so this res is not going to be in the fight.
Here goes the Sia now. Aurora gonna find a two-piece onto Affecting, and Wada in that moment. Alfie trying to hold on here and progress forward. The point still being stalled for just a moment. Won't be too long. Goodbye to Colin and Wizard. They finally take this thing to the ambulance, and now we are in final fight or teleport fight territory on this first point, where the defense similar for Extinction, but there is some big all potential. The cancel comes through, and it's massive there from Pro Builder, who shuts that down, giving them even more time. Now they have to sprint to point.
Wizard Dread has ult, though. He can stall this out. So that actually, I wonder if that was the right play, right? Because they're missing him for this upcoming fight. They can touch last second, and they have ultimates for the defense. So that was a very interesting play.
See Rayquaza now on this offside angle. Now trying to pressure the back line, who is in a dangerous spot. Is going to use that invis to buy more time. We see Rayquaza now spinning to win. He's going to try to get that ult quickly, Affecting inside of the invisible boundary now. Going to keep the team healthy for the side of Vengeful, who do come back. But again, that portal is completely gone. Alfie up in the sky. Could this land be huge? Bang! It does find Rayquaza, but once again, born again is the entirety of Vengeful as Death starts up. We see the res come from Affecting, excuse me. Colin finds one. Wizard finds one. And the ult right back. Does that get value? Everybody's going to bond back up. We see Aurora. Zanji with 2. Alfie going to find Death. And it looks like Extinction may be able to take this first point. Find out in just a moment if it's enough.
Yeah, I think it is, right? It's just might be enough. The res is not enough to bring anybody back into this fight necessarily, but you know, Death in the 1v1 on the right side. Maybe can win it. Okay, Death does go down. You do have the legendary in the sky, but he's blocked off by the shield plus the Eternal Bond ship, so they're still in it on the attack. And you pop the See You Later. Maybe they can get a KO, and they do onto Alfie.
Yeah, Rayquaza finds Alfie, and there we go. Colin is going to be able to make a pick happen onto Coco. Out go the walls again. Colin is still holding on to this point. This team cannot seem to get through it here. Extinction down again. Affecting going to be res back up. And the touch comes through. They're still maintaining presence on point. Alfie able to find one onto Wizard Dread. And Zanji with a huge pick onto Death there. But the invisible boundary gets launched. Hiding more time, just waiting until this slows up again. Looking for Wada, who is going to fall there from Zanji. Rayquaza takes out Silent. Pro Builder onto Affecting. And now Extinction may guarantee themselves this first point, but wow, that was a hard one to get through.
That was, and we'll see if they can keep it up, right? I think with this full dive composition, they've mixed it up, also putting Alfie onto basically everything. It's kind of what happened earlier, right? They're trying to figure out what to do in the Vanguards. And, you know, they played well against the Wizard Dread Venom before. Wizard Dread did so much, and you called it out earlier, Shib, on the first point. Really stuffing out this backline, making sure Coco and Silent are pushed to the brink in terms of the amount that can support each other. But now we're going to come back into a 2-minute-second phase of the map. And they put Colin back over to the thing. So I'm curious if this changes another mix-up with Pro Builder going back over to Bucky.
And I want to shout out again for the folks on the sticks, on the controllers, Affecting a strategist in the back line using a controller. Shout out to those who are making that happen on PC. Colin holding this right side angle. It's a really good spot here for the thing. He's trying to get past the front line. Unfortunately, it does not land on the strategist. Does force out an ultimate, though, as we now see the engagement of the internal bond. Everybody going to be able to hold on to the point right now as Dez is able to take out Aurora. And there is going to be more commitment this time from Pro Builder, and Zanji's going to clean up Affecting. And once again, Extinction are walking forward.
Yeah, that they are. And Wada going down, you know, that could be big. But oh, Rayquaza with one. Doesn't find another necessarily, but that might be enough, right? Getting rid of an invisible woman is massive. Colin just with a haymaker to Alfie's face. Gets rid of him. Delth trying to live, though, to Zanji, who's on the Daredevil, looking quite strong. Has to deal with Rayquaza. Does get some overhelp to stay alive for a bit longer. But eventually will get taken out by Wada. However, maybe damage is already done. The Daredevil does have ultimate ready to go. But do they even want to use it? There's a Groot ultimate coming out. There it is on the backline. Invisible boundary is here. Pushed away and staved off.
And we're going to see some more commitment now. Wada heading towards the back line, able to find Coco. Do I see a second on a Silent? No! Zanji comes in and says, not up in here. Able to find that trade. Even through the ultimate. Zanji committing as well. Waiting now, trying to find Rayquaza, who's owning the height. Is in a dangerous spot. Insane combination there from Zanji. Still not able to make that happen. Dropping backwards now away from some of these walls and going to reset and try to find away towards the back line. Colin dropping back towards the team there with that Yancey Street. One of those cooldowns incredibly useful in terms of getting it out. Affecting onto Silent, and Coco now onto Wizard Dread to tie it up a little bit.
We're back onto the card. Everybody's purple. And Colin again. You talked about the thing earlier, Shiv. Immediate value.
Yeah, as we see Colin onto Zanji, like you're talking about now.
Oh.
Vengeful is falling down. Extinction want this point. Alfie and Pro Builder showing up right now, waiting for the potential tackle. There it is. Trying to displace and put him towards the team. Jumps back into the portal in a dangerous spot. Very low. What an escape there. Oh, into their portal.
Where are we?
This is insanity. It's like Inception.
God.
I don't know what's happening. What time is it? As Zanji takes out Rayquaza.
That was even crazier than Inception. I don't think Inception has portal to portal, back to back to back, right? Meanwhile, poor Builder just been having the claws going ham this whole time. He's built it up, the ultimate up shit. Could he get it done here? There it is! Throw in the sky! But it doesn't bring him. Oh, it takes too long to bring him back down to the ground. However, they still take down Affecting. Shields up now for this offense. And in overtime yet again, Shib, just like we saw in first point. Extinction, they might move on to third, man. It's down to the wire every time.
Are you kidding me? Extinction clutching up once again and pushing themselves towards point 3. There's only a minute and 20 on. A lot of ultimates committed, but we will see Zanji and Aurora in this next matchup, in this next fight. We're going to see Rayquaza and Wada potentially call in as well to try to counteract, but Aurora's could be enough of an answer against Rayquaza and Wada to keep the team healthy. And if they're able to cancel both those ultimates with the Eternal Bond, that is insane value. We'll see when they use it.
We're going in right now. Alfie with one of the calling on the Wada.
Wow.
They slowly whittled them down with an Eternal Bond off of that one. I mean, it's hard to win that fight, though, due to the fact that you just don't have any straddles and you're fighting so early. So Wizard Jet is playing for stall at this point.
That's the best we've got.
And now we have 44 seconds left to go, Ship. If they were to fully cap out with everything that's happened so far, that would be kind of insane.
It's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, this team is just clutch, man. It's what's happening right now. I'm seeing the clutch gene. It's super important in Rivals as a whole. I think mentality is everything. And there goes the height take right now. Zanji going to commit heavy. Does have an answer right now. Rayquaza up in the sky, very low, is able to find one onto Zanji. Now heading towards the back line once again. The clobbering time comes out. That will help get that pick as Chala takes out Aurora. Wada is going to find one more here. I have no doubt. Do we see a second? Yes, we do. The team's going to get swept. 12 seconds. Can they get to the point? It's all about the touch now.
Yeah, they don't have the portal, right? Because they used it earlier, so he's coming for the touch. 4 seconds left to go. Obviously, they're going to stay on the Doctor Strange for the ultimate. You do trigger overtime. Venom with no ult too, though. He gets deleted. Everybody else is here towards this cart. Meteor M still available. No straddles. Coco's trying to live. You have the ultimate maybe on Wolverine, but dude, like, what do you do? Alfie somehow gets Rayquaza. What? Where did that happen? Meteor M to stall. The Daredevil going off in the background. No way they don't touch shit after that.
I mean, really, it's still an insane push. I've got to shout it out. I mean, an insane push there, despite the fact being able to go through in pretty much overtime at every single point and get it all the way to point 3, about halfway through point 3 from what I was seeing on the top. But either way, I mean, very defensible positions early on. But I would say once you get through point 1, for some reason, teams just elect to just step up and clutch and push through to point 3. So we'll see if the same situation happens here for Vengeful on their attack.
Yeah, that would be that'd be quite the push if or defense rather, if Extinction could do it on their defense. Now for their side, right, we haven't seen too many teams be able to run this triple comp, right, Shib? But Extinction, I think they have done it before, right? Like we've seen them do it potentially. For Team Vengeful, do they have the counter to that, right? Do they want to play the Storm stuff? Do they want to play the Daredevil? We just saw on Extinction side, they struggled, I think, towards the very end, right, Shib? Where they, you know, barely strung a few fights together. And for Team Vengeful now, you know, they could get it done, though, right, Jeb? Like 97 meters, that's not too far, I think, for this squad.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on the table. I mean, this team is also clutched up, but for some reason, it's like these teams just, they download each other in the next map and they show up. I thought, honestly, Vengeful was going to hold them there on point 1, but then they just, Extinction just kept clutching the fight, but then Vengeful would get back to the point, and it's same song and dance again, rinse and repeat. Ultimates both getting value every time, and still not enough to clinch the entirety of a W. You can see the whole team playing on height once more, trying to protect a little bit of the back line, but there will be a bit of a, you know, different composition here for the defensive side of Extinction. Zanji's still going to be on that Daredevil. Pro Builder, Coco, and Silent going to be on the strategist, but only 2 in the front line with Alfie and Aurora, with no major shield, and instead going to be running Groot as more of the main take. What Alfie just kind of does what Alfie does and protect that back line and just pummel some of these more brawly, divey Vanguards.
Yeah, Alfie on the Thor definitely has been underrated in terms of his protection for the squad, but they've already built that Moon Knight ultimate, and Wada's gotten already a KO. And that Cocoon ain't gonna do nothing in this fight because the whole builder's coming back. However, he's missing his entire team.
You see Zanji there onto affecting Vengeful, finding one Wizard now. Rayquaza onto Zanji again is going to allow Vengeful to keep this moving with 3 minutes on. Likely a potential portal play. Looks like Aurora going to make that happen. Put them right over here by the ambulance. Yes, that should guarantee another touch after this fight. But I would still say that Vengeful is playing incredibly strong with a really consistent composition that helps battle some of this stuff.
There they are. 3 minutes left to go. Soul Bond to walk back in. Coco trying to find something that can open it up for his team to make sure Wada gets picked, because they are finding like openings through Wada, but at the moment you do have Zonja into the back line. He's getting support from basically everybody, but it's not enough. Affecting goes down.
And we're going to see Zanji here shortly. Find one onto Death. Aurora onto Rayquaza. Zanji again. These combinations so clean. Aurora obviously going to hold on to this ultimate, not overcommit at the moment. We're going to see a potential stall here. What a shot there by Alfie to keep Wizard out. And everybody in this match besides Wizard has ultimate available.
You got 2 minutes left to go. You have every ult, man. That's crazy. I mean, how many times do we get to see every ult in the game, basically?
You don't. You rarely do. Oh, this could be huge. It's one of those spots that's massive. They are going to follow up and find Rayquaza early on and reset. Force them back to not have to commit too many ultimates. Extinction now still even in ultimates, but instead Wada says, no, we're committing either way. Out goes to let the devil out. Rayquaza just getting back from spawn now. Wizard Dread already close to ultimate is insane. Zanji going to match it right back and look towards the back line. Just keep building that, you know, that overhealth, back up as we see Rayquaza potentially going to combo up. Yes, they are onto Aurora and Alfie.
And nice little two-piece in that fight. Now has to deal with this one in the back. Wada with another, though. Pro Builder did bring everybody back, though. Yeah, huge.
Huge.
And they also get Wada too, and there's no res for the offense too, Shib.
Yeah, I think that was a massive play. I mean, again, using Adam into a composition like this, where you do combine ultimates to guarantee a wombo after the fact, that it's a 2-for-1 trade in terms of ultimate. Everybody's back in the fight. Who wins that? You know who wins that? Is the Adam every single time. So we see here Extinction still holding with a minute left. Ult advantage still in their favor. Everything that they wanted is working perfectly right at this moment.
Yeah, they're trying to hard support these dives. Pull back in, though. The Adam Warlock is there to heal him up, but still goes down. Alfie trades it out. Rayquaza traded. That's so much damage removed. Kart's also not pushing too, Shib, so we don't have ultimates yet. Chala needs to get this training the prison if they want a shot to win and get next point.
Meteor M available here for Alfie. Out goes the invisible boundary. Matched right back by the Eternal Bond, walking them back towards the point now. The idea would be to potentially try to cancel some of these alt plays that are going to be coming in. Instead, going to look for with the Eternal Bond unable to do so. Able to find Rayquaza. What a throw. Colin finds two in the back. Wada going to be able to get another. That puts them up now for the moment in terms of advantage. Pro Builder comes back on the self-res. Ayabagamoto does go off, but he gets taken out of the sky, and they're all back from the res. Are you kidding me? Pro Builder once again brings the entirety of the squad back, putting them up in numbers with seconds on. Silent is able to take out Wada. Zanji onto Wizard, and they just might stop them at point 1.
Oh my god. Death trying to go for the portal. I mean, there's desperation now for this attack. I mean, can they get it done? Death goes low. I mean, they can maybe stall it out, right, Chip? You get the Magneto bubbles to stall it out on the backside. You get some movement by Wada, but it's not enough.
Oh my goodness, Extinction matching this right back, and I do believe this is their match to lose now. Zanji onto the back line, and there goes Affecting, there goes Death, and they hold on, and we're going to game 5.
Oh man, that was insane. Just really close back and forth. Extinction now forcing that map 5. You had a sacrifice multiple times from that Doctor Strange. You talked about there's some spots, right? That Midtown spot. First point for Doctor Strange players happened again. We saw it earlier today. See it there, and then just giving his life, Aurora, for the squad. And then obviously can't talk enough about this guy, Sanji on Extinction. Just had a game.
Yeah, I mean, these Daredevils at this level are so oppressive and so difficult to take out. Yes, the recent nerf made it so you can't just face roll on the keyboard and take out everyone in the back line, but you got to take some nuance, got to have some ability to perform. And I'll tell you what, they are performing. 28 finals there for the side of Zanji is disgusting.
Yeah, Zanji was kind of having his way with the other team, right? He was able to keep diving to the back line, and there wasn't much to peel, right? Like, I feel like there was both strategists peeling and then a bubble even, but it wasn't enough. Like, they just did not have the damage output to get rid of him somehow. Like, they would throw the Onk down, but it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't suck him in because he had the Magneto bubble. And I mean, this is just how much survivability Daredevil has, dude. 28 final hits is crazy, like you mentioned. And then Alfie setting that up. And you talk about Alfie being an underrated player throughout the history of this game for good reason, right? Like, this guy used to be formerly LG, coming through on Magneto in huge moments.
Yeah, I think the picks were strong. I think the retake, after the retake was Strange, they just locked in. Double shield seemed to really work into the front line. It makes Groot's job very difficult to try to find successful ultimates into double shield. You need to constantly be waiting for cooldowns and constantly thinking about your ultimate. And then it kind of forces you to play very obvious alts where you're jumping on a height or using your walls to take height over walls. And they're like, all right, obviously I'm going to be prepared for alt here. I'm going to use something that puts them in a tough spot. It clearly worked out. Double shield, again, shout out for the retake. We are going to game 5 now, folks, heading over to Krakoa.
All right, heading to Krakoa with you, Shib, on a map 5. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Always, brother.
Yeah, in a series that I think we're both excited to see the conclusion of, right? Like, this not only signifies, I think, which team gets to qualify for Ignite still has a chance to, right? They're fighting for their lives still even after this, I believe, right? So they're going up against another incredibly good team with, was it Cafe Rose, right? That, is waiting in the next round. So we get to potentially see that matchup, which is going to be crazy. So Krakoa, another domination. No better way to finish off such a thriller that we've had today.
Yeah, Krakoa is a personal favorite. Love the music in Krakoa. I can't say that enough. Personally, a big fan of the music, especially as things get crazy and down to the wire. But yeah, we're gonna see what they choose to do in terms of the bans. And you know what's funny is I could have called it again. Would have put my money on exact same opener and the exact same block in his last match there for Extinction. Which again, why change it?
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to play against the Gambit comp just because it makes things like way more team oriented, I would say, like in terms of just brawl. This team does not like to play brawl, to be honest with you. Like, they just like to play let Rayquaza carry style, and when that doesn't work, GG, right? Like, we need to be able to do that. You need to set up Wada too. Like, Wada on Daredevil looked really good alongside Wizard Dread. So we'll see how this happens, right? We go for the Spider-Man ban for Extinction. That is unique. That is very unique. I don't know if that was necessary, to be honest. It's a good Spider-Man map. Don't get me wrong. Just very curious.
I think they're considering running the double shield, so they don't want to worry too much about the poke at this point, I think is the thought. I'm not 100% what they're going to end up on. You know, we're going to see the lock and Groot. It might be match back, but you know, maybe that's a thought process here on just locking that Daredevil, because we saw what Zanji can do. I mean, Zanji was just a problem there and can help deal with, you know, even as Daredevil, you're a threat to the backline, but you're also pretty good at peeling because you just do so much damage so quickly, and they really can't help but run away from you. You can't really win that trade, especially in a 1v3 situation where you're on the backline.
Yeah, Vengeful doing a good job banning out. And again, I don't know about the Venom ban necessarily towards the end. It makes sense. You don't want to deal with the dive. But Loki's still getting through. You have Invisible Woman still going through. So we're getting the hard pocket for Rayquaza on Phoenix again. Why do we ban Spider-Man? I got to be honest with you. I think that's the throw ban. I think it's over after that. Because Wada still, it looks great on Daredevil with Wizard Dread on Venom. Like, I just feel like that ban might end Extinction's tournament run unless something absolutely astronomical happens for Extinction right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just being completely transparent, I don't think that's a great ban. I think that there are answers to Spider-Man, despite how good Wada is on that hero. You do have solutions that you could switch to if it was that much of a problem. That being said, it is what was done. I still think that the removal of some of this hit scan, because we know how strong Rayquaza is, isn't a bad idea. And it clearly worked out from last time. Why change that? But that is what they've chosen.
That is what they chose, and I think, speaking of people who like decision making in the ban process, Vengeful did a really good job this one in banning out the Mantis and the Adam Warlock, because the way Extinction were winning games was through Triple Strategist, and now they've gotten rid of it. Like, I think both games they've won had Triple Strategist, right? So the fact that we're banning those out, that was Extinction's win condition before. They need to find a solution now. I mean, they're playing the Hulk stuff again, but is it enough to play Pro Builder on Wolverine? We're about to find out.
I expect we will face each other again.
We will see in a moment here, folks. Let the games begin. And are you not entertained? Because this has been an insane matchup. Portal comes in early from Alfie, who's played lights out. And again, Aurora's going to be actually on the Hulk this time, which we saw how incredible Aurora is on that hero over these actually the first matchup there. Pretty dominant fashion. Didn't know how to handle them until the very last few fights. There was a Dread and engagement. Wizard Dread on this hero again. Speaking on specific heroes that are popping off, Wizard Dread gonna find Silent Blaze. I don't even know if crystals were committed. I'm not sure Blaze was expecting that kind of damage that quickly. But that's something that cannot happen against the play like this. I mean, Wizard Dread he just understands his limits at this moment. Pro Builder potentially try to off map. Oh, he's going to be able to find Wizard Dread there quickly. Who I don't even know use the E.
No.
Back and forth.
Oh man, everybody must be nervous right now, Shib. That's the only way to explain what's happened on both sides, right? So, intense match, qualification on the line. We'll see if they get it done. It's 5 versus 5, but you're missing your Venom. They can get back fast, but that Loki surely gets back right now, and he is. They have point control, by the way. Vengeful does, so they're still happy. Nice shots from Death as well in the Pro Builder before the Invisible Boundary can even land for Coco. That's brutal for Extinction.
Yeah, and there's going to be a ton available here. Vengeful holding on to the point, 20% and climbing. Wada able to find one onto Silent. And like you said, get rid of the Spider-Man. Wada doesn't care. Vengeful. Colin able to find Coco now. And again, Vengeful open ultimate, up in percentage. They're looking strong off the rip here for this first few fights. Extinction's got to change something and figure something out.
Well, they're putting Zanji back onto the Daredevil. Alfie is onto the Angela. But I guess the Hulk and stuff, I mean, it makes somewhat sense, I think, if you have more healing, but you don't. So they go over to Venom, and it was Alfie last time? No, it was Aurora last time on the Venom too. So I think that's the play, to play a super divey mobile backline to try to have this backline, because they don't have Invisible Woman. But once you get those cooldowns out, you need to find those KOs. But they have double strategists right now, Shib, because Coco already used Invisible Boundary. That sets them up for failure this upcoming fight for Extinction.
Aurora forced out early, so some of those cooldowns. Making the switch off of the Hulk there, but again, all these switches just gonna remove that alt charge. Wada.
Yep, 1v1.
Finds Zanji there in that 1v1 trade. Wada just so strong on this hero again. We talked about how it just wasn't worth the Spider-Man ban when they've got a player like this. It's so versatile on these two heroes. Bang, a ton of damage goes out, almost falling instantaneously in that trade. Rayquaza gonna find Pro Builder, shut that down quickly. Wada now trying to find Coco in the back angles. Blaze uses teleport and lands right into the billy clubs of the lawyer. And Coco gonna fall again, and Vengeful have played this absolutely perfectly. And to our chagrin on that call out in the beginning, buddy, of saying like this ban phase might have just decided it, I think you might have been right.
You know, it's gonna they have to not make any mistakes now at this point, right? You don't have any ultimates now. Coco's coming back with Invis. I mean, maybe you could do something. Insong got used on the opposite side. Roars down with the shield up. Pro Builder just goes for the portal, so you'll have your Venom back in the fight, but they already lost Silent. They can't even use Invisible Boundary. They're saving for next round. And it was all decided by those shots, right? That Invisible Boundary where they lost 2, Shib. Like that's what I mean. Like it's not that they've lost the series, right? That's not what I'm trying to say. It's in a game like Marvel Rivals where you can't make any mistakes at a macro level. You need to make it as easy on your team as possible, right? And the best way to do that is through the ban phase. Every game is winnable no matter what happens in the draft phase, despite what your ranked teammates might say. You know?
Agreed,
like,
agreed.
We didn't ban the one trick, but every game is winnable. It's just about making it as easy as possible. So, you know,
Gotta
they
be
didn't
flexible.
do that. Yeah, they got to be flexible. And, well, in this case, we didn't get an Invisible at the right timing, and we lose because of that. So, brutal for Extinction. We'll see what happens moving forward. They're going to switch over to Cloak and Dagger off of the Loki, interesting enough, Shib.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's a horrendous decision. I think Loki into a lot of this raw poke, it's a big frame, it's a big target. Can very much happen. I think you farm out relatively quickly, very quickly on that cloak. And the idea now is just to try to sustain point. They tried to win those duels neutral consistently, and it just wasn't working. But now, which I'm surprised about, instead of running the cloak Loki copy, it's going to be Invis cloak, which I don't know if I like that as much.
I think he's going to throw the ult down and then switch probably. That's probably our guess. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too, just because it's not as strong in the current meta, at least at the top level of play. I think Cloak Loki, especially with the way people can play Cloak right now with the comms on that 28% damage increase for 2 seconds. It's just too much to handle as we see some movement now. Out goes Crystals early on. It's a good call out as Zanji commits with a Let the Devil Out. Played lights out last game. Colin with a great set of walls, is able to find Aurora. And there is more commitment from Wizard Dread onto Silent. Even after that Invisible Boundary, trying to maintain presence on point and just dance through the chaos, but the point's already been capped here by Vengeful.
All right. Wada got KO'd by Alfie. Nice job by them.
Wow.
Also with that invis before. Wow, oh my goodness. Getting rid of affecting death as he had the copy up too. That's huge, right? They're able to find one after one after one. You don't have backline now. You still have Coco still alive. And you ground that Venom too. Nice job by him. And they're just going to get it clean up here because no portal's coming in.
Oh, portal does touch at the very last second, and that is what they were looking for. Is there going to be some follow-up ultimates? Yes, Death now has ultimate. That is everything, folks, and that's why sometimes it's not worth playing Strange. So you can make the swap when you need to maintain presence on point and in domination. That is how you hold on. You come through with a strat ult, and it's like nothing ever happened. Colin starts off with a mean strangling prison here on a Coco. Will Vengeful keep this going? Blaze finds one. Alfie gonna find Colin, though. Says it's not done yet. On the high side, Rayquaza looking for Pro Builder. Bang! Out of the sky. Rayquaza with another. Zanji onto Wada. Rayquaza with a triple. Do we see a quadra now? We do, folks. And Rayquaza once again gonna sweep the side of Extinction.
70% on the board now. For Extinction, that's a brutal fight to lose. Right now, you need to come back into it.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's really tough.
They're putting Pro Builder over to Star-Lord now, too.
It was just perfect play. The portal, knowing your strategist would have ultimate, touching, allowing the strat to go there, giving yourself a guaranteed 70%. Now we're up in 90% shortly. And there's down ult advantage because they committed everything to try to get that point retake. It was textbook here by Vengeful.
And they wall them off. And they're all down. Coco falls. And with that, that's their hopes and dreams. That invisible boundary that just might end it, right? There's no portal now coming from him. He's going to have to give it up if he wants the portal back. Everybody's running to the point now at this point. It's just in desperation. Shib, Vengeful. They've done it, it looks like, because nothing else. They conceded. Extinction does, in fact, after Coco went down. They're done and dusted. Vengeful moving on to the next round. Extinction are eliminated.
But what a series by these two teams. I have no doubt we will be seeing these names again. Shout out to the side of Extinction, who honestly, didn't take on the W, but looked incredible in some of these matchups. You cannot stop the train that is Vengeful. They were lights out. When they got access to the heroes they felt comfortable on, there was no stopping them. They had a couple ban faces they struggled in. We saw some strong play, but in the end came out on top and just dominated that map.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was across the board a very strong performance from the hard pocket of Death and Effect and keeping Rayquaza in these fights at all times, right? That's not easy to do necessarily. Like, we always talk about the hit scan players popping off and stuff, but they really gave him what he needed to eliminate the rest of Extinction's hope and dreams with 16 final hits on his part.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much top level play in this matchup here. There's a lot to digest, a lot to dissect. I mean, you could look at every player and see, you can see the mistakes, sure, but I mean, there was just so much clutch moments across the board in all these matchups. They really could have gone either way. Granted, that domination at the end, I do think was a bit of a banning issue. But outside of that, these teams, they really wanted it. There was a lot of passion, a lot of strong play, and I have no doubt again that we'll be seeing these names in the future. But moving forward, Vengeful wants to try to progress forward and make something happen and get themselves in the pro scene.
Yeah, they have a shot to do it, right? This next map is what matters, right? This next series is the deciding factor between these two teams who qualifies for Ignite, because we already have our two, right? We already have the two teams from earlier in the upper bracket that have won. There is one ticket left, right? Who can grab it? I feel like this is like a Mr. Beast game situation. All these guys are on top of these, Marvel Rivals competitors who have competed all throughout this tournament, the weeks of MRC. And, there's only going to be one more team that's going to qualify for Ignite against partnered squads. And we're going to have some skins soon, Shib, I imagine, right? Maybe for, I think we've seen some stuff, right? Coming out soon for all of our pro teams at Ignite.
Yeah, man, I love all that. I think that's just a great aspect. Just wanting teams to want to stay around, that kind of stuff is just really, really cool for the game as a whole. But yeah, right now, folks, just to reiterate, we've got Lunex Gaming already in with, we lost at the top. Nova is going to be their name here, as you'll see. And we're going to find out who takes home and moves into the third slot that'll be going into Ignite between Cafe Rose and Vengeful. All that kind of stuff, everything, including the topside bracket, Victor, will be happening right after this break.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Welcome back, everyone. As we head back to the top side of the bracket, our two teams that are already going to be competing in the preseason of Ignite. We're going to be looking at Nova, and yeah, we lost. And Nova is Lunex Gaming, for those who maybe are confused why the players have the same names. And yeah, buddy, I mean, what are your predictions here? What are you thinking? How's it going to look as a whole?
It's going to be a good one for sure, like regardless of the outcome. But if I have any early predictions, I've got to probably lean yeah, we lost, just because of how they've competed throughout the tournament and their flexibility they've shown. Now you can kind of figure out the ban phase, and maybe they could be counterable. Whereas for Nova, I feel like they have a really strong backline, but if you focus on maybe getting rid of Logan's Loki, that enables them a lot. So that's my only downside. We'll kind of see how it goes. Iffy has had some crazy Doctor Strange ults we saw earlier, but this is going to be a banger. Daredevil immediately counterbanned by Nova off the rip.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off Celestial Husk domination. And yeah, I mean, it's so fun to watch these teams because, again, these teams at the top level are not afraid to run more unique stuff. Granted, we're seeing some of the more consistent picks at least being floated at the moment. We're going to see the Jeff lock in. Jeff has taken a little bit of a backseat in the meta just due to all the answers to his ultimate, but even still, we saw some big plays today. Lock into the Invis, the removal of the Daredevil and Gambit instead of that Van Pool. And I'm likely going to see that later on.
Yeah, Spider-Man ban too. They're okay. So this is their counter idea, Shib. They're going for this Spidey ban, focusing on Jitward, getting rid of him on the Daredevil, getting rid of the Spider-Man. But this kind of opens things up, right? Because okay, we have the Mantis Protect, we have the Invisible Woman, allowing ourselves to play triple. For yeah, we lost to get rid of the Cloak and Dagger, but they should notice that maybe they're building towards this triple composition. Do we get rid of the Loki now, right? That's going to be an opportunity for yeah, we lost.
Yeah, the save here of Strange too is definitely, something a little bit different that I wouldn't have necessarily expected from yeah, we lost. But yeah, and there's that final ban. I knew it was coming at some point. Just a very end, I guess, for the Van Pool there. Not sure what the final ban's going to be here. Like you said, they're a little bit of a target prio on the backline of Jitward, the duelist of Jitward.
Yeah, let's see what the last ban is. We get the Mantis through, we get the Invis through for Team Nova. Doctor Strange Protect definitely is very interesting, and they go for their Atom ban on their side because maybe they're a little worried of playing against that. They're playing the Mantis for this Loki, right? If they do want to play it, so that you shut down a potential Atom comp that can do well against it too, with reses in the middle of the fights as well. But this is going to be an interesting map for sure, because I think it's been inverse a little bit in terms of the ban phase for yeah, we lost. Or I guess yeah, we lost upon two teams, right, in the ban phase, Shib, considering we usually see the first Van Pool and Gambit bans.
That's exactly right. And you can see there Jitward kind of floating a bunch of different heroes before at least showing Blade, which would be our first time getting eyes on that today. And not sure if that's going to be the case, but we'll see.
They play some weird stuff. That's why if you're a fan of Marvel Rivals and of MRC, you're going to want to watch this team. Yeah, we lost, because they're probably going to pull out some funky stuff. And we've seen them play Mr. Fantastic before and stuff in previous season ship.
That is right, and they did take home MRC Season 4 with, not being afraid to run that Fantastic and Magic even in the finals. So really cool to look at that there, but we can see now Nova locking into something more traditional. The route's going to be played iffy on that Strange, which was discussing. Regis looked really good as well on the Elsa, and they're going to have that triple backline, and Logan is going to be on that. Actually switching over to Jeff, no, just for speed boost, and then back on Loki.
Mostly they're jealous.
All right, temporarily, they portal back towards that point. But everybody's jumping. Both portals just side by side. Well, a lot like the last map we just saw.
Yeah, just some strategic placement there. One a little more aggressive, one defensive. And they're just kind of walling off that whole section there with the double portal by accident. As we see, I think the idea was to try to put the portal in front if possible, but nobody's gone down yet. A lot of cooldowns get utilized, though. Goodbye, as I say that to Zatex. Tones able to find one. Logan onto Card Lover to set up Nova for an early point take here. Make that a third from Tones. Playing a mean group.
I mean, that's a late ult from Jitward, unfortunately. Goodbye. See you later. Not that I guess it doesn't matter because it'll just get reset anyways, but yeah, that was an excellent push there from Nova. And kind of like the last series where you don't want to give the Phoenix Loki backline to team sorry, not Extinction, the other squad that we're going to see later on. But it's the same thing for Nova, right? Nova doesn't want to play Vengeful. You don't want to play Logan on Loki, right? This is kind of one of his best heroes in the game for good reason. And also you get that team up with the group.
Yeah, we're going to see what goes on here. The Mantis is through, yeah, exactly, enabling that Groot heal wall. Just get that ult even faster. Tones already at 95, speaking of which, for Ultimate. Scarlet going to match that right back. Not a lot of answers yet. Xantho is close, though. There we go. So there will have an answer if it is enough, but you can try to use that Groot out. A huge Glartrox coming in from Regis. Tico able to find Zatex, and Nova is keeping the pressure on, heavily up in numbers, able to find Jitward once more.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing this sort of like fast-paced dive stuff, but, inevitably when they came back and dove upon Regis with Phase Dilly, they couldn't keep him alive. He couldn't even get near the invisible boundary. And with that, sent back again. Regis looked good on this character before, too. Back on Elsa earlier today.
Oh, so dude, this is just a Groot dream, though. There's just nothing to stop him. There is nothing to stop Groot at this point. And that is a tough look here. As he's getting a lot of value. And as I say that, Zatex able to find that pick, though. He's a little bit after the fact, 70% already gained. Out goes a huge eye. It's Jeff comes through. Not sure it gets too many. We can't quite see just yet. Yeah, it's just more of a defensive save. Good call there. He's able to find Zatex and just relocate. Jitward starting up with the ultimate now. Keep the team healthy on point, trying to get presence, but 80% in climbing here for Nova already on point 1.
Ooh, nice job by Tones to chase down Zatex. Zatex just ran away from his team. I don't know why he didn't just try to fall back to Xantho, but it's tough. Like, this is the hard part of this point versus the Loki. Like, I think this map, this round specifically, is going to be the worst round for We Lost. It's just not possible, I think, to dive Loki on this map. This round specifically is like Loki's best point. He can be so evasive. There's a health pack down below. We can portal play short to come back, but with Invis and Loki here, man, it's just impossible to dive this choke, right? They're against triple. You do get one on the Tico at the very least, so maybe they have a shot here, Shib. But it's still going to be really tough, I believe, for We Lost. The other rounds will be way easier than this one for them.
Yeah, great stall by Cart there, but it didn't last too long. He was able to find one. Scarlet trades that back, but I'm with you. Everything's going to be committed now to try to retake. Tones goes under and falls mid-ult, I believe.
Wow.
Zatex the nice pick there. Hold on to a Glartrox. This could be enough here for We Lost a retake. And it is 99%. Regis finds 2.
Jesus.
Zatex and Jitward. What a shot there. Movement out from Scarlet to avoid the It's Jeff, which once again, I don't think got too many. And there is that Glartrox from downtown, moving them all over the place. Does get broken early enough. Regis not able to make that work too well. Yeah, We Lost now panicking to get back to point. Everybody just kind of battling now, but the ult advantage should be on the side of Zatex, who could have a huge Apex Predator in a moment.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, the fundamentals of Nova is so good. They fall back to the choke, they anchor on the point around their Loki, and they get the KOs. Now they track down everybody else. One by one, there's a Glartrox down below just onto the Venom, but it's saved. Nice job to get rid of it as well. Trade it back. Regis has been playing this flawlessly as well. Oh my God, Tones.
Yeah, with a nice pick there. Another one comes in from Iffy, and that is a third on Logan, and that could be it on this first map. It is Nova. Super clean there on the point. hold on and take it 100-0. You're talking about fundamentals, man. I couldn't agree more. The amount of times they just retook as a team, dropped back, played around in a tight corridor, gained just as much momentum as possible in terms of alt charge on the front line, and then immediately walked back in.
Yeah, we'll see. We lost. I imagine they're going to want to change things up because of how badly that went. I don't know. I'd be curious if, like, even if they would want to play the Loki as well. Like, it just seems like if we're going to go for those dive stuff, like, I actually don't mind Loki. Like, in terms of playing the Jeff, if you want to play the Loki as well, or even the Mantis stuff. So I'm curious that, we lost, why they're not doing that. They're going over to this triple Vanguard. That is really unique, Shiv, if they do want to play this. But, I mean, they could have maybe even played the same comp. It's just that last round, I think, is just, like, Loki's best point in any domination map.
Yeah, there's just a lot of places for him to escape. I see where you're coming from fully. I also think if you're going to run the Ultron, it's usually more effective with the Mantis, but, electing to run that Jeff instead. So we'll see how that works out for him in a moment. Up on the high side, Kendrick. There's corridors here where Jeff absolutely can succeed. So I think that's the idea. Zaytek's going to have to play much safer, though, without having the damage. Who's almost gets high, but dodges it. And that's just not a good alt there. The good idea, but just kind of whiffed in that moment. Iffy. Not able to get much value there. And that's enough value on the side. Again, we lost to celebrate for a moment as Jitward's able to find one onto Tico and look for more.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing that dual pool at the current moment, but he's lost everybody. Goodbye, Jitward. Goodbye, Xantho. I mean, it's curious they don't want to play like the support dual pool instead. Like it's just not enough damage, I think, out of that dual pool. At the current moment, Zatex gets rid of him as well. And by the way, I don't think we've seen Ultron be successful all MRC. So this is gonna be a first, I imagine, if it does work out. But, for Nova, they get it done. Tico's also now onto his own Ultron, so never mind. I guess we'll see an Ultron successful no matter who wins.
You know what? You can guarantee success that way. 100% win rate here. At least one of them off the rip. And let us begin again. Redis holding on to the Apex Predator, and that tight top side there could be a big problem. Scarlet holding on to the invisible boundaries. Atex does have the Rage of Ultron available and launching it now, trying to find something out of the back line, and definitely won't be switching until that side. Invisible boundary gets launched. Jitward is still on that dual pool as discussed. He's going to get that jackpot and just keep the aggro onto the back line. He's going to be able to find one on the Logan. Do we see more? Keeping those upgrades from the strategist side and be able to use those. We're here on the duelist side as Xantho finds one. Cart Lover able to find another. And that is the first time we've seen, we lost bounce back. Can they get point? It looks like Daytex is going to be able to find another. And we lost is still not on the point yet, but it will be theirs. If this portal doesn't come through in time, don't think it can.
No, yeah, and I will say, like, the one thing that dual pool can do is just upgrade his ultimate very easily, right? Like, if he just keeps bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, there's not much you could do about it. And Jitward eventually got the kill. The target focus was so good as well. Like, those KOs just came out at the perfect timing from the team. The target focus was there. And it's fun to watch, too, honestly. Like, dual pool is exciting. They're about to go in aggressive again.
I think dual pool struggles with the CC, and there's really not a lot of melee range CC on the side of Nova, so it's actually working totally fine. And Jim were able to find one out of Tico. That was disgusting. Do we see more here now out of the back line? We do. Jimward showing up here with the dual pool. Face Dilly able to find one, and Cart Lover onto Redis. And now, we lost, looking like a refreshed team, trying to tie up the percentage on point.
But that's just fun, man. That's just straight up fun. I'm only saying that because recently I made a TikTok about DPS Deadpool. Everyone's calling me Zaza. Like, come on. A character can be good in the right situation, as you can see.
Exactly right. When there's not a lot of CC to stop you from all that movement, you can be in trouble. Out goes the Rage of Ultron again. This time it is only going to be on one side, as we lost is going to maintain that. Tico switching up here to try to apply some more hit scan pressure into that Sky. Vagamoto once again,
nice
don't believe, finds too much there. As now more commitment comes through, and that is going to be a pick on it Iffy once more, this time from Zatex. Kendrick, and this comp is absolutely working, maybe a little unique, but it's all they were looking for now as they are walking them once again to the spawn door with 72%.
Wow. I mean, this is a really good round for them so far, and they're kind of just shutting them down. And the DPS Deadpool's, like you mentioned, there's not enough CC. On top of the fact the Loki clones are, it's kind of like Moon Knight, where you can just bounce off of the clones, right? So it's really fun to see them going aggressive towards their own spawn now.
This is so aggro. Ult already available again. Jitward driving them into the door. This is a blast to watch. There's a little bit of immunity for a moment to get back out and does escape. What a composition here now from the side of, yeah, we lost. Something that I'm sure Nova has not practiced against. Something like this. Kendrick goes down for a potential It's Jeff. Will that land? Dancing on point now is Iffy trying to buy as much time as possible. Forced out E early. Out goes the It's Jeff. Does that land? It doesn't look like it does. The side of Kendrick. Zaytek's able to find Iffy once more, and this Ultron play is clean. Cart Lover is able to find Regis with a nice combination there, and look for more onto the side of Logan shortly. A lot of damage comes through. What a toss there. What a right click by the side of Cart Lover.
Yeah, that was amazing on the Hulk so far. Woo. We're tied up now. 1-1 on Celestial Husk between Nova and Yeah, we lost. That was just a fun round, man. Like, I think it's just, maybe I'm biased, you know, but dual pool is just a lot of fun to watch alongside this team. I mean, yeah, we lost. Regardless of what happens, are always fun to watch. But the same thing for Nova, right? Like, they enabled themselves in the last round. That one was always going to be tough, I believe, because it's more open. The Loki clones are easy to take out. On top of the fact that Xantho just had a really good round on Invisible Woman, too. Like, you saw so many force physics stopping Iffy's ult. I don't think Iffy had a single ultimate on Doctor Strange, right, Shib? So you called it out there. He's going over to Venom now. He's just decided he's had enough against this Invisible Woman who can just do so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to get big Strange ults when everybody on their team has movement. Literally every last one of them has a way to escape some sort of ultimate, and at that point, you're forced to switch. I will say, I think that the comp that they've switched to is far better here for Nova. I just think, you know, obviously it was too late for the last matchup. Ult advantage is going to be in their favor here. I think Iffy switching over to the Thing is one of those solutions to that dual pool. You put down a Yancey and he really can't be moving as much anymore, and that's where you try to get your value. Emma does a similar job with the choke slam. You just got to find something to stop the momentum. Once dual pool starts moving, he is moving for days. So we'll see how this looks now. Logan does have ult available, and Regis as well.
Well, and this could be curious, too, because this was kind of like the first round we saw with the Loki, where you just play inside and under, right? But, off the map, goodbye, Jeff. See you later. How does that feel, buddy? To be eaten, but taken off the map by a Glartrox. Now you get Regis with that opening KO. Tico trying to run away, but it's traded by Xantho again.
Yeah, Regis goes down. Jitward able to find one once more on the Logan, and there might be some more play here. They're dancing back and forth. Dangerous position there is Scarlet, who does drop out and is able to escape in that moment. But again, still a threat here on this dual pool.
Yeah, at the moment, he's just kind of staying above. Already used the ult, right? Could build another one, obviously, very fast. That's the benefit. But if he gets pulled in, yet again, I mean, I think Xantho's just doing so much right now. We'll see. I have Okamoto from Iffy. Can it finally connect? And it does.
Yeah, and that is the pick there from Iffy. He's going to be back on that Strange here. Still nobody getting point. Logan once more on this. Loki has been incredibly strong, but they do get point even through that invisible boundary. Zaytek's finding a pick, though, is a good trade in that moment, but it's all about how long they can stall now. We see clobbering time coming through. Logan from downtown able to find some follow-up. Not a lot of fall-off here, or fall-off, excuse me, when you're playing a mean Loki. You see Regis try to find someone in the backside. Now the pressure is on to Zaytek's in the sky. There's not a lot of focus, but still not able to get that pick. Glartrox is available here for Regis, and might try to pull the Glartrox back out of the sky. Tone's able to find Zaytek's. That is a huge pick. And that will drop back towards point, and I do think that this is a really strong pick into this composition.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. It just feels like this this thing has no problems, right? Like, with anybody in the other team, he should be able to go off.
Yeah.
So it looks like that's the case for now. The Jeff tried to get Eat off the map, didn't get it. But it doesn't matter because Jitward 1 HP gets the iframes. Are you kidding me? And took Iffy down. They're trying to flip that point.
Yeah, but at the... I was going to say, you know what? It might just be a stall for him to get KO'd, but no, we're still holding on for a while there. But Jitward does go down after the fact. The point still in the side of Nova, though. And see how long Regis can do it. What an exile. Going to be a 4-stacker there.
Yeah, this is just back and forth, man. Yeah, we lost the control. They ended up getting those KOs after, you know, the Thing commitment from Tones. So that's, I guess, the only downside is that the Thing, you know, his uptime isn't that great, right? The cooldown's very cooldown reliant. The haymakers come out very slowly. So, I mean, maybe that's the benefit, right? That it takes a while for the Thing to get online. And actually, he goes over to Groot and Iffy's over to the Thing. So they've mixed it up to put Iffy off of Strange, considering he's had a hard time, I think, versus Xantho.
Yeah, despite what's happening, this has been a ton of fun to watch here, folks. I'm sure those in the comments are feeling the same way. Kendrick on this off angle on Tones here. Ultimate percentage being lost pretty heavily on those swaps. As we see, Redis, though, does have Gartrox available. Could be massive in this off-map location. Some movement happens now. And we're going to see Jitward find one. Cart Lover on a second. And once again, yeah, we lost finding their footing. Make it 3, almost 4. What movement there by Cart Lover. Using that bunny hop to keep the space and find one tackle, forcing another stagger here onto Tones, who will fall.
Yep, 54% on the board now. They're about to cross the margin to be ahead of Nova. So since they've controlled the point, they haven't flipped it over. And I think this defensive Ultron, too, should get so much success. It's been hard for Redis to really dive on him. And in fact, Tones is now over to the Hulk, and Iffy's over to the Venom. So they're really trying to figure this out, the puzzle that is, yeah, we lost.
That is the beauty of their compositions. Keeping it tricky makes it difficult to figure out a solution. That is a huge bubble there from Hulk to keep everyone safe. As we hear some combination, the Rage of Ultron out from Zatex again, which, if I'm going to say anything, this has been a ton of value on this Ultron, to be honest. Playing very clean and not really falling a lot, but Caster Curse, he's exiled out of the sky the moment I say that. Soul Resurgence comes through in the Invisible Boundary. Oh, and that is a huge ult for Redis through the Invis, but they fly back in. That's going to be 2. Will there be 3 on the follow-up? Redis with a massive Apex Predator. Almost gets a team wipe, still able to make 2 happen out of it, as Ultron somehow escapes in that moment. And we see more pressure. Tico keeping the pressure on point with the Soul Resurgence. Out goes the side of Cart Lover. Redis finds Jitward. And the retake of point will happen shortly, but 99% already for Yeah, We Lost. And folks, we are on map 3. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's just going to look at this Deadpool, man. Like, Jitward is just able to kind of keep bouncing, gets the heals from Kendrick cross map. It's always tough. Like, Redis, I think he's looking for more strats. It's very hard to pick a correct target. But I feel like Jitward is bouncing for so long that somebody's just going to look at him eventually. But you have Tones looking at the back line, has the ultimate ready to go. I mean, he can close it out if he gets a nice juggle, but he gets stasis by the other Hulk. Exiled, slowed down right now by Jitward.
Wow, and goes down to 15. Now let's get picked in that moment. That is some great focus and just exiling from the side of Cart Lover. Xantho, Jitward gets 2 with the same dash and is still battling on point. The portal needs to come in here from Tones. 3 seconds until that can even begin. OT will be beginning here, though, and it's all about, do they have enough to maintain? And it looks like they will have an invisible boundary on the retake. Zaytax with the Rage of Ultron and Kendrick with the Itch Jeff could be the solution to some of these plays if he holds on for enough time here as the portal gets committed. Everybody just blocking the teleport at the moment. The OT is beginning, and there is Cart Lover's ultimate. Will it be enough? The invisible boundary's in. Goodbye to Tico. Zatex with a nice shot there. But it's all about these Qs. The Glartrox goes out, it finds 3, but it isn't enough. And that should be it. It looks like, yeah, we lost his clutching in this moment and still maintaining presence. Phase Dilly finds one, and now goes the heart. Out goes Jitward with ultimate 2 with a dual pull. The numbers are dwindling, and yeah, we won. Takes home map 1.
Oh my God. Yeah, we won in this case. They just did it, man. Round number 1 versus Team Nova in a reverse sweep fashion. I mean, that was just a banger. A lot of fun. I mean, the first round, you could tell the Loki was working, and it just, like, they couldn't get enabled on the inside angle. But after that, like, man, Jitward was just so free. MVP on dual pool is not expected. I mean, this character is so fun when he's a duelist, obviously. Vanguard dual pool, Deadpool, still broken as all hell, right? But Jitward on dual pool was able to make it look crazy, right? He was just kind of had the most elims and had the most elims and most damage too. Like, the follow-up was there, and on the opposite angle, like, Nova could not answer it at all. They had nothing to deal with Jitward on duelist Deadpool.
I was not expecting that, because I'll tell you what, not only with the MVP, but also getting 2 of your heroes banned out early on in the ban phase. That is aura. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is just really clean play coming in an MVP and after the fact like that.
I mean, they try to get him on the bounty gate, you know, Jitward gate, more like, it seems like, because he is, you know, not liked by a lot of people in the community, but he is. I like him a lot, man. I just like this guy on duelist. Maybe I'm biased, you know, but I feel like this team in general, yeah, we lost, is going to make waves, I imagine, in Ignite, right? Because they're already qualified. Same thing with Nova. It's just icing on the cake if you were to win MRC, right? But this team, we've seen them in the past and how creative they can be. We've seen teams that he's coached before with Team Ego Death, right? Like, be really creative with Black Panther and stuff. So this team's going to be a lot of fun. And I think, you know, despite, or no matter what happens in Ignite and stuff too, they're going to be a team to watch out for. And same thing for Nova, because Nova looks like they're trying to find those answers live, right? So it's cool to see that sort of the clash of the brains between these 2 top teams.
Yeah, I think the solution to this team is just being incredibly cerebral and just trying to find some sort of different comp that can counter their really unique compositions. I mean, I was not expecting to see, Jeff out there with Ultron, right, in the back line in getting value with one real strategist ultimate. A lot of commitment on their big plays. I mean, Hulk Shield's getting a ton of value. We saw dual pool on this team comp. And there was, this is one of those times that I think maybe even Emma could have been a decent play, and you're just trying to out brawl them and maybe tackle some of the brawl. But even so, man, I'm not sure. We'll see what they elect to do. But yeah, we lost. Looked really, really good.
You brought it up. This is one of those series where if you're a viewer, you're trying to rack your brain at how you would try to solve it, right? That's the fun part about Rivals in the ban system that we have. So I'm glad that you pointed that out, Shib, and I think we'll continue to see that moving forward as we enter the next map.
Heading over to Midtown, going to be a convoy now. We've had our eyes on Midtown just a couple times today. One of my favorite maps to play. I think it's, it seems at first like it's defense coded, and then once you get moving, it seems like you can't be stopped, and you seem to make it to point 3, but we're going to see the bands come through. It looks like goodbye there to you see goodbye to Gambit and to our lawyer.
All right, makes sense. Nobody will defend Team Nova today in terms of that department. I'm curious if they even need to mix anything up if you're Team Nova, like on their angle. Maybe Redis just needs to come over and peel more. Maybe we even just play the Phoenix because that's not banned, right? Like there's a few solutions if you're because he was getting a lot of damage off but not getting KOs. He would try to go far for like the backline for Invisible Woman and stuff, but I wonder if that's just not worth it. They go again for the Jitward special, right? In this case, it's the anti-Jitward special. Cloak and Dagger band. Meanwhile, for we lost to make sure they don't have any extra sustain. Like we've seen earlier, Shib, it seems like Cloak and Dagger, a huge pick these days over Invisible Woman just for the fact that you can live forever.
Yeah, you know what I was just thinking throughout that is Jitward started on Strategist, and I think the idea was to start Strategist just to get some of those early upgrades out of the way because Dual Pool really struggles without a lot of those upgrades. You get the upgrades, you transition over to Dual Pool, and then you're a problem. And if that was the cerebral play, I mean, that's some next level stuff that I didn't really think about until right now. So that's really, really cool. But we're going to see what happens here, obviously, as a lock-in of Strange. And, the save of Vanpool this time from the side of Nova.
They need their own, Shib. They need their own. I think it makes sense because last time the last ban for we lost was onto Vanpool. So because you've allowed it all the way through, now we're going to get to play it. But I wonder if, that's still in the pocket of we lost. I imagine they have another Vanpool player. And they like to play triple Vanguard too. So not a lot of focus from Nova towards the Vanguards so far. And I think, we lost regard to that. But I like how you point that out, Shib. That opens up. I know everybody's like wondering how Deadpool ended up in terms of figuring out how the meta works for Marvel Rivals. And I think as you mentioned, it gets way more complicated than you would think.
Yeah. There's just so much to his kit, and the fact that he covers 3 roles and you can transition those upgrades. It is really just such a cool design. Shout out to the team. Just for something I've never seen anything like in a hero shooter here. But yeah, matching back now, Vanpool on the table. I have no doubt. I thought it was going to be matched, but it looks like at least so far Dilly's showing the Vanpool on Strategist. We'll see where that actually ends up. Not sure that'll necessarily be the case as we start up on attack. Tone's going to be on the Vanpool. Redis going to maintain presence over there on the Elsa. We see more traditional stuff with the Luna, bringing back Luna Loki. That was some season 1 stuff right there.
Yeah, throwing it back to the old days. We saw that earlier, and it can work. It can be good for this squad. They want to get. Well, look at this. They've had 3 strats banned versus them. There's the Cloak, the Invis, and the Gambit. They're allowing Logan to play the Loki, and obviously in the last map it worked, right? So I was concerned for the team we lost. I was like, okay, maybe we don't want to give them the Loki and stuff. But guess what? We lost going back to their tried and true classic on defense, Shib. They're putting Kendrick back onto the Magic, which I believe, if I remember right, they won season 4 with. So this is a lot of fun to see them get that throwback.
Yeah, Kendrick's absolutely disgusting.
It is the Strat Jitward too. So it's Strat Pool versus Vanpool, man. I don't think we've seen this direct matchup in MRC immediately Xantho post.
Xantho goes down early, like you just discussed. Yeah, again, I think that's just the idea of how this works, and that's pretty unique for sure. Kendrick is going to fall too, and you know what? This is a very smart comp, I think, by Nova. The idea of running the Luna now is just the raw damage. It's like, all right, you're going to run more brawly stuff. I'll even put our backline on damage. You won't be able to move. That is, I talked about being cerebral to try to find a solution, and Nova is doing just that right now.
I was going to say, I feel like the biggest problem last map was the fact that they were lacking damage, right? Like, I feel like dual pool should not be able to jump around as much as it did in the last map, in the fact that, like you said, they bring out Vanguard Deadpool and the Luna, and then also have Tico on Wolverine. That's smart.
We're going to see what happens now. Iffy. Ooh, that new skin there for Thing. Cop this one today. Shout out to those who actually rock this skin. I think it's awesome. Tico able to find one onto Jitward. Another pick there. Tone's able to take out Zatex. And Logan once more onto Xantho. And Nova woke up from their slumber, and they will not be having it right now. They look so dominant as they are very close to taking this. I don't even think we're going to see a touch. Just giving up point one with 5 minutes and 3 seconds on.
And we're mixing up again, Shib. We got Jitward back over to dual pull. So we've seen every version of every iteration of Deadpool. I don't know if he's actually gotten a KO every single time this map, but I mean, now they're switching it up, so it's working. The pace back in their favor, able to go aggressive. Goodbye to Logan and Scarlet.
We're going to see more play as Zatex is able to take out Iffy there. Dropping back, and Zatex on something more traditional here. Getting off that Ultron and showcasing that. Definitely has the skill for the hit skin, something like Elsa. Incredibly strong right now, almost has that ultimate available. We're going to see how that goes. Dilly now holding the left side, able to get a tackle. Does find one there onto Tones. And again, looks like, yeah, we lost. Changing up the comp to try to find a better solution. But it's Jeff and Mantis. And I know in ladder, it might terrify you, but at this level of play, absolutely can work.
Yeah, it's working at the current moment because they're just able to play so aggressive, allow the Jeff to get frontline heals onto Dilly, who slams down into the Deadpool, removes Flores from the game. Tico does trade out Xantho at the very least, but you still have those heals from the Jeff. I mean, he just ulted. Everybody can surround him. Logan goes down too. They found the real Loki. Kendrick eats nothing because of it. The clone goes away, but it doesn't matter because he just swims around until Scarlet claps him down. Nice job by Scarlet. So they're finally slowly going to break out of their own spawn because there's not a lot of heals now for Yeah, We Lost, but I mean, they're still holding so close on Team Nova, who are now watching Logan over to the Rocket Raccoon because he just wants to live.
They're finally going to break through there on the attack from Nova as Yeah, We Lost. Stepping back up, looking more in form. Those are maybe curious in the downtime. When you do take those pictures on Deadpool, you do get extra experience. So that's why you're going to see folks farming as many of those as possible while still getting the iframe from them. Iffy playing Thor to try to duel some of this. Zatex, the big ultimate, is able to find one onto Iffy, almost two here. As we see more commitment. Tico comes back from the res. Zatex with another pick here. Dilly able to find Tones. And once again, Yeah, We Lost bouncing back up and holding them.
Yeah, they're deleting Vanpool right now. I mean, it just feels like in other series we've seen just like an unkayable demon, but with the damage boost from the Mantis, with the overarching, constant stream of water coming in from Kendrick, it seems to be a pretty hard comp to deal with. And now they're switching to their own. Dilly's walking around the back, by the way. If you do the walk emote, they can't do your little steps. So, cross map, Kendrick going to take down Tico, and immediately Zatex with another one.
If he finds Dilly there, and that is still going to be a haul. What a shot there by Tones, able to take out Zatex from downtown. Looking the pressure on. We got a nice view here.
Yeah, how are we in his face like this?
Yeah,
what?
Yeah. First
I want that
action.
POV.
Yeah. With some clean shots. Tico able to find Xantho again onto Jitward. And still just battling right now on this Bucky. Just dealing so much damage with self-sustain. Nice, a little slow there. Just trying to allow the strategist to get out. Predicted that one coming, but what a grapple all the way out.
And they're doing it slowly, pushing him back. Zatex does find Regis, though. So every fight that feels like a win for Nova. Like, Yeah, We Lost just make it so punishing.
Wow.
Zatex does go down, though. But can they even go for more? Look, they're a little nervous about going for more. If they were like a little bit faster there, maybe they could have gotten a few staggers, but now they're actually going to the back left. Jitward goes, or Tones goes for the ultimate as well. Maybe they can find a KO after this, but it seems like through Kendrick's ultimate, able to just live. He wants to play for his own life too, but he can't if he takes him out.
Yeah, I think that Nova's doing what they need to do to progress through this composition. Karlover able to touch point here, though, on the defense, but down a few numbers is going to be enough pressure, I think, for Nova to keep moving this forward. Out goes the dance floor. Now Karlover going to be in danger. Glartrox is on the table if needed, but doesn't need it yet. Oh, Psych, I lied. It is needed, I guess. Regis is going to use that ultimate and not get enough value as Zatex gets that pick, and that is the turn that is needed for Yeah, We Lost. I have no idea how they were able to hold on, being down 2 numbers after that portal, but they did just that. And once again, Nova is in a dicey position with a minute on.
Yeah, this all kind of stalls. It all started when Karlover came back with the portal and immediately got rid of Tico. So tough round for Tico until Tico gets the grab. Nice hook, brings Zatex in. Huge hook, actually, from the Bucky player after the last round, considering, yeah, Cart Lover TP'd on his face and just deleted him. So now into this one, they do have Bucky ultimate. They will be against 2 straddles, though. But over time, I mean, they're committed. If you can live this, Regis falls back away from the squad. Kendrick low and goes down.
Yeah, what a good off-angle play there and full commitment towards the backline. Dilly able to find Scarlet. Here goes the eye of Agamotto on a Tico, and it is huge. Regis very low as well. Good escape there. Dilly trying to find one onto Logan, and does. Great shots there, predicting movement. Heart Lover is going to once again find another pick on a Regis. 13 seconds on. It's all about if they can get there now with the portal. Zatex finding Tones, who is trying to touch, and there's only 8 seconds. I'm not sure they can do that. The portal might be here. We'll see in a moment.
Yeah, 4-3. Is the portal even there in time? They're body
It
blocking
is.
1. Okay, they make it, but they lose Iffy immediately, man.
Yeah, it's tough. Regis able to find one, though, on his Xantho. Numbers are roughly even. Ultimate's being committed for days here, but it looks like advantage is going to be on the side of, yeah, we lost. Dilly able to find Tico. Zatex onto Regis now. And once again, yeah, we lost our bouncing back on this defense and holding on point to the dance floor comes out. Jipward able to find one onto Logan in the back line. And a huge eat opportunity comes through, this time from Kendrick. And, oh my goodness, got a Thunder land. Scarlet goes down. OT ticks down, and they will stop them before point 2. Yeah, we lost with these compositions are just making it happen.
What a hold, what a day so far for Yeah, we lost. Not only qualifying for Ignite, but going up in the series versus Nova. And look to, you know, they don't get the back-to-back necessarily if they were to win this whole thing, but to, you know, open the door to a repeat champion would be impressive, right? We haven't really seen that a lot besides from like 100 Thieves, you know, despite the fact that they compete sometimes when Ignite's going on and not a lot of Ignite teams are playing sometimes. It is an impressive feat to, if you were to win MRC multiple times with different lineups too. So we'll see what happens. That's a good hold in the second phase. Anything's possible though, Shib. You've seen these first point holds before. And I mean, Nova's done it before too in a previous series.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable. I think, yeah, we lost woke up after that first point, but we can see now a little bit of aura farming here for Jitward on the Panther, just kind of walking it down right now as we see the triple composition, triple for Nova.
Like this series just reminded me to rebind the walk button. You know, it's just like initially forgotten about it, and you can see exactly why. It actually has practicality to it.
Yeah, for the silent walk, but also for the mental buff that you get every time you use it, and just, you know, play it off like you're in a movie.
Like a Chad.
That's what it is. We can see Kendrick. I think one of the decent answers outside of things like you see Zatex over there on the Moon Knight to these triple comps is actually Magic. She does a decent job into Vanguard lines. It's a lot easier to land those combos, but you can just pressure them while still having that escapability. Granted, if they go the full composition of things like, you know, oh wow, Tone's able to find Jitward instantaneously there on the Van Pool, and once again start get the pictures rolling, getting those upgrades moving forward. But again, it's tricky to go Magic into things like Emma, but also the Thing, as we see here.
Feels bad. Jitward played Black Panther for 1 second, caught the War Walk, had that entire lead up, and then just felt like just got KO'd like an NPC. That was brutal. Poor guy. And now he's over to dual pool again, out of all things. So we'll see if this continues. This pressure provided by Yeah, we lost. I mean, they got to really play around these back lines, and Tico falls immediately. Look at that. Oh my God, he almost goes down and just bounces by Deadpool.
Zatex able to find Tico there, like you discussed. Regis finding Kendrick, though. Dilly onto Iffy now, and the trades keep going. Going to be a portal here, likely, towards the ambulance. Zatex using ult early, trying to get another one here. Just, you know, seconds in, it can fly through. Tones goes down, Scarlet falls, and so does Logan. Zatex on this Moon Knight, just farming right now.
I mean, this is how, yeah, we lost one previous series, where, you know, they confuse their opponents a lot of the times. Portal play comes through on the ambulance side. That might make it so they can get 3 fights, but you can see Iffy split up to go for more. And he goes down immediately to Kendrick on Magic.
And here goes the Dark Child commitment. Will the combo come through to try to sweep the support? Goodbye to the strategist of Scarlet with a huge cancel from Kendrick. 2, make it a quadra now. A penta. What a play by Kendrick. Showing off that animation cancel to remove the dance floor from the battlefield and just sweep the side of Nova.
Wow, that was amazing. Just Kendrick on Magic is an absolute cinema every time he plays this hero. We'll see if they can keep it up, right, Chip? We wanted to fight 3 times for Nova. They don't. So really good timing by Yeah, we lost. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. You could tell they're already thinking about reswapping, and that's the intelligent side of a lot of these pro players is they're like constantly looking at the spawn. You know, do we want to swap this on Bucky now? The answer is no for now. They want to use more ultimates, go for a solid fight, and then maybe switch. But as the map's transitioning, Kendrick gets evasion for now. But if he goes down to the cart early from Xantho, who is now playing that Loki.
Yeah, we lost definitely has the momentum right now. It just looks like it is. Dilly's able to find one. The res comes through from Redis, so the team's just playing to get res now. The idea is just to get on that cart and go down if you have to. Dilly able to find one more there on his Scarlet. Saying Mantas did in that moment. Zatex trying to deal a ton of damage on point. The stall is there, but just for the moment, as we see Logan fall too, just from the natural bounces. It's very tricky to play. Wow, what a triple there by Zatex with a ton of focus from the back line, but very tricky to play Loki into a Moon Knight like this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is it is very tricky. And now, you know, we're already almost at the end with a bunch of staggers, and you know, Nova can't figure it out. They have Logan now over to the Jeff, right? They're trying to walk in. And by the way, this is the first time they're playing Elsa on the defense. So they've just finally switched it up. It doesn't even matter at this rate. No Elsa doesn't matter. Elsa doesn't matter either because everybody else is gone on Nova. 3 down immediately. We're already at the end.
The most broken hero in the game is communication. And I'll tell you what, yeah, we lost. Just seem to have it figured out. Despite who they're playing, they're looking so strong. Nova has a couple ults available, but they can't seem to figure out a way to slow this down just yet. 3 minutes and 4 seconds, but just meters away from the victory going to, yeah, we lost. We'll see what happens here, folks. More commitment comes out. Out goes the Resurgence. The pull comes in from Tico on Kendrick. Kendrick in the Dark Child form does go down. Tico with a huge pick. Chipward finds one on the Scarlet in the back line. Numbers evened out for the moment. Out goes a huge ultimate as Zatex finds another. What a shot there by Zatex on a Tones. Cart Lover finds one. The numbers are dwindling once more. Kraken Impact comes through. Do we hear again? We do. Iffy finds Cart Lover. Chipward with a 2-piece, and that will do it. Yeah, we lost again. Are going to find their second win.
2-1.
2-0 for Yeah We Lost. Put themselves on map point to finally get into the championship again. And they looked great doing it on that round. I mean, it was just fight after fight after fight. It was like it just kept winning in such weird places. Zatek on Moon Knight 2 was able to play it throughout the entire round. The amount of space he was given too, like it just felt like the portals were the block, everything went right. And that's the space afforded to you when you play Magic, for example. And you play around it so well, right? They give the damage boost. They allow the one shot to come through. And most importantly, they weren't living from the one shots on Nova's side. Yes, they found Kendrick 8 times. He had the most E-libs out of his whole team, but that's like what you're supposed to do on Magic. And for the rest of the team, that's what you're supposed to do to follow up on it, right? Even if they were to lose Kendrick, they would somehow find 2 in these fights. And man, Nova looked lost, right? That's exactly what Yeah We Lost wanted. And now with all the momentum moving forward, I'm worried for Team Nova.
Yeah, I just think that the reason we see so much success from this team, not only are they super talented, right? That's just a given, right? Across the board from Yeah We Lost, and same with Nova. But the reason we see so much success is just they're running things that are so different than what you would expect. And the teams are actively mid-match trying to find a solution. And when you're actively in mid-match trying to find a solution, you're losing alt charge on every switch. You're cluttering comms. You're trying to figure things out together. You're switching positions. You're switching hero picks, thinking that you can maybe do it better. And once that starts, the mental game has already been lost. And that is what Yeah We Lost is providing in every single one of these matchups.
Yeah, this team is exciting. We'll have to see how they can finish moving forward. And for Team Nova, they desperately need to figure out something out, right? Like they played the Bucky stuff. They've tried to make their own plays. They even played Vanguard Deadpool, you know, a hero that we would assume, you know, theoretically is broken. But that map, he just got shut down. Like, I don't think Tones did much of anything on the Vanguard Deadpool, really. It was all in Jitward on the dual pool due to how they were playing. Yeah, we lost. Remind me of another team, you know, in a hero shooter genre from Team Aw Yeah. I don't know if it's a reference. I don't think it is specifically, but, you know, it's a very unique composition and one that works if you have a team that is all on board in the same sort of mind state. Because too many people, Shib, they operate under such strict bounds in Marvel Rivals when they shouldn't. It's a fun game. It's a hero shooter. It's about changing, playing weird heroes. You know, sometimes we mix it up. Sometimes we take the game a little bit too seriously, right? And it's about bringing that aspect of fun back to the game that teams like, you know, Yeah We Lost just did. So we're going to have to see what happens if the reverse sweep is possible. But at the moment, they're up 2. Yeah We Lost to go on to map number 3. We'll see you guys after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're watching Yeah We Lost versus Nova or Lunex in an absolute heater. Yeah We Lost pulling out some crazy stuff and are up 2-0 into Nova, who is actively trying to find a solution. What do you think of the game so far, bud?
Yeah, this has been a fun one. I mean, right now for Team Nova, they've looked great throughout the whole tournament. I mean, they've really dominated a lot of people in the current meta. But the moment that we've mixed it up, man, they've just fallen apart right now. Like, they won the first round, and ever since then, it's been all in Yeah We Lost's favor, right? We need to figure out this next map, depending on what it is.
Yeah, 7 hours in, buddy. And games like this still getting us this hyped. I'll tell you what, man, just the beauty of Marvel Rivals, especially when teams are able to pull things out like this and showcase to everyone. Meta schmeta. We'll just get the job done with whatever we are comfortable on. And it's all about team play. As we look now, goodbye to the Daredevil, goodbye to the Gambit. Once again, that is a rinse and repeat of last match.
Yeah, it is funny, too, because, I mean, I imagine in ranked for Jitward, like I don't want to, you know, obviously talk about the guy too much in a positive light. Otherwise, you know, there's some biases potentially. But, you know, the fact that every game I imagine this guy's having Spider-Man banned against him probably is really good for practice, right? Like, people will go to the Smurf accounts or whatever, like alternative accounts to play, you know, heroes they want to play. But this is the first time, Chip, we're seeing Deadpool, DPS Deadpool banned.
You know what? That's crazy. And I love it. I think it's the first time, yeah, in this tournament we've seen that. Unless I missed one of their games, a similar story happened. But we're going to look across the board, see where it goes from here. I think, you know what? It's not a bad idea. It's multiple times now at the top of the damage charts. 12 finals last time, multiple before that MVP and prior. Zatex with a ton of finals, obviously, on that Moon Knight in the match we just witnessed. And the lock-in of Spider-Man here now for the side of Yeah We Lost.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what the next one is, right? It's because they can still play the magic stuff if they really want to. Mantis isn't left the game yet. That was... You know, that's kind of interesting. Like, I feel like the Mantis is, we can both agree, is a problem, right? Like, whenever that it's on the other team, they give the damage boost. That's what's enabling a lot of these full dives, right? Like, a lot of... They banned the Loki last for Team Nova. Okay, even though it's a hero they like to play, and yeah, we lost it. Okay, I think this ban phase is kind of troll, I'm not going to lie, but, you know, we'll see what happens in the long term for Yeah We Lost. They kind of have to pick at the litter. It's going to be the Elsa. But the Mantis, I think we can both agree, Shib, is a bit of a problem, because that's what's enabling a lot of these melee heroes to get one-shots, right? Like, traditionally, the melee heroes that are played on the enemy team for Yeah We Lost, and even dual pool, don't do that well unless they get a damage boost from somebody like a Mantis, because they're not a problem, right? They just kind of hit you like it's a pillow fight until they get the damage boost or something.
Yeah, I'm with you, and it does enable those weird compositions if they need them. I mean, we might see potentially the return of Ultron, who plays well with that composition, but again, they ran in the past just the Mantis Chef, and it had no problem with it, and that's what they're looking like they want to run on defense, which, you know, again, talking about ladder, would terrify me in ladder, but communication like this gets, and there's just, oh my goodness.
No, don't say it, we're not on it yet, Chip. Let the viewers...
Okay, we'll give it a moment.
I mean,
as we transition to some of these beautiful scenes in a moment here, folks, you are going to get your eyes on something that I don't think you would have expected.
This is like walking in, you know, on Shib in the bathroom. Okay, I'm just saying, this is going to be a little... Ain't nobody except me would want that. And maybe your wife. But regardless... Oh, God, that could actually get me in some hot water. Me and Shib are professional casters. Okay, this is purely a joke. I'm going to cover my bases here. Shib, we have Zatex.
Folks, your eyes are not deceiving you. Full walkout on the Black Widow, the portal play early on here for Redis. Might be able to stop some of that Black Widow problem. And we're going to see the switch now, likely to something more divey after the portal play comes in. Tone's walking forward quickly. Tico on the back line, trying to find Jitward, does just that.
Whoa, man.
And that's a nice pick there.
Yeah, nice shot from Tico. I mean, just removes Jitward off the face of the earth. One tick given already. Xantho comes around the flank and gets the trade on the Tico. Gets revenge for his Spider-Man.
Yeah, Billy able to find Tones there. The Black Widow still in the field somewhere. Is now, actually, excuse me, is going to fall there to Redis. And we'll see if that change comes through in a moment. But the idea was good. The portal just kind of shut down all of those long LOSs that I think they were trying to play for. Zatex coming out of the spawn door still on Widow. Kendrick able to find one. I don't know how they're still maintaining presence on this point, being down numbers like this. Cartlover and Jitward come right back and find two more after the fact. And they come back quickly. Dilly taking out Iffy now. And once again, yeah, we lost with this weird composition showing up.
The wrath
I mean, I understand first point, Loki's strong, but it's just curious for me because, like, I didn't think that the Loki would be played by We Lost. And they wanted to play Mantis stuff, and, you know, we already know how Black Widow can get one-shots with the Mantis damage boost, the Spider-Man, the Venom. Everybody's a threat when this Mantis is in a lobby. And Scarlet, I mean, can they even live? There's no ultimate right now in the lobby for Nova. Goodbye, Tico. Just slap to the face, Fish. Not going to help you in this situation. It's Jitward on Spider-Man.
We're going to see now. Zatex taking the height. Does have that ultimate available. Bang is able to find one on a Scarlet now. And that damage boosted is a big problem. Jitward trying to find the Jeff, but does fall to Redis. Now Logan going to off-map with 2 in. Goodbye to Dilly and Zatex. Good play by Logan there for a decent trade. And now Nova needs to walk forward with heavy ult advantage here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he found that. That was actually a nice shot by them, by the Jeff and Logan. Towards the point Xantho is sitting. He needs to be pressured, but nobody can. I mean, Jitward just removes Redis. Redis is blindsided by Jitward. Xantho is traded at least, but that's still a nice pickoff.
Playing slow now on the side of Nova, ready for the retake when needed. Cart Lover going to start up right now with the combination ultimate with Jitward. And they both commit. Big whale there by Tico to remove that combination. Point being taken here by Nova. They might just do that as the numbers are falling, stalling for as long as possible. Dilly has to lead point, and they do take point 1.
They do. And that's crazy respect for Jitward, man. Like, that's they whale and invisible boundary to make sure that you counter the Spider-Man ult. And it was worth it, right? Like you mentioned, they capped the point, they counter the Spider-Man, and after that, right, able to walk down the rest of We Lost. Zatek going down too. That's the most crucial thing, is the Spider-Man sets up the Black Widow to find those one-shots, so you kind of have to commit the invisible boundary so you don't get, headshot by Black Widow and ruin the entire fight for you after it was going so dicey.
Potentially the vibiest comp we've seen in the tournament so far. We Lost going to retake now. Alt still going to be slightly in terms of percentage in the favor of Nova. Redis finds one on a Cart Lover, a second there on a Jitward, and this is one of those picks. Nice. You're just trying to find a solution that might be the answer, and it does look strong so far. Redis looking clean here. Now we're going to head towards Zatex, who's in a tough spot. Plasma Burst goes out. It does not seem to land for value. Even damage boosted, just barely missing. Kendrick falls from Scarlet. And the retake now from Nova looking stronger. Tones goes down to face Dilly. Dilly does fall here to Redis. And Zatex finds one onto Logan. Still somehow in this fight with the Widow.
Honestly, that would be one of, by the way, Tico just getting rid of Jitward, not even looking at him with the squid. That's hilarious. But, that's the thing. With the Psylocke, for example, she may not be the best this patch, but that's what I would be thinking if I was a hit scan kind of player that doesn't play any of the melee heroes, right? Or a ton of them. Just go Psylocke. Go a character that can live, right? The Phoenix, yeah, you have mobility, but Psylocke has a little bit more than the Phoenix and also gets some overhealth. So nice shots from Tico and a Jitward there, too.
Yeah, I think this is the comp they needed to play. I think that this is just the perfect time, just in terms of the fact that there's just not a lot of raw healing on the side of We Lost to be running something like the Namor. It's clearly working with a triple now for Tico.
Yeah, nice job by Tico so far. I mean, he's been able to counter We Lost by himself, basically. And Redis understands that, he's not trying to carry on Psylocke. He just needs to live. And this is what we talk about a lot of the pro players, all the top-tier players of Rivals. The way they make their money is by living, right? Their KO count, how many times they go down, because if you're dead, you're not doing any damage, right? So right now, he just needs to live. Redis just playing for his life and able to escape just by playing Psylocke.
And we're going to see the change up now. Zatex is going to finally change up the vibe a little bit and go over again to Ultron. A huge ultimate here from Redis once more, and I think this is the pick. This is the ticket that they needed. Something to change the pace, and it is Psylocke right now. But, see how it looks as they move forward. Ton of time on the clock here with 3 minutes, though. And the entirety of Nova looking like a refreshed team throughout these fights. And again, another pick coming in for Redis.
I'm curious what the counter is now by We Lost. It looks like they're hovering the Hulk, they're hovering the Rogue, they're hovering the Ultron. So this is what they did in the first map too. They had Cart Lover on the Hulk before. But can this pan out? It would make sense because I think Psylocke, not going to say struggles versus Hulk, but she definitely doesn't do as well. Regardless, Jitward is still on Spider-Man, and that's kind of the whole strat, is to counter Jitward, and he's already gone.
Times like this, where I just love Marvel Rivals, the mental chess back and forth. Both teams trying to find a solution to each other. As we see now the change. Dilly going to try to stay on, but gets taken out immediately. Iffy playing hyper aggro towards the back line while we see the Psylocke play coming in. But now, again, Tico with ultimate, Logan and Iffy should be the ticket here for them to try to clinch up this W and push all 3 points. There's going to be a lot to give them value. The question is, will they be able to counteract? Regis finds one onto Jitward. The point is very close to pushing all 3 right now. The whale comes in, bang, lands on Dilly right in the center. Is very low in HP and officially falls. Tico on this Namor is looking clean, and that's enough.
Yeah, that was nice at the end. Good solution, considering, I mean, shit, literally how first point went. They were about to lose, and then they figured it out, right? They had a big off map from Logan. They switched over to the Psylocke, and after that, they were just able to kind of string back-to-back wins. So huge comeback there by Nova. You can see exactly why they're a top-tier team in this championship round. You know, an upper bracket finals, trying to qualify into the grand finals. That's a big deal if Nova could do it. Because also, I believe this will matter for seeding too, right, Shib? So, yeah, like looking back at it, this is going to be an important match in the history of MRC and MRI.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, you know, does We Lost maybe overstep just a little bit with some of these comps? Is because, you know, the talent on Nova is clearly here. They're trying to actively find a solution. And it looks like they've done that. You got to keep that in mind, that you've got to try to use whatever you are creating to your advantage for as long as it's possible, or as long as you can. But at this point, I think Nova's found a way through it. We'll see if they can keep it up on defense, as I will argue that I think We Lost, typically their composition bodes better on attack.
Let's see, for Team We Lost, they're mixing it up. And for Team Nova, right, this is also a really good map for Namor, right? Like, I feel like the squid positioning, you know, constant sort of surround orbital system that the squids kind of act as on this first point, always is tough to deal with. So for Team We Lost, their solution is to put Zatek over to the Phoenix. And I think Zatek actually, well, Phoenix does do pretty well against Namor and Psylocke too. So this could be a decent mix-up, but regardless, he's going to have the Jeff and Invisible Woman mix-up this time around.
Games begin again, folks. Billy on the off angle, and that's what you should be looking for. Somebody to kind of disrupt the back line with a different angle off this play. Cone's holding the height here on the right side, just using some of that poke to his advantage. Cart Lover tries to find a tackle out of the sky. Great exile there on Iffy, and does go down. Perfect timing there. Able to find that beautiful window, and Tico able to take out Zatex once more. Just kind of protecting that back line with those squids. But there is a lot of pressure now as both of them engage at the same time. And that's Dilly going in with Jitward. Cart Lover able to find Regis on the other side. And just trying to protect as much as possible. Scarlet pumping out as much healing in this window. Just prepared for whatever dive is going to be coming their way any moment as Jitward starts up with a pull. What a play there by Scarlet to counteract that play onto Jitward. And still maintain presence on point. Eyes up onto the Namor. Great play back here.
Yeah, this is why Namor is so strong even without the Hela team up. I mean, your squids just have an incredible amount of HP. Then also you can just live for like 5 seconds or whatever with the ultimate. So he's able to, or with the shift, sorry. And he's able to live for long enough. Jitward does trade it. Invisible Boundary too late from Xanto now. And I mean, who's going to take advantage of this? No ultimates are up yet. Hulk does have Hulk. You have the Jeff ult from Kendrick. Oh my god, no way Scarlet avoided that ult. Are you kidding me? Use the pixel corner to avoid the Jeff ultimate. However, Logan's still down on the point. Nice job by Carla.
And there is the tackle combination. Carlover not able to make that continue to happen. Good exile, trying to get Scarlet outside of that ult. Just going to tackle to buy more time. Wait for some combination from the team. Still staying healthy at this current moment. And good follow-up there. And that's exactly what they were looking for. What a tackle. Dilly and Lover able to keep the pressure on. That's another pick on a Tones. And they should get point one here any moment.
Man, poor Scarlet. Scarlet just had everybody on him after the after that Hulk grab. We're moving to the second phase of the map. Zatex now over to that Atom, like you mentioned. And now for Team Nova, you know, what is their potential solution to what We Lost are doing, right? Because in that fight, Scarlet gets hard hunted down after the ultimate landed, and they almost played it really well, but it was Cart Lover on the Hulk who really enabled that squad. And right now, I don't think Nova has a direct anti-Hulk sort of strategy. It's still kind of KO Jitward, and that's their way forward.
Yeah, Tico's doing a great job protecting that back line. Regis with a nice two-piece there. Zatex making the switch over to Warlock. Trying to play a little more of a sustained composition here, running that backline triple. And there's that res from Zatex after resing himself. Tico finding Jitward, who should be back in the fight any moment. Everybody on the point once more. And that's the idea here for Zatex now. Allow the team to play hyper aggro, just res them after the fact. The dunk comes in, bang, from Dilly, finding a 2P. Make it three here for the God of Thunder, who goes down after the fact.
Yeah, Dilly in this case, man. Regis gets one, Tones with another. But, I mean, you're just going to stall on Cart, right? Any KO is just something you potentially get. Inevitably, Regis does fall. Trying to stall it out a little bit longer. But nice fight there from We Lost. I think they set it up with Jitward's ultimate. And then Dilly, like you mentioned, coming through with a slam dunk onto Thor. That's the value of that character for sure. And see a quick portal play. They actually want two
Aggro
fights
portal.
here, Shib. That's nice.
Yeah, this makes sense. I was thinking they could aggro portal this since the point had barely moved. Oh, they elected to not put the portal on the point for that moment. They're going to try to own the height right now. Scarlet in a dangerous spot, but you know what? Invis doing what Invis does. What a duel there on a Jitward coming out on top. Playing around that portal, just biding more time, saying an Invis for the moment, but the target comes in, finds the back line. Xantho able to take out Scarlet, and there goes the It's Jeff under. Will that land from Logan?
It does, but I mean, you don't have Scarlet to heal you now. Xantho on to Iffy 2. Xantho's found 3 in this fight, by the way, in terms of KOs. Make it 4. Nice job by the aggressive invisible play of him. And, you know, with that, you're right. Like, it's just tough for Scarlet. Like, Scarlet dodges one threat in Jitward, finds himself, turns around, and sees a Hulk in their face. Like, that is brutal. I mean, I hate Hulk with a passion with Scarlet right now because Cart Lover is a really good Hulk player and really makes sure he's not comfortable. And Tones is actually to switch to Hulk of his own. We've seen him on Hulk early.
Dilly here building towards that ultimate. Cart Lover starting up with the whole combination again.
Hello.
There's just so much pressure on this back line. They're trying to match this right back. I told you this composition is going to be aggro on offense, and that's just kind of how a comp like this can play. And they are making it happen as Xantho finds a 2-piece now on the Scarlet and Tones, make it almost 3, as if he just barely escapes.
It's like they're not even like reacting on Nova's side, man. They just like walk in, and then on the flank here comes the Thor, whips out the hands. You just get taken out fast. I mean, Dilly shouldn't be able to get away with that, honestly. Like, we need to react maybe a little bit. It could be late in the day. Maybe there's a few things that they're trying to adapt to. If he used the ultimate, it has to run away immediately. Regis with the ult ready to go, just takes down Zaytek cross map, then goes for the ultimate. Rez is coming up, actually right into the cocoon, but it's into a Jeff ult too, so they eat Regis after.
And there is a huge spectacular spin once more finding Tones. Zaytek's on a Scarlet. Wow, what a shot there. Still up ult advantage here. Scarlet's invisible boundary is going to be everything, but is it enough to stop these plays? Zaytek has res available too. Jitward potentially sitting up for an off-angle play. Wow, what a shot there on a Regis. That was disgusting. Trying to find the off-angle play left. I mean, there's someone over there, and it is going to be the Vanpool trying to set up Miffy.
Overall, able to just kind of walk on forward. Still kind of setting up his dives, right? Tones now into his Hulk form, now booped away with the pull. They need to deal with Gilly, though, right now. Invisible Boundary goes aggressive from Xantho to set up his divers. And you mentioned how forward they're playing. Xantho jumps away, but cannot escape the jaws of Logan.
Jitward heading towards the back line now, is able to find some damage even through the bond, which doesn't look like it landed on too many teammates. Still taking a ton of damage. Regis falls there, and once again, numbers now in favor of, we lost. Just barely at the moment. The bond comes through. Very low in HP. Good movement there. Now back looking towards the front line. Pull in onto that Hulk, and that is going to be another just narrow escape to the side of Nova, who's playing lights out on this defense right now.
I mean, that's the fine for like backline, right? They have to shoot the tanks temporarily, then kind of look for everybody else. But he needs Dilly actually to follow up on this. Tico comes back. Nice trade there from Cart Lover under Regis. The cocoon is not up for either Adam Warlock, so they're both just removed. But Kendrick, nice shot from Tico onto a swimming Jeff. That isn't necessarily easy, although those projectiles are pretty large for Namor. Nice job, and then Scarlet gets revenge on the Jitward.
Yeah, I mean, Nova's locking in right now. This composition really working on this defense. Go from a situation where they almost lose all 3 points in a faster time to stalling and looking clean doing so. Great communication to maintain presence on point throughout the chaos. Even through the dive like this, they are still holding on with a huge
Cart Lover just staggered themselves. Oh no, from Bruce to Hulk to Bruce again. That's a brutal stagger for sure. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where maybe Nova after the fact, if they win this, they're going to be punching themselves. They're like, damn, you know, we just lost 2 maps to this team when we had the counter right in front of us. Regis cross map. Goodbye, Jitward again. Opening picks have been the #1 way for Nova to win these fights. Atex goes down again too.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, we lost. They're finding, Nova is finding a solution to we lost, and I think it's a confidence thing too, right? They really just need to get out of their heads here about this team and the way they're playing. Zatex falls instantly through that res. Iffy with some nice shots there at a crucial moment. We're down to 15 seconds on here, folks. What a hold by Nova on point 3 with minutes available on that push. Tico making the switch. Jitward goes down once more. And Nova does have some ultimates. Can they get onto the point for the OT? They can.
Yeah, absolutely. Overtime ticks down. Zatex coming through the portal. We'll be here in time. But I mean, can they sustain? They're going to be dealing with a whale coming back. Do they have any ultimates? It is going to be the whale back onto the Mantis. Anto gets removed. You have Jeff Ult coming back, maybe. Does get touched on the carpet. You have also the Hawkeye from Jitward. That is something you probably don't want to see your Spider-Man player on. Back into the spawn you go. Jeff does get the eat from Kendrick. Has to run away with somebody in his mouth. But at this rate, if you're just going to run back into it, man, you don't have any cart or you don't have any portal to come back. You get zoned off too by Iffy.
Yeah, what a hold there by Nova, who have found their solution, at least here on this Convergence. I mean, that was an absolute back and forth battle, and it looked like for a while, yeah, we lost was going to push through all 3 points at a similar time, but the defense locked in and held on tight, pushing us again to another map.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP from Tico, but honestly, tone swap over to the Hulk, man, that felt like a big game changer, right, Shib? Like, third point, yeah. They switched it up. They played the Hulk instead, and you know, after that, it just felt like there was a lot more counter to what Dilly and Squad were doing.
Yeah, I think that Hulk does a great job with Peel. I think those team shields in moments where small amounts of damage from this dive is everything. If you just can negate a bit of that, it just disrupts the flow of the combos. And if you're able to do that enough, or, you know, in the crucial moments, then you win those fights, especially when you have something like Tico with 21 finals on that Namor, just protecting that backline as much as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was crazy work from Tico. And like you said, Tones keeping the squad healthy. And, you know, this wouldn't be possible, obviously, without Tico hitting some nice shots. But across the board, too, Rita switching over to Adam Warlock was smart.
Huge.
I just think Hulk, man, like, especially if you don't have anything to specifically count on, like a Punisher or, like, I don't know, maybe like Bucky, that character just has so much HP. Like, I feel like effective HP-wise with the bubbles, he's got to have the most, dude. Like, anytime you're on Phoenix or whoever it may be and you're shooting a Hulk, you're like, damn, this guy just doesn't die. Like, I'm literally blasting him the whole time. And then when he's about to go down, he's like, I'm just going to press my ult button and have another 1,000 HP. So he's just one of the hardest characters in the game to KO for a good reason, right? Like, once you switch to him, you start winning for Team Nova. And, well, we're going to see another map out of Nova potentially and see if they can reverse sweep now.
Yeah, just a ton of mobility too, right? Obviously having that shield and the ability to pop off, so just reset your health.
Nerf the character into the ground. Nerf the
I mean, listen.
Nerf the character to the ground. Nerf the character to the ground, Chip. I don't care. I don't care how many Hulk mains whine about their characters underpowered. I refuse to believe it.
Yeah, they're going to find you. They're going to find you for sure. But I'll tell you what, man.
They do. Well, it's funny. The Vanguard players are always the most active on social media, I feel like. I don't know if I'm the only one that notices that, but they are always whining about their terribly overpowered heroes, such as yourself, Shib. I'm just saying.
Listen, I'll admit it. I think Groot's incredibly strong, and I play him all the time. Hey, I'm not here complaining.
You're just talking about one hero. Shit, we got the whole lineup. That's a problem for me, buddy. Okay, let's be honest. All right.
Oh, man. But either way, I'll tell you what, Nova finally is finding their solutions. They've done a few iterations here, trying to find a way to work through this. And they finally found a solution. I think the Atom looked good. I think the Hulk was great. I think that the Namor was crucial. But the question now is, can we lost now target those picks to find a way to continue to use a comp like this through them? And that, I believe, is their win condition to bounce back. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good transition thought, because there is some solutions, I think, in the ban phase. You know, that Loki ban was interesting. I guess it kind of enabled the squad when they wanted to set up those dives. Same thing with Regis onto the Psylocke. There's something you have to maybe change if you're on the side of, yeah, we lost. Like, I think the ban phase, prioritizing the Spider-Man protect, probably not necessary. I think we both agree on that, Shib. Like, maybe that's the change up. Maybe we don't have to protect Spider-Man. Maybe we focus on something that we could utilize later on, because, like, Spider-Man got hard counter once they played Namor. Maybe we even ban the Namor out first of all.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and I didn't even shout it out, but you kind of called it out there. Regis was looking really good on the Psylocke. I think Psylocke's another one of those picks that does a great job into these comps. Obviously, Bond is a big cooldown to get rid of that can help negate some of those alt plays, but it was just getting value all the time because there's just not a lot to stop it and not a lot of answer ultimates in terms of strategists to counter it. So, I mean, they had Soul Resurgence if the team was stacking. That would be the answer. But outside of that, if they weren't, which they're typically separated, they're in trouble even through that ultimate. So the answers are here for Nova. The question is, can they make it work into a team that is so seasoned? Like, yeah, we lost. As we look now at the bans, goodbye to Cloak, locking in the Jeff, removal of the Gambit, and the keeping of Invis, but this time for Nova.
Yeah, this is going to be the same thing. So, okay, they banned the dual pool again. I think, so we're going to Domination, and my assumption is that, yeah, we lost. Is like, okay, we just lost on Convergence. I don't really feel too bad about it. So they're just going to go for the same ban phase, I think, actually. Unless they want to protect Spider-Man again. That might be the one change-up if they want to ban something or protect somebody else. But I would imagine, yeah, we lost feels confident going to Domination. maybe they're thinking about what they want to protect right now.
Yeah, I'm curious too. We're going to see the Van Pool locked in again. I think that's a good decision. We saw some strong play. The removal of Dual Pool. If it worked, why change it? It clearly changed up. I mean, Jitward's been playing lights out, but 20 and 18 last match, right? So clearly removing that Dual Pool has helped them as a team, at least currently, especially when Namor is getting allowed through. We might see that ban out here in a moment. I'm not sure, though.
They have the chance to do it. But they might go for the low. No, because they didn't ban Loki last time. It was Nova did. They go for the Adam Warlock. Okay, that's a different mix-up. That's back on another. That was another solution that you actually brought up, but we didn't fully cover. It's the Adam Warlock ban, similar to the Namor, I guess, that they want to get rid of it.
Yeah, Adam was. I mean, Regis made the switch to Adam. It clearly worked. Yeah, you know, if they think that's more the priority target. I think the res is obviously impactful on a dive team. If they commit fully onto a full team play dive, use all their cooldowns, you res back again, you win the next fight. So the Bond's a huge cooldown against some of that dive, but Tico is going to immediately select that Namor, and I don't see why not.
It also gets through again. Actually, I think did he get through the last map? I think did they get last ban instead of the Adam? I'm trying to remember. I think it did get last ban.
Say it again. Sorry.
The Elsa. On the last map, I think it was it last ban. I believe last map.
Yeah, I believe it was banned out. Yes,
yeah,
it was
lost.
banned out. Very last ban. Yes. I think it's another one of those strong picks into things like Hulk. You talk about just raw damage.
Yeah.
I think you have some CC potential there to stop some of the jump too with their dive in kick. But either way, I think that right now Nova is finding a solution. Yeah, we lost a little bit on their heels. Let's see what they can do in this next matchup.
Yep, on their heels right now. But I mean, can maintain because they've got 3-leg ship actually on we lost side, right? With the squad, they are really stable, right? Like a tripod, it feels like. But for Team Nova, their solution is simple. We play Namor. It's just about figuring out what Regis can play, right? Like he can play that the Elsa that went through again. Jitward's obviously got the Spider-Man back on through. Focusing on dual pool has been a priority. But we're mixing it up again, Shib. We got Gilly this time playing Strat Pool.
Yeah, very different. But, this is a Spider-Man map, without a doubt. There is so much full potential here. You're going to need some answers, and to be that answer, there's just going to be a ton of movement on the side of Nova in case anything does happen like that. And we begin now. Kendrick is going to be on that strange for the early portal play, trying to take that space back. No ultimates available. Base Dilly already going to start them off right now, jumping on the heads of the teammates, walking them forward now, trying to make a play happen. But again, both teams just electing to play a little bit slower. Yeah, we lost trying to take point early before they notice halfway through, and the retouch comes in, this time from Nova. But the first pick going out there from Kendrick on a Tico. Still, no one's got point just yet. Regis in a dangerous spot. Zaytix with a nice shot there to drop Regis. And now, we lost up heavy in numbers here for this point take.
Yeah, they are. Tones just go for the ult, though, but he's being pocketed by Xanto. And now with that, nice job, really. I mean, Xanto's kind of an unsung hero for the squad for good reason. Keeps Zaytek alive in the middle of that, and back to the spawn we go. And this kind of goes back to the root problem again, whereas the Mantis is a bit of an issue, right? Kendrick comes through, gets that one shot with that Mantis damage boost, makes that a lot more lethal of an E ability, and then same thing with the rest of the squad. Dilly get able to get so much more damage too, and healing.
Yeah, and I think the idea here for we lost might be they're using Dilly to just get some of those buffs ready for the side of the pool, and then maybe we'll see Van Pool later. Outside of that, maybe they just want to stick to the strategist pool, but that was the case prior, obviously switching over to dual pool after the fact. But either way, it enables the idea of Vanguard pool, even if you haven't been building the whole time. And now here comes a big ultimate bang, that's right back. A lot of damage goes out. A huge Jeff opportunity here. Is that going to be enough to find a few off map, but immediately gets deleted and everyone's right back in?
Oh my god, I mean, back and forth. They do trade Cart Lover at the very least. Everything coming into getting rid of Cart Lover. Oh, Scarlet disappear back to the spawn because Jitward just smoked ya. 50% of the board now for we lost.
And for those who maybe missed that frame, yes, Scarlet did ult in that instance, immediately gets removed, punched into hyperspace right there, and is, going to lose that ultimate. So here goes Regis with the combination. That is massive right now as Regis finds 2, almost 3 with the Apex. And is that, a nice sleep there. Goodbye to Tones. And after that, we lost, just walks them right back down and says we can't allow that to happen, and finds a few more already at 80%. This team is insane.
Yeah, I feel like Zaytex was trying to get revenge for his team. We are undefeatable as he loses 2 of his squad members to that Large Rocks. But now they're coming back into it, going aggressive. Jitward gets the damage boost with the ultimate. Can he find anything?
Get word onto Scarlet. Out goes the chef once more. This time, I'm not sure how much value it's got. Zaytek's going to drop Logan, and here goes the whale. It lands for the trade, but 100% to 0 is on the table. The touch comes in from Iffy at the last moment, but it will not be for long as the numbers are dwindling. It's all about panic now. The portal's not going to be available, as right now on the point is Tones, and yeah, we lost. Takes home the first map very quickly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a quick one. I feel like for Team Nova, their duelists want to do a lot more than their heroes permit them, right? Like for Yeah We Lost, we see them playing hyper aggressive. They're playing Spider-Man, you know, they're playing in this instance Jeff, or Dilly's playing Stratpool, for example. So they can play that triple strategist, but like Redis and Tico, we're like going a little bit too far away at times. Like they keep trying to like spread out too far, right? And they're trying to play counter dive, and that's just not kind of the way you can play, sadly. Like you can see, even just getting traded with that Nemo roll, he got pulled away by Jitward, fought into the 1v1, and that's exactly what Yeah We Lost wants. So they're like baiting Redis into weird spots, and the same thing for Tico. Nova wants to switch it back over to Mantis to play triple, and this is kind of how you do it. I feel like if a player is very aggressive on your squad, Shib, it seems to be the real solution, like we saw with Release Stick earlier. Put them onto a slower hero, right? Maybe put them onto a slower hero that can benefit from playing slow, right? Or that doesn't have the ability to get off the chain, right? If you have a player that wants to go aggressive, put them onto Mantis, maybe put them onto something else like Magneto. But he's going actually over to Wolverine of all things.
Yeah, that is going to be the switch up here. The idea is probably just going to be tackling Hook off cooldown, but Hook does a decent job in Wolverine, actually. Does have some answers with the exile. Oh, what a tackle there from Tico. Is going to be able to find Kendrick, and that is the real selected target at the moment. Redis with a decent ultimate's going to find two. A huge ult here from Xantho, off mapping two, including an ulting Tones, I believe, in that moment. So that is value on value. Actually, Tones, I'm 100% sure on that ultimate. We'll have to see in a moment what that shakes out to be.
So yeah, I mean, like with specifically Redis' ult, you saw that Glartrox didn't get anybody. It got like one person, but the rest were inside Xantho's mount, right? So like he couldn't actually get anybody with Glartrox, sadly, and that ultimate just got negated. Everybody talking about how that ult is broken. Meanwhile, Jeff gets CC immunity in the middle of his ult, so he can't get grabbed.
Zaytek does have ult available. Scarlet as well. Tackle comes through from Tico once more to Kendrick. Kendrick in a dangerous spot. Is somehow holding on for a moment, but does go down here as Nova is up a number. This time trying to look to get the point. Not allow that situation to rinse and repeat. 30% on. Very low. Down goes Logan. Face Dilly hunting them down on this strategist pool, who can very much play aggressive. A lot of battling on point for the current moment as Nova is trying to make something happen. Tones gonna ult up here. Xantho dancing around all over the place. Jitward finding one out of Scarlet, and that is more and more value. Iffy in a dangerous spot, heading towards Logan now. And Logan now is at about 20% HP, so with a Jitward who almost falls. And there goes the Itch Jeff. Iffy able to take out Zaytex. The off-map potential here from Logan. And Nova finally able to take the point with about 60%.
A huge job. Kendrick's ult got stunned, or slept rather, or I think it was actually Iffy that did, but then he still got the KOs, and then Logan was able to follow up. Not a bad time to switch it either. Like, this is a very solid situation to be in. 57% on the board. At least it's not like towards 80 like we saw before, due to like Tones on the Hulk and then a huge ult from Iffy like we saw on previous maps, which is good. You need to enable this guy in Doctor Strange to continue your success, but Jitward's coming in with that Spider-Man ult. Can read it with his Glartrox.
Yeah, Cart Lover, excuse me, going to be very close to all time. Wow, Scarlet there's just not enough ability to protect Scarlet right now. I mean, they're just walking at Scarlet. Jitward able to find one with ultimate. We see Dilly now with the pick there on Iffy. And after getting the point and bringing it to 40, it's all about how long they can just maintain this presence on here, and it won't be long. 42% to 60 here from Yeah We Lost, who's trying to clinch this W and push themselves forward into the final.
Yeah, that's brutal. Like, you blink and there's 3 of Yeah We Lost on your back line, man. Like, poor Scarlet. Doesn't feel like she's had a lot of help back there, but it's not like they can do anything when there's 3 people on their face, right? So we'll see on moving forward. Like, on the opposite side, on the flip side, it feels like Yeah We Lost. The strat line's been so kind of safe, but now we want to move in towards their own spawn. We're looking for more yet again with Tico.
Wow.
He gets them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe struggling a bit last match, really showing back up again. Jitward just going after these strategists and not allowing them to escape or play off each other. Just got it in the
Jesus!
here. Are you kidding me now? Jitward with a two-piece onto the back line, and there is 96% on for yeah, we lost here. The lights, the blinds, everything's closing on Nova. Can they bounce back on this retake? Overtime ticking down. Yeah, we lost. Try to become a yeah, we won and progress to the finals. And Kendrick has a huge eye available if need be. Everyone just heading to the point, hoping they can touch. There's that eye. 3 go down, and yeah, we lost. We'll be seeing themselves in the finals.
Oh my goodness, they actually did it. Off of that, I mean, the only real thing you could say that they got countered by was on a Convergence map. But once we head back to domination, it was 2-0 in quick succession, right? You blink and it looks like, yeah, we lost, became, yeah, we won, like you mentioned. Xantho's going to be your MVP, and he played great. His whole team was phenomenal, right? Like, this was, truly a team that we're going to have to look forward to every time they play. And that's actually going to be pretty soon, Ship. That's going to be Sunday next time we get to see these guys compete, and we have to wait for their competitor through the lower brackets.
Yeah, we're going to find out who's going to be going up against them coming up tomorrow, but we will have our looks on another game here today as we look towards Cafe Rose and Vengeful. This should be a fun one to watch, folks, as we just saw some incredible Marvel Rivals. I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, I am as well, man. Like, this team is insane moving forward. I'd be curious what the solution is later on. Like, do we go for the Mantis ban next time, maybe? Because that was a bit of a problem. Like, I don't... I mean, Jit would probably still gets enough value when he's playing the Spider-Man without the Mantis, but to be honest, I think he was even more of an issue, the fact that he was able to play the Mantis. But this is going to be exciting to see this team moving forward, and the fact they're in Ignite already. You know, what do our Ignite teams do versus this squad? You know, what's the real solution versus a team that is flexible and plays weird stuff?
Yeah, I think that's the question. I think that's the question that everybody has to answer when they go up against Yeah, we lost. I think these teams that struggle against them now, when they go back and start scrims, they're looking to face compositions like this. They're trying to find what their best case scenario is and how to counter this. And then it goes back to the question of what we saw when we, you talked about Ego Death prior, right? A team that was very much known for their dive comp, and it always seemed to work on the first map against every team. But then in Ignite, the teams are so strong, they learned, right? So the question is, against Yeah, we lost, our team's going to be able to learn and stop them, or is this just too weird, man?
It might be. It might be. We'll see. Moving forward, though, Shib, we're going to get another series on our hands. And in fact, this one is for qualification, right? Between Team Vengeful and Cafe Rose. We're going to see one map between these two squads as it's getting late in our broadcast day, about 9 p.m. And then tomorrow will be that second and first place matchup. So let's go see between Teams Vengeful and Cafe Rose what the ban phase looks like, man.
And remember, folks, this is the bottom side lower bracket semis. We got Cafe versus Vengeful, and then from here we'll head to the lower bracket finals, which will be broadcasted tomorrow before you see the grand finals of these teams matching up. And I'll tell you, you gotta be here, especially after watching these games today. Vengeful up against Cafe Rose. We've seen these names today. See who comes out on top. Goodbye here to the Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix ban immediately from Cafe Rose, showing respect towards Rayquaza. Counter ban onto Elsa, of all things, considering how Tree played that earlier. And like you mentioned, the winner of this matchup would go on to qualify for Ignite and play against the losers of the last game with Lunex. So that should be a lot of fun. We'll see that one potentially, or no, we will see it tomorrow. But we got to see who were to win, or who is going to win between Cafe Rose and Teams Vengeful. As immediately Cafe Rose trying to learn from matches before and previous, where the Phoenix just kind of did whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and this lock in here, the Invis Gambit, going to be seen definitely on both sides. The question is, will Loki see the light of day as well? And you know that is very much a strong composition to run when it is available. Typically, you don't see both allowed through unless both teams are very confident. We'll find out in a moment.
Magneto ban comes out from Cafe Rose this time around. I think we saw that before from the team who played against Vengeful, and I don't think it worked. So that'd be curious to see how this pans out, as a little bit more focus towards Vanguards. Again, still, Wizards Red able to play the Venom, so as no binds. It's actually kind of fun, because like the last series, both teams wanted to play Hulk, this, we're going to get 2 Venoms, man. Like, No Binds and Wizard Dread are both pretty much, not going to say Venom 1 tricks, but they enjoy that hero probably more than anybody in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Venom's strength, just a ton of stall potential and the one-shot potential once you understand the timing. Obviously, damage boosted, it's even more threatening. But into comps like this, your goal is to try to track down things like the Gambit and try to, if you can make that ult happen, or if you find a way to take out Gambit mid-ultimate, it's just so much value for your team. It's just such a high-priority target. Get down Mr. President style as we see the lock-in here of Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil lock in, making sure that we get to see, you know, either whether it be really sticky or somebody else on the squad playing that hero, and then the group ban coming out. So a little bit more focus towards Vanguards. We already know both these guys want to play Venom, dude. Like, I feel like it's literally the Toy Story meme where we have the infinite Buzz Lightyears in the store. You know, people say that for I'm a Hello Phoenix main, but it's the same thing for these Venoms, dude. Like, there's so many top tier Venoms that just love playing that hero. You know, you could say Trust Me, No Binds, Wizard Dread, you know, Soko. There's a lot of really good Venom players that really like mostly play Venom.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to see the thing come through. This is one of those off-map potential locations. I was surprised to see Sticky not necessarily on the Spider-Man yet, but he plays a mean Daredevil as well. We'll see what the compositions end up on as we start up right now. Our first matchup in the lower bracket semis. Backs against the wall. They want to keep moving forward. They want the chance to make it to Ignite. Which team will keep going and which team's dreams will be cut short?
It's a lot of pressure. For sure, Shib. The way you phrase it that way, I'd be a little nervous, but for Cafe Rose and Vengeful, I mean, I'm sure they know there's a lot on the line. We immediately see Vengeful walking towards that Hela Star-Lord, trying to put Rayquaza back on those AIM heroes, and for Cafe Rose, I mean, they're happy playing that Gambit full dive, which is interesting considering Vengeful was banning pretty much nothing but Gambit first. So the fact that they've even mixed that up, by the way, in the ban phases is a little insane and went for the Elsa instead.
And we begin now as Cafe Rose walks out the door here. You can see the portal play coming in from Lyric, thinking about trying to either be aggressive with it or just set up on point. For the moment, it looks like they're just trying to set up on point. No major play. Yep. Gonna own the height. Something we typically see. We saw early on in seasons of Ignite. Teams later on trying to get a little more cheeky with the portal. Colin holding the offside ankle, ready to dive in and play aggro and call out who he's diving on, because that's Thing's real strength at this level of play, as it does give your team the ability to deal extra damage in those moments. Now, we see a bit of a different take as the entirety of Vengeful is playing out towards the center instead of off in an off angle. Way to land on that Rayquaza. Jump on that health pack in that moment, but nobody goes down just yet. Point gets taken immediately by Cafe Rose.
And then taking control of trees, looking for him. The Blaster Barrage wants to dive in, playing chunky heroes. And there it is, removing the Hela. Traded, though, on Death's side. But who's going to build those ults first? Death is close. Wizard Dread still falls to Pixel, though. So that removes a ton of pressure. Added, Colin falls too. You only have 3 on the point now. And you couldn't even Raging Royal Flush if you wanted. The Cafe Rose also controlled that objective quite some time ago.
And we're looking now. I don't think I see Wada on the field as I'm starting to look towards the cops a little more. I think the steady FPS was the switch there. I might be wrong in the moment, trying to remember correctly. But either way, we start up once more and see which team comes out on top. It looks like we are still holding on for Cafe Rose on the point with 42% and climbing. Alt advantage going to be in favor of Cafe Rose. Ayavagamoto goes out in the back line. Does it land? Looks like it does, but is it enough to get a pick? Yes, it is. No binds. Finds steady. Tree onto Rayquaza, and now Cafe Rose once again still maintaining pressure on point and with these picks.
I'm just curious why, you know, in the long-term side of things that Team Vengeful decided to ban their own Elsa pick, right? Like, they could have played it themselves. They're going to switch things up now, though. They're going over to the Namor like we saw in the last series, although there's not a ton of squishies, right? Like, everybody gets over health on Cafe Rose's side. You're going to rely heavily on affecting, finding these pools and calling, shutting them down.
And there goes the heavy combination. No bind going to go in at the same time. And Tree shooting just a little bit early. It was enough for Steady to go down. Death and affecting. That is a huge combination here by Tree and Pix. Really Sticky going to find another, but that's a lot of commitment too. But still 90%. If they can't get the portal on point, it was all for naught. A lot of commitment doesn't matter if you win. We'll see if they can get there. Trying to cancel this portal by all means. And clobbering time goes out. It's a massive clobbering time too. Wizard Dread is able to find 3. Steady now finds 1. And wow, what a huge clobbering time there. And they could not stop that portal.
Yeah, they couldn't. And, well, Vengeful could start coming back, like, right here, right? Like, we see the Namor Whale available. For Cafe Rose, they're going to have to block it and set up Lyric. Like, there's a lot of different situations that Vengeful can come back and reverse sweep on this round. They have the ult advantage for this one, and they want to go aggressive now with Wizard Dread.
Sticky trying to set up on the right side, play a little off-angle tree right there next to him, and see some commitment from Rayquaza on those squids. Trying to protect the back line, but they're immediately getting deleted with great focus from Tree. Take that into ladder, folks. Get rid of the equipment to help your entire team. Make it a quick priority. Doesn't take you long. Wizard Dread going to dive now towards Sticky, who's 1 HP. What a play there by Wizard. They're not allowing Sticky to drop back towards Respect, who is still staying on that off-angle backside. Cafe Rose now as a team just trying to build ultimates and commit together, because all they need is one more fight to win. Rayquaza, Death, and Affecting all have ult available. Sticky is just trying to wait now, get it all built up. Binds, trying to make sure they can play off of Pixel. And Tree again. That was a huge combination last time. Can they win with it?
And they walk up right now. There's that original flush available, and goodbye to Steady. He gets taken out. Clobbering time on the backside gets done to everybody, but it doesn't end up mattering. Rayquaza uses the whale to help peel, but I mean, nobody's there. So with that invisible boundary, they're sustaining. In the sky is Tree, but they're only halfway to capping the point. They're still anchoring here, similar to a team that's playing the Loki would, right? You have Wizard Dread towards the sky, does have to deal with the Daredevil afterwards. Ayawakamoto as well on the inside, and wow, they're all too low to live here, Chip. Legendarily losing this round in this case, because Steady is alone on the point. Cafe Rose win it.
Yeah, that is that was expected. I mean, when you get to 99 off the rip like that, it's really a one-fight game for you as a team. You just got to decide when you want your moment to be. And they struggled a little bit on some battles there as Vengeful committed a few ultimates. Cafe Rose stayed patient, and then once they saw their window, they all pressed Q, and it is very difficult to win a fight where the entirety of the team is committing on you with ultimates. And just like that, they take home map 1. Cafe Rose looking to clinch up here.
Yeah, Cafe Rose also, like, just in terms of when they want to go forward, when they want to come back and just go for ultimates, it seems like they're a bit more synergistical than Vengeful have been. Like, nobody followed up on Colin's ultimate, for example, on the thing. Rayquaza's whale coming through into the invisible boundary and not able to find anything. So Cafe Rose, they're utilizing their cooldowns really well and also taking advantage of the aggression of some of their players. Like, I think Sticky played that round really well, like in the follow-up from No Binds too. Like, this team looks very good when they're playing those hyper-mobile compositions that can follow up onto somebody like a Daredevil. So if they can keep up these compositions, I think, with especially the Gambit going through, Vengeful might be in a rough spot, and I would not be surprised if we see some more Gambit bans moving forward and less Elsa bans for Team Vengeful.
See how the pace is set here. Another early portal for Cafe Rose. It worked last time. Do it again. Why don't you? Sticky setting up on the high side, ready to engage the back. Oh my goodness. Where did that health bar go? I think it was removed. Harry Houdini style just disappeared. Steady. Able to find No Binds. Respect and Tree. Gonna get 2 back. Lyric able to find 2 as well. And just like that, Cafe Rose getting the point.
That's like the old thing that everybody thought Deadpool was going to have with the health swap, where you could like, oh, whose health is this, right? Like, your health's just going nowhere, I guess. It just goes back to 0, like you mentioned. Immediately removed. Cafe Rose yet again, another fight win. The pace of play is too fast for Vengeful currently. We'll see if they can adapt, though, as they do have the thing, Ultimate and Wizard Dread with the ult. But again, who's going to follow up on Wizard Dread's ult? I need to see something out of Steady.
And you can see Tree just doing a good job just building that ult charge as fast as possible. Clobbering time comes out. It does land on a few. Can they combine through it? But nobody goes down. As I say, that Bind's able to find one over Rayquaza, but that is the side of Cafe Rose, who turned that right back at him after the fact, even after a massive clobbering time. Colin just trying to reset there. Does go down.
Yeah, this is the tough part, is that like we mentioned with Wizard Dread, nobody's falling off, man. We're playing counter dive now with Rayquaza onto the Namor. I mean, Steady's onto the Star-Lord, but again, like, it's just a weird, disjointed composition that's not panning out.
Yeah, it's tricky right now as Ayawakamoto gets committed inside Invis. Affecting goes down, and that is huge. Everybody falls here as Cafe Rose, once again, just commit heavy on one big team fight. They are going to be losing a few ults in this next fight, down just about 2 of them at the current moment. Rayquaza, Death, Steady, and Affecting, as there will be no Gambit answer.
And by the way, Steady is the Philid, by the way, now instead of Wada. So it's interesting that they swapped them out before. And this is also a match where Daredevil's being played. Okay, Death just dies with his ultimate up. Though they do trade too. Now make it not 2 because you come back. Affecting goes down. Tree trades back Quaza. And that's brutal because they just lost their Gambit mid-ult from death.
Here goes more commitment. Wizard dunking down on respect, trying to find this play here. Is going to get that pick for sure. Wizard Dread setting them up now. They do have they do have point for the moment. 12% in climbing, and here goes some commitment. Good answer there from Affecting up in the sky. Wizard Dread trying to counteract a bit of that. Legendary is still going to play safe under the Galactic Legend inside of the boundary. And the team is holding on. Picks now going to launch. No combination. Yes, Tree going to combine out. Out goes the Horde of Proteus. A whale able to find one on the Sticky.
That bro just ran right back into that whale. It's like he wanted to die to it. It was impressive. Now we're flipping that point, though, and I mean, it was almost kind of good. There's a lot of pressure, I still think, on Wizard Dread, right? We'll see when this happens on defense, but he has to cover so many bases at the current moment. That last fight, if Sticky just backs up a little bit, doesn't try to go a little too far forward like a lot of Daredevil players can do occasionally, maybe they live and win that fight. But still, big whale from Rayquaza. We'll see in the second fight at 50%. What Vengeful do? They want to go aggressive with that Rogue Ultimate, but you need to find some KOs. Cafe Rose do get KO.
That able to find no binds there. Trying to get a few back here. And remember, folks, the winner of this series is going to be making it over to Ignite that preseason. So it is ever more intense. And we'll see if they can make it happen. Vengeful back against the wall even more so now. Down 1 map and percentage, but doing a good job holding. Ult advantage going to be heavily on the side of Cafe Rose in a moment here, as we'll see some heavy combos coming in off Pixel. Lyric going to launch the Eye of Agamotto. Really sticky, finds Rayquaza. Numbers are following. Affecting goes down 2, and Cafe Rose with a big win in this fight. Still maintaining pressure because they do have all those ults available.
That was weird. Like, what did Affecting think that just holding still would have saved him there? I don't know. He just got ran on. And now they have Gambit ult, right, for this last fight. They need to portal Gambit ult come back. But Cafe Rose, they're to match it, right? Like, let's see what happens as the portal comes out now from Rayquaza.
And there's the combination, and there goes the Galactic Legend. Respect, able to find Wizard Dread. Down to numbers, Vengeful. Cafe Rose with 2, 3, and Tree now cleaning up the rest of that combo. Eyes on the top side as Steady tries to make something happen. Tree goes down. Steady looking for more, dancing in the sky, and still staying healthy. Death finds Sticky, and now Vengeful are looking good on the point. No binds, though, with the trade onto Wizard, and it's still up in the air as it's anyone's battle. A lot of commitment. Now just dancing on point. 99% here for Cafe Rose. Can they take this home and take home map 1? Sticky trying to get back to the point to make a play. Looking at Dread. Bang! Down goes Death. Steady falls 2. Tree gonna find one onto Affecting, and Cafe Rose sweeps the rest, and it's a matter of time now.
Yeah, MRC this season has been a story of Spider-Man, and Cafe Rose get it done on map number 1 on Hell's Heaven. What a job by them. 2-0 as well, Shib, and in the Gambit comps, it seems that Cafe Rose edged out Vengeful.
What a match 1 there. The team looked very, very strong, and Tree going to be coming out on top as the MVP. Saw some major combinations. It's really in these matchup combos like this where you do have the Star-Lord Gambit, it's really about who can get that Star-Lord ultimate activated first, because if you can get those shots off, you will win. And we saw that multiple times there. The decision to Gambit ult first was actually the right decision because you were able to get those picks prior, and it consistently worked out from there. As you can see, Tree with 16 finals.
Yep, 16 finals. He was kind of having his way with the other squad. And I mean, Steady came in and actually filled pretty well, but it's just tough because realistically, you would want Rayquaza to play the Star-Lord probably, and then maybe have Wada back in for the Daredevil, because you saw it. I mean, really, Sticky was filling his role to an excellent degree on the Daredevil and following up with a lot of these dives from no binds. And Wizard Red was trying his might, to try to kind of come back in these fights, but was left on his own little island. So, I'm curious if that's their solution moving forward. But Cafe Rose and the Gambit comp looked pretty solid at points. I'd be curious to see if they could even beat like Lunex later on, or Vengeful. Who could beat who.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that too. We're going to find out as we move forward here how this is actually going to turn out in terms of, again, this is just the lower side. The winner of this will be making their way over to Ignite, which is obviously exciting. 2 teams already going to be in Ignite, and that's going to be Lunex. And yeah, we lost already, and now we find out right now who the 3rd team will be. And they're going to be making their way forward, whatever team wins this series, to the lower side finals. And then we have the grand finals tomorrow as well. Going to be a ton of fun to watch, buddy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So once we cover that tournament bracket, we're going to see who won in that matchup, right? So we'll have to give that a shot in a second. If you don't want spoilers, make sure to pause the stream temporarily and look in the in-game client, because we're about to see it, and we're about to see who qualified for Ignite in that last spot, right? Because, I mean, it matters, right? Whoever qualifies, whoever wins in that match in the lower bracket side will be going alongside Yaoi Lost and Lunex, right? So these two teams that we saw in the upper bracket, they look, I think, on a pretty good level. The last two squads, I think Cafe Rose were rather vengeful. I think these teams, you know, maybe are a little bit of ways away from those guys, but they're not like totally out of it in terms of that regard. Like, I think this team could reach that level with a little bit more time together, right?
Yeah, that's everything. Once you get to that level of play and you're consistently scrimming against high talent, I think it makes you a better team. You need time, you need consistency in scrims. You need it's also a ticket into scrimming teams like that, right? I think teams will take you more seriously when you're up at this level of play. So it is definitely going to elevate the team as a whole, whether it takes time for them to get to that level or if they match up immediately. That's to be seen. We'll find out whenever that gets shown. So in a moment, folks, we're going to see who wins this series between Cafe Rose and Vengeful and moves forward to the upper side bracket finals, or lower side bracket finals, excuse me, tomorrow.
Yep, and then also who gets to win MRC will be concluded tomorrow as well. And then later tonight on this stream, we get to see the APAC region, or the PAC region, compete for that championship. And that'll be a lot of fun. That starts off the sort of championship Sunday. As well, over here in the West Coast, it ain't Sunday just yet. But as we can see, what happened here was Extinction earlier on in the round of 12, beat out Jetpack Cats. Then Girl Bye lost to Shikigami in a very close fashion, 3-2. Vengeful got 0-3 to Yaoi Lost. Meanwhile, Cafe Rose got lost to Nova in 3-1 fashion too.
Yeah, that's how we started off today in the round of 12, folks, just to have your eyes on it. See the breakdown there as we move forward in a minute. All these teams, though, have had some serious talent. I think there's a lot of new names that we will, without a doubt, be seeing more so in MRC in the future. And all these teams have their eyes open, looking for players to adapt into their squads. And moving on from there, Cafe Rose, 3-1 onto Shikigami. Vengeful, 3-2 to Extinction in a heater series. Nova, 1-3 to Yaoi Lost, and then Cafe Rose takes this series, folks, the round of 14 in the lower bracket semifinals and beats Vengeful 3-0, making it so Cafe Rose will be the team shown in Ignite. Congrats to them.
Wow, that's surprising. And I think on their bench they got Vickers, a very controversial player. So we'll see what happens moving forward for this team. And wow, I mean that's a way to end MRC in terms of those following games. Tomorrow will be Sunday. We get to see Yaoi Lost in that grand finals, and the fact that we just get to see them is fun. But for Team Nova, they have a lot to think about. They also get the rematch versus Cafe Rose, which they look great in. It was 3-1 last time they played together. So maybe Cafe Rose will put up a better fight tomorrow because they're qualified for Ignite. Maybe there's a little bit of weight off your shoulders after qualifying for Ignite too.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think that it's definitely going to be more relaxing. But again, they're going to go back and review the tapes. Both sides of teams are going to study up and try to make sure they're up and ready for this competition because there is nothing but competition left here this deep in the tournament.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to watch it. I'll definitely be tuning into APAC or the PAC region tonight for their games and those matchups. But obviously, thank you guys to tuning in today. All of you here in the Marvel Rivals Twitch stream. My name's Dogman, joined by Shib, obviously, for these phenomenal games. And the Captain America is you, my friend. You are the cursed captain. That's how I feel after today, honestly.
Yeah, quite a long one today for us, just like Cap. He can do this all day, right? You know what I mean? He's able to just battle his way through the chaos and hold on to that point. Cursed Captain of Skin. That is a personal favorite of mine for Cap. I think it's awesome. No, it's just a unique design from the art team. When a legend is bound by darkness, even cursed, a hero never stops fighting. It was dropped here on March 5th, out now in-game. Make sure you check it out. That shield is also really cool, man.
It is. That is sick. Is he evil in that skin too? Can you confirm or deny? Is Captain America considered evil? Is he bad Cap? Are we heading back to the Civil War with that guy?
Unbroken spirit, twisted fate, but an unbroken spirit is the way I see it. As we see the once captive Corsair as well. We talked about Space Pirates being a cool idea, dude. And Psylocke gets a couple skins, I'd say, all of which pretty cool. This is one for the storybooks. I think that once captive Corsair is awesome in my opinion. Break the chains, claim the stars. This one also out on March 5th, out in the game right now. Make sure you check that thing out.
You seem a little biased, Shib, though. You know, you seem a little biased there, all right? Me, unbiased. I bought this thing off the rip, but obviously you're biased here, okay? On the official NetEase broadcast with the Marvel Rivals Twitch stream. But thank you guys for watching and obviously checking out those skins in the store because, you know, that's the reason why we can keep casting and keep watching these games and the reason the esports scene is alive at the current moment. So thank you guys for tuning in. Obviously, without you guys here, this wouldn't be possible. So, Shib, any closing thoughts on the day?
No, man, always a pleasure to cast with you, buddy. It has been an absolute ride today. Saw some incredible talent. Shout out to all the teams that made it to Ignite. All 3 teams now have been announced officially heading in to the finals tomorrow. I'll be right here tomorrow. Tune in to see who takes it all the way. I've been iRunChib. This has been Dogman. This has been a ton of fun hanging with y'all, Chad. Thanks for being here. And we will catch you guys tomorrow right here on the official Marvel Rivals channels.